Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, to HeroesCCL Free Agent Tournament. We are here in our final day of games, and I am joined once again by the Stormbow Master who gets their stacks done before level 20. Khroen, how you doing, my friend?
I am doing swell. Thank you very much, Bahamut. Excited to be in the final day of the Season 2 CCL Free Agent Tournament. We saw a lot of 2-0s yesterday, but hopefully some closer series is here today.
Yeah, yesterday was so much fun, and we can really quickly recap for you all. We had 4 best of 3s take place yesterday, and as Khroen said, they were all 2-0s, unfortunately. And through all those best of 3s, we managed to get into today's bracketing and everything, which we can get to in just a little bit. But in that time, I gotta say, I've been sitting here waiting, and I watched back a little bit of some of the games, and just I gotta say, I was saying, some of the standout games, I actually have to take back my opinion of yesterday's games. The one that you said yesterday, where it was a little bit more back and forth, I believe that was the Heavy Impact versus, let me just double check it, Making Mom Proud. That Battlefield of Eternity game, that game number 2, was so hard fought, and I absolutely loved watching those games again yesterday. But we're here, we're in our final day of HeroesCCL, so let's go ahead and, HeroesCCL Free Agent Tournament. Let's go ahead and take a peek at that bracket. You can already see the games from yesterday. The Anti-Clan Association took a 2-0. Clan Association took that 2-0. Heavy Impact took a 2-0. And Dadsu Game took a 2-0, which means those will be our 4 teams today. We're going to kick things off with Heavy Impact versus Dadsu Game, and we will then jump to Anti-Clan Association versus Clan Association. These 2 first matches will be best of 3s, and that final match of the day is going to be a best of 5. Khroen, what are your thoughts from yesterday's games going in today? Anything you're excited to see? Any maps you maybe want to go to?
Any maps that I want to go to? We didn't see actually a lot of map variety yesterday. We didn't even see Dragonshire at all. That's a very standard map. Sky Temple, I think either was maybe banned out a couple of times, but definitely excited to see a bit more potential map diversity here today. Against these teams who looked so dominant in their series yesterday. So when they actually collide, we're gonna see some sparks fly here today, I think.
I 100% agree with you. And we can actually go ahead and look at our first roster here. It's going to be for Heavy Impact. This will be Mason, Blaze, Infrared, Roger, Tremor, and Zenaris. I got to say, this team, they synergize so insanely well together. Like we talked, I think, about the skill level within just their comms and communication. And it was amazing to watch the range DPS skill of Mason Blaze, but even just the tanking of Tremor, really something I had a blast watching. Khroen, who are we seeing on the other side?
Definitely here over on Dadsu Game, we're seeing Cedar Salad, Heavy, Nintori, Skog, and Pirate Rum. And I think my eyes are going to be on Nintori today specifically.
Ooh.
I think a lot of the potential playmaking potential is through Nintori and their leadership over here on the squad.
I would 100% agree with you on that. And Tori had that Hogger game, I believe, yesterday, where they were split pushing the entire time and always showing up when necessary for team fights and just out sieging the enemy team. I want to say it was a Sonya. Just really, really good play from Nintori, and we'll have to see if Heavy Impact can deal with that, or if this is Dadsu Game, who I hope this is not true. They take a 2-0, but I doubt. I think today we're going to get a lot more games. We have a possibility of a total of 11 games, and I know productions are being like, no, Bahamut, no, don't push for 11 games. We want to go eat pizza and relax. But either way, we are going to go ahead and get into our first game here in just a little bit. So we can continue talking about the matchups of Heavy Impact versus Dadsu Game as we're kind of getting ready for our first map. And when we look at these 2 teams, what's your thoughts on the solo lane from Heavy Impact, Khroen? Because that's the one thing that I'm unsure about, because I believe it's Zenaris who's is labeled a flex player, but do you think that going into Nintori, and I kind of want to highlight the solo lane a little bit here because we never really do.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think that this is going to be an even skill matchup, or do you think Nintori might have an upper hand with just the amount of skill, not skill, excuse me,
experience.
Thank you. I couldn't even think of the word. Experience in Heroes of the Storm.
Yeah, I do think I would give the slight edge to Nintori. I believe Nintori was before a support main, but then did transfer over to this offlane role. And just having experience in Heroes of the Storm in general, I think makes the soul lane's job seemingly easier, right? It's actually hard to play soul lane very effectively because there's a lot of very minute things. If you get ahead on rotation, what do you do with that, right? You're going to be getting that, that soak advantage that we highlighted yesterday a lot. And it's like, okay, the soul laner has, like a 2k, 3k, and it keeps just expanding expanding upon that lead. And I'm sure we'll go into a lot of differences that can really be had in the solo lane here when we get into the games today.
Absolutely. The other thing to consider is the map for solo lane.
Yeah.
We can actually take a peek at our first map for this first best of 3 of the day. We are going to be having the members of Dads Who Game banning out Dragonshire and Towers of Doom. Sky Temple and Garden of Terror will be banned out by the side of Heavy Impact. And it looks like the side of Heavy Impact will be our map choosers, going to take us to Battlefield of Eternity, meaning Dads Who Game have first pick, first ban. I mean, yeah, you said it a couple seconds ago. We didn't have a lot of map diversity yesterday, but I do have to say this, and it is, in my opinion, it's very true. Battlefield of Eternity and Infernal Shrines are 2 of the best maps, in my opinion, to take a team to at the start of a best of 3. You can kind of test them in macro or micro on both of those maps, and even just their draft style. Like Battlefield really can come down to the draft, as we're literally swinging right on into it. I'm ready for this, Khroen, but what's going to be the lean here? Is it going to be race potential or team fight? Because I think that's kind of really the 2 big factors. You can go into dive composition, control compositions, but it's really what heroes are you going to be drafting here, and how do you want to play those heroes into the opposing team? That's the big question I pose to both these sides as we get into this draft.
Definitely. For a smaller map, Battlefield of Eternity does lead to a potentially more diverse draft style. It just depends on what these teams have, cooked up and want to bring to the table here. We saw the most draft diversity, I think, on BOE yesterday. I think we saw Anti-Clan Association pull out the Genji and then the Samuro on this map. So we could be in store for a lot of different things like that. First bans coming out here are going to be the Lucio from the side of, that is Dads Who's Game, correct? Yes. Yeah. And then the Uther ban coming out from Heavy Impact.
Not surprising from not surprising to see either of these heroes banned out. Lucio, strong baseline, but also High Five being buffed as much as it has just been such an important tool for a lot of teams to basically just skate around and perma cleanse your own friendly team. It's not perma, but it's almost seemingly you can constantly cleanse some of the members of your team. Uther to be banned out. He's just a strong healer / tank / bruiser / whatever you need him to really be. And then a Hogger ban as well. Is there a chance for a Medivh ban, or is it really not considered here? We'll have to see. It's going to be that Sonya. All right.
Okay. I think the Medivh potential is definitely here for both teams. I think I might see it picked on Heavy Impact side. At least the likelihood, I think, is a bit higher over there. But first pick, Li Ming, actually coming over to Dads Who Game. Usually Li Ming is picked in like the 2-3 or the 3-4 in this map. I think first picking it is kind of risky. We saw the counter yesterday to Li Ming come out immediately to be like in a Nubarak, plus it was another hero counter Li Ming, I don't remember exactly offhand, but counters are indeed there. It is of course going to be the Diablo for Tremor, then Sylvanas for Infrared there. Sylvanas, a great hero on this map. She has decent race potential. It's not the best, but she can, if you secure the Immortal, or even if you don't, offlane pushing is always a threat with Sylvanas on this map. She can, do a lot of work there.
Well, no Nubarak to go against the Li Ming, and that was actually what I was considering too. I was like, it's a very early Li Ming. She does have a lot within her kit. She's got great diversity when it comes to build order and even heroics. And if there wasn't a Nubarak and the Cocoon was a worry, then you can disintegrate it. But of course, if you're Cocoon, then, well, that's the issue. So looks like the members of our red team, Dads Who Game, will be grabbing this Li Ming Stuke off of Nubarak. I wonder, is there a consideration for maybe a Greymane ban here? Just because it's so insanely synergistic. Actually going to be the Malthael. The members of Heavy Impact not wanting to deal with the percent-based damage and the solo lane prowess and just the aggressiveness that you can get from a Malthael.
I think it's actually the best ban there, because what Dads Who Game need is a solo laner and something that takes down Diablo with that big percentage health. And if you pick, say, like a Tychus or a Greymane down the side of Dads Who Game, they don't fill both roles like the Malthael does. So that was a very intelligent ban there by Heavy Impact. Brightwing ban coming out here from Dads Who Game, and I think that also is a smart ban. I believe we saw that ran with a Diablo draft on BOE yesterday, and I mean, Brightwing, of course, is just one of the best healers right now in general. That phase shift, that global potential, polymorph, even like just CC. Brightwing kind of like does it all right now, it seems.
Even then, with the Diablo at full souls, that phase shift is it's just so much health for Diablo constantly. And then he can fire stomp out if he goes that way for extra healing as well. But a Decker Kane, Deathwing will be grabbed. So we're looking at some layered heroics. Stay a while and listen into Apocalypse, maybe a Wailing Arrow, Deathwing with the Molten Flame the entire time. Bellowing Roar is a great way to be able to push and split the enemy team. But we'll see what happens with the rest of the heavy impact draft. Last two picks on the right-hand side. Gonna need a solo laner, and there's that Tychus. So I think you were very right in that, Khroen. The Malthael ban kind of forces the enemy team to say, all right, you kind of have to pick up this Tychus, then Leorc or something like that. Something in the solo lane that is still going to be percent-based damage because of the Deathwing coming through, as well as the Diablo. But last pick on the left-hand side, heavy impact, need a little extra damage in my opinion.
They definitely do. Deathwing gonna be a solo laner here. Sylvanas needs to be paired with another damage dealer. And who's it gonna be? I think definitely someone that can go in with the Diablo. And okay, gonna be Hanzo instead. So not really, a hard engager apart from just that Dragon's Arrow if he does go that route. But still, just some solid damage and some good race potential, assuming that Hanzo does go that W build.
I agree with you 100%. Even Dragon Strike is a great layered heroic for all of this. If you're going to go Apocalypse, Apocalypse and Stay a While and Listen, those are really, really good setups for that Dragon Strike to be able to get consistent damage throughout. Either way, I mean, honestly, looking at these drafts from both sides, these are really, really well-rounded drafts. There's kind of questions one team can pose to the other in aggression or even just defensive tools through, like, let's say, Wave of Force Li Ming, Stukov with the Lurking Arm, Grenade from Tychus. There's a lot of really cool things from both sides. And honestly, I think I'm going to lean into the side of Dadsu Game. I think that the Wombo post 10 can be a little bit more easier executed, if that makes sense. Whereas on the opposing side, Heavy Impact really need to communicate and really need to get these heroics landed in the proper order, which we talked about their communications very well, very, very good. It's just, I'm still worried about it. It's very difficult to land all of this.
Yeah, I think with that being said as well, I think the race potential is definitely heavily in favor of Heavy Impact, and because of that, I think I have to give the advantage pretty sizably over to their draft here. I think that I'm on the BOE. Sure, you pick the Tychus to deal with the Diablo and the Deathwing, of course, but Tychus doesn't really provide anything other than just, fight potential here. And while you can get away with that, it's going to be a bit more kind of one-dimensional here. And as we get on into the game, I mean, we'll see how it plays out. But again, gonna have to go with Heavy Impact here for this one.
Alrighty, well, let's see. The casters are split. On the left-hand side, we got the members of Heavy Impact. We have got Mason Blaze on the Decker Kane, Tremor playing the Diablo, Roger playing Sylvanas, Infrared on the Hanzo, and Xenaris on that Deathwing.
And over on the right-hand side, Dadsu Game, we have Skog on the Li Ming, Pirate Realm on the Tychus, Heavy on the Stukov, Caesar Salad on the Nubarak, and Nintori on the Leoric.
We're going to see a tactic here from the side of Dadsu Game where they're going to send quite a few people in the middle. They'll send one to top, one to bottom. The reason they're doing this is because of the quote-unquote Sylvanas cheese. We always like to bring this up if anyone's wondering why we're not just seeing 1-4 sort of rotations immediately. It's because Dadsu Game are just conscious of, well, is there a lane that might get just shredded a little bit? We can quickly rotate there. Doesn't seem like that's going to happen, so we'll see now the members of Dadsu Game get into this bottom lane, and this will just be our standard start to the matchup. But just a little heads up and a little tactic that I always like to talk about, because it is interesting.
Yeah, and with that tactic in mind, of course, I think Heavy Impact did a good job at not, going too aggressive, getting that siege damage, because they recognized that Dadsu Game would be looking out for that. If they had went to the wall, they could have definitely got punished off of the back of the Nubarak into the Stukov follow-up CC and silence potential there. Just taking it slow now, 4v4 in the bottom lane. Tremor getting kind of aggressive, slamming Caesar Salad into the wall, looking for a follow-up Decker Kane combo, which only lands on the minion wave. But either way, still some good aggression here. That's the sign of confident teams, ones whose tanks are willing to just go in, try to find some chunk potential, and oftentimes those are the teams who take the advantage and get the momentum going their way because of it.
Speaking of momentum or advantages, why isn't Hanzo taking a level 1 to quest through? I'm sitting here and I'm staring at it like Infrared, bud. Did you forget? There we go. Okay, all right, maybe. I will say this: I have walked into mid lane and forgot to press Control 1, 2, or 3 as a Joanna. Yeah. I'm just like, I'm Joanna. I don't need talents, but it happens here and there. Because I watched a couple scatters and I was like, ooh, okay, what's the scatter stack at? Well, it's at 3 now, but either way. We'll have to find out maybe maybe we'll find out one day if that was intentional or not. But our 4 talent tiers are around the corner for both these sides. Our first objective phase will be spawning at the 2-minute 30 mark and is up and available at 3 minutes in the game timer for contest. In this bottom lane, we currently have Roger locking down the front gate with those black arrows and trying to push in this minion wave as well as those impalers to get some initial siege through this lane as Diablo finds a nice overpower shadow charge onto Caesar Salad, who has to use the burrow charge and the well, disengaging.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty big deal, forcing Caesar Salad to use the well. That means when the next objective phase comes up, if Caesar Salad gets chunked, he'll have to full, Hearth back to the base instead of just tapping and re-engaging. And I think they're definitely going to be aware of that inside of Heavy Impact and look to, even if they don't kill Caesar Salad, just look to chunk him out very aggressively because of that. Xenaris up here in the top lane, just kind of, holding their own right now. Of course, both teams going to the bruiser camps. That's what you do around the 2-minute and 30 mark. But we'll see both teams posturing, and again, the race potential is in the advantage of Heavy Impact. So Dads Who Game are going to have to look for aggressive kills when Heavy Impact are either split out or just, maybe Cedar Salad finding a good flank. You want to sit in bushes as the tank on this map, so we'll have to see what Cedar Salad is able to find.
Speaking of Caesar Salad in this Anubrak, I was looking at level 4, Bed of Barbs. It's not crazy uncommon, but I don't see it all the time. It's basically you have your impale creates a path that slows enemies for 25% and also deals a little bit of damage as well and persists for 3.5 seconds. And I wonder if that slow is going to be beneficial for this Tychus specifically, to be able to have sustained damage on a target who's not able to disengage quick enough. I wonder if that's the reason that was picked up. Either way, first half of the Immortal phase is over to the side of Dads Who Game, and these Immortals will go to the race potential side as we do have Heavy Impact diving in, but that burst onto this Diablo will be found through the side of Dads Who Game. Mason Blaze, the next target. Wraithwalk from Nintori chasing onto this Deckard Cain, who will find some potions on the ground here and there. A little bit of floor juice for the old man, and he'll be able to back off.
That's exactly what Dads Who Game needed to have happen. They needed to get the momentum their way and then punish when Diablo walked forward there. Now they get the Immortal, and hey, Baha, you predicted, maybe Dads Who Game, their comp is a little bit easier to execute, even pre-10 seemingly being the case here. Li Ming, going up to full mana there with that tap, gonna have a lot of damage against this wall. It looks like, there are 4 members matching this push here for Heavy Impact, but they don't really have a lot of good anti-push there. Sylvanas does not excel in situations where she is on the defense. Hanzo is going to be okay here, getting the scatters onto the Immortal, but Tremor can't really walk up. Mason Blaze, of course, is a melee support right now. Just throws potions to the rest of the team. But actually, Dads Who Game going aggressive here onto Tremor.
It seems like Tremor's the target every time, and you'd think that the Diablo's the most safe target, but level 4 Tychus, the bigger they are. And yes, it doesn't continue to deal that extra damage when the target falls below 30%, but that's the Li Ming burst value, I feel. Or even Stukov's auto attacks, or even just Caesar Salad coming in with the burrow charge and these beetles. Like, I really like, and I think it's just the easier execution. 10 talent tier can change things quite a bit. Wailing Arrow's huge, Dragon Strike or Dragon Arrow from Hanzo can be insanely impactful for defense or even just aggressive damage or zoning, as we do have Xenaris potentially jumping onto this top lane camp. I don't know if they scouted out Pirate Realm, but Roger is up here as well. It's a 2v2. Sylvanas is going to go in. Molten Flame, wow. Khroen, we were talking about little things that players can do to basically just get little advantages. So instead of standing on the point and getting cooked by the Deathwing or trying to avoid the flame, Nintori just wraith walked away, so their physical body actually capped the point, and they could just disengage once the point was done. Like, that little kind of change, it's really, really cool. I just always like to catch those things, and I didn't think about that myself. Like, if I play Leoric, I'm like, oh, I gotta sit on the point, and then I die.
Yeah, no, you're prepped that, okay, as soon as I cap the point, I'm out of there, not gonna get cooked alive, and, live because of that. Drop pretty low. Now Tremor, with some more souls here, is a bit tankier, doesn't just get flat one shot, even with Pirate Realm minigun and a full Li Ming combo. Later on into the game, however, if he ever loses his souls, we'll be in a bit more danger. Level 10's on the horizon here for both teams. Dads Who Game are going to get it a bit faster, and because of that, they can probably secure another Immortal just with that, maybe like 15 or 30 second advantage of having that level 10 tier. Tremor forced to tap, same with Xenaris right here. Both top lanes have been cleared, so Deathwing flies up into the air. But again, Dad's game level 10, so it's not like Deathwing can look for an engage right now.
Shaman camps are just about off cooldown on both sides, but it doesn't seem like that's really a concern for either team. Big Entomb coming out onto Tremor. There's going to be the burrow charge, but it's going to be on the far side. Doesn't matter, though. Tremor continues to get shredded by the enemy team, and Li Ming finds the kill with the Arcane Orb, getting a reset. Mason Blaze being body blocked by Caesar Salad, and another reset for Skoog. Infrared sidesteps some of the damage. Skoog gets a little bit of healing, and this should be the fort going down, with Race going over to the side of Dadsu Game.
I was gonna say, it's not like they can look for an engage here, and they do just that, Baha, and get punished for it. Heavy Impacts thought they caught Caesar Salad out alone, I suppose, but yeah, did not indeed. The team was there, follow-up was had, a great Entomb there actually, engaged by Nintori, and everyone else was just there to follow up. Now it is going to be Heavy Impacts achieving their level 10s. Hanzo has not picked a level 10 yet. I think in this scenario, I would, I could see arguments for both actually. Personally, you know, not a fan of that Dragon Strike, but I can definitely see where I can get value with a Wombo of the Stay Wild and Listen into the Apocalypse Tremor, finding Caesar Salad once again.
That's going to be a big Entomb with a Stay Wild and Listen. Caesar Salad is going to get cooked by the Deathwing. Tychus is going to drop the Commandeer and eat a lot of damage from that Dragon Strike of Infrared. One kill over to the side of Heavy Impact through these heroics. Is there going to be another step up from this blue side? Tremor taking a little bit of damage is able to get themselves a potion. Full souls on the Diablo. Keep that in mind. As Pirate's Commandeer Oden's about to expire, Diablo's Shadow Charge is in. Pirate's going to actually continue to stay around here, spreading the healing pathogen around. Roger taking a lot of damage is not going to go down just yet because the Apocalypse is going to stall out Pirate. Nintori thirsting after Roger is maybe stepping a little too far out, tries to drain some health off of this Deathwing. And I can't believe that Roger lived with like 70-something health there, Khroen.
Roger lived, and that's going to be great, but honestly, it's kind of like effectively dead right now, at least for like 5 or 10 seconds. Having go back to the base, it does leave time for Dadsu Game to be aggressive, get some Immortal poke here, and you know, they weren't able to get a lot because I suppose a lot of their members did have to tap as well. Roger's still half mana, is now back at full HP, but Dadsu Game are very much on the aggression right now. Caesar Salad looking for any single engage opportunity. The Q there from Nubrak does miss out, as you mentioned earlier. It does leave that slow field, and that synergizes not only with the Tychus, but it allows for Li Ming to hit an easier combo as well if anyone gets caught on that. Now, Dadsu Game posturing backwards a little bit here. They don't want to go over aggressive. Nintori might walk up, look for an Entomb here, and that's what's going to be the engage duel right now. But until then, they can just get the Immortal and poke safely.
I love the way that Dadsu Game are playing this. Commandeer Odin just came off a cooldown, Entomb's off of cooldown. Everything is up and available except for Apocalypse on Diablo, which is about 10 seconds away. We could see a re-engage, but that is the same thing can be said for Dadsu Game. I thought that Roger was going to get hit with a combo right there, but Cineris is going to open up a lava pit. Hanzo rips a Dragon Strike through the enemy team. Stay a while and listen is going to be interrupted by the Impale from Anubarak as the Decker King gets shredded. Pirate is going to be CC'd to all heck with the Bellowing Roar. The Apocalypse as well. It'll be a 1-for-1 Decker Kane for the Tychus. Can the members of Dadsu Game find a kill? Can the members of Heavy Impact find a kill themselves? Tremor dives in onto Skoog. Might have been a little too far forward as the Anubrak Burrow charges out once again. Tremor trying to live through all of this and goes down. That's going to be stacks finished out by the Hanzo as well. Infrared should get picked off here. Leork traded out. It is all in all, I believe this is just a 2-for-3 in favor for the sides of Dadsu Game. And you might say, Bahamut, why? Diablo's still here. Well, look at those souls. Those are reset, so he did go down. And Alarian on this left-hand side, living with 1,932 health. A Li Ming combo might be able to get the majority of that health out.
There are so many members of Dadsu Game who are so low, but they survived. Hanzo not able to put out enough damage there in that situation. And now because of that, Diablo Reset Soul is going to be way less tanky at this point. And 13 talent advantage is here, so Dadsu Game know that the ultimates are also down from Heavy Impact, so they can go in here. Still is Bruiser Camp. You're solid though. Okay, does have the Burrow charge out, and Nintori caps the camp, and Wraith walks away to safety. Gonna be a half HP Immortal pushing on into the top lane. This fort will go down with, you know, just a couple of auto attacks, and they're going to start pushing into the walls here. Heavy Impact has been on the back foot for the vast majority of this game. They have to find a good wombo. Mason Blaze was looking for that in the last fight. It was a potential Great Say Wild Listen, but an even better identification by Caesar Salad, getting the interrupt on that and getting punished afterwards.
Commandeer Odin has come down. Belf is pushing through top lane with the members of Dadsu Game, and this front wall should go down. The question that I'm looking and I'm thinking about here is how aggressive does Dadsu Game play this? And they're going to step in towards this keep range, still poking into the structures themselves. Nantori has a Wraith Walk, Entomb going out into Tremor. There's going to be the silence out from the Decker Kane. Tremor trying to get out of here, pops the Apocalypse with 200 and something health, maybe finding a counter setup. There is a web wrap onto the Sylvanas on the top of our screen. Roger just going to get hit with the combo. Oh my god, Dadsu Game find a kill into Sylvanas.
Wow, that was an amazing stay on listen for Mason Blaze to keep Diablo alive, but Sylvanas, after that cocoon, was not able to say the same. Did fall over, and so did the keep right now. Dadsu Game very much have this game going their way, and it's going to be hard for Heavy Impact to bring it back. Dadsu Game are on pace to hit 16s, and Heavy Impact will likely not, but before the next Immortal phase does spawn, unless they find some picks. Dadsu Game have to be very conscious of how Heavy Impact can get back into this game. Not only do you have to be thinking about your own win condition, but also the win condition of the enemy team, of course. And with that in mind, they know where most of Heavy Impact are on the map, besides for that Diablo now. But they're just walking together, not splitting up at all, besides Leoric, of course, who is very safe.
Liking the way that Heavy Impact, the Dadsu Game are playing into Heavy Impact here. Cineris is going to throw out a little bit of damage, and Tomb comes out, does catch the Deathwing, forcing the Cataclysm and 3 of those protection shields. The reason you saw that protected is from the Draconic Might at level 1, but wow, that Deathwing got shredded, and this is the members of Dadsu Game looking to press in further through this bottom lane with the Commandeer Odin. Deathwing has to take flight into the sky, so you'll see that health bar slowly creeping up. This should be the bottom lane fort for the side of Dadsu Game if they stay here.
It very well could be if they press the issue, but they're recognizing, okay, we got out some ultimates on the side of Heavy Impact. There's going to be forced to have to deal with the top lane as well, so it's going to be a free half point at least for the race of the Immortals. See Ursela doing a great job of anchoring, watching Heavy Impact actually do step up, but just going to be safe, say, all right, we got the half. I can back up to the rest of my team, and we go again, because notably, Heavy Impact is not level 16 yet. Talent advantage is still very much so in Dadsu Game, so they can force a fight on their terms if they want.
Entomb will come out, and that's going to be exactly what you just said, Khroen. Apocalypse to match. The Stay a While and Listen comes out from Mason Blaze. Tremor so very low. Diablo stays alive, and Leoric does get picked off. A web wrap onto Roger. Won't find any other kill, and that was a big turnaround from Heavy Impact to save Tremor and take the trade into that Leoric.
Once again, Mason Blaze, amazing Stay a While and Listen to make sure Tremor survives. Enough damage was poured onto Nantori, but of course, being a Leoric will be available and alive here soon. Heavy Impact has not only bought a lot of time, but bought that kill XP as well to get them closer to 16. A lot of ultimates right now are down. Just basically a Dragon Strike available for Heavy Impact, but you're not really going to be able to just raw shoot that one and have it hit a lot of people unless there's the follow-up CC with the Apocalypse, or the initial CC, with the Apocalypse. Skog now doing a great job at poking the Immortal with Li Ming combos over that wall, and then Entomb comes out onto Tremor.
Dragon Strike as well, shredding a lot of members of Dadsu Game. Pirate Run popping that Commandeer Odin. Going to be having the Molten Flame out from Xenaris to zone back the enemy team. Has that conflagration on the Deathwing for that extra damage at level 16. Infrared gets chunked to a little bit of health. And this is looking like the side of Dadsu Game are going to be grabbing this Immortal. Khroen. It's potentially the end of the game. Do you want to jump into some Dadsu Game comms? Oh, wait. Yeah. Do you want to jump into the Dadsu Game comms? All right, let's see if we can get in there really, really quickly.
Just hold this here. Give it to him in 8 seconds. I really want this globe.
We grab it.
We're definitely looking to end. I'm gonna cap this now.
Yeah.
They have vision on me.
I look up to
anything on Diablo he dies. Anything.
The keep's almost hit too.
Yeah. Could just focus.
Sylv is really far up.
I'm Sapphire. Yeah, I want to wait for
Sapphire.
Easy for me to move up.
Sapphire 25.
Diablo.
I'm putting them on Sylv.
Diablo. He's getting sucked off here as well.
Yeah, I'm on Diablo. Just play back.
Everything Diablo.
Care, Ming needs help.
I'm fine.
I have big kill.
Yeah.
Still Diablo. He can die, I think.
I can't reach.
I'm up sleep.
Walk the core in Halo.
Yeah,
Got 10 seconds. Care for the AirPod combo against the wall.
He has
I'm
knife.
just hit core,
Dodge
we
dragon,
win.
dodge dragon, dodge dragon.
Yo, diab.
Kill that Diablo.
Yeah,
kill that
he's
Diablo.
running it.
Hit
Hit
core.
core, hit core.
I
Force
didn't
him.
core there.
Midi
Nice!
cane,
KDA! Yeah. Go! Take out
Alright.
the points.
Gee.
I'm in the core.
There you have. That is going to be the members of Dads Who Game take game number 1 in our first best of 3 of the day. What, like, honestly, Khroen, it was really, really good back and forth, but constantly in those engagements, the members of Dads Who Game were finding burst and shred into the side of Heavy Impact. And Heavy Impact, while they did have a couple kills themselves, really seemed to, I wouldn't say struggle, but just find their footing in some of these team fights.
Definitely. It was very hard for once the Diablo was engaged upon from the side of Dads Who Game, even with the Diablo counter engage, this wasn't the damage there, right? We saw a great counter engage from Tremor in that last team fight onto Li Ming, but there just was zero follow-up. Neither Hanzo nor Sylvanas was able to get their Deathwing neither. It was like a Deckard King, slapping the Li Ming just a tad bit, but it wasn't enough. Very well played from Dads Who Game, and I'm very impressed by their communication there. They were talking about literally like every single thing they needed to in a very clear, concise way. Like, what are we looking for on this push? Can we still get this kill? No, we can't. Okay, let's refocus back to core. What's the enemy win condition? Careful of like the Diablo combo, right? Like they notified themselves of everything that could go wrong while still continuing to do what they needed to do to win the game there. So impressive stuff overall from Dads Who Game, and with that, they do take 1-0 advantage. So you're right here, Baha.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. No, I mean, realistically, it's just it looked like there was a lot more synergy with the quote unquote wombo. The big thing here, honestly, it wasn't even really a wombo per se. It was just Leorix and Tombs. Leoric entombed someone, all the damage went into there. And that worked out so well. The other thing too, I want to jump back to those comms as you were kind of mentioning as well. I loved hearing other party members, I believe it was Pirate Realm, was talking about the Li Ming Skoog and saying, Li Ming's health because she was getting chunked. And it's just like that level of awareness is really, really good for a team because you're not just honed in on what you're doing, what you're able to do, what your job is. It's a team effort. And it's like, all right, I'm watching my teammates. I'm moving with them. Li Ming's getting bursted. I'm going to shift back with her as well. So that way she doesn't shift away and we end up peeling our own team ourselves. I love those comms. I'm glad we got to jump in at the end of that map to hear just how they were playing that. And we'll have to try and do the exact same thing here going into our next map. But man, that was a great way to kick off our day, Khroen. And that was a really, really good Battlefield of Eternity map. And we'll find out what our next map is in just a little bit. And we can just continue talking about that Battlefield map. On the side of Heavy Impact, do you think that, like, with the draft they had, do you think different heroics, different playstyles, is there anything you would have tried differently if maybe you were playing on the side of Heavy Impact?
Heavy Impact just has to have position over the Immortal faster and force Dads Who Game to they have to force Dads Who Game to be over aggressive and put themselves in bad situations. But as we saw from the initial first Immortal phase, Dads Who Game just got the advantage there, even though they have like the worst race in their team. They were there first, so that's just time secured already, which is why the momentum started going in the way of Dads Who Game. Just in general. So cleaner, I suppose, rotations faster on those. If you have to dedicate some spells to clear the wave aggressively, do so you can rotate after that.
Oh, there you go. Well, let's go ahead and see what map we're going to go to next. Maybe we will have those quicker rotations as we are going to be heading into Infernal Shrines. This will be the map choice of Dads Who Game, meaning the losing side of Heavy Impact has chosen for first pick priority. I don't disagree with that. I mean, I think maybe you go more into, for the side of Heavy Impact, you go, all right, let's draft what we want, give the enemy team a map, whatever, we can play anywhere, but we want a specific draft. Or the side of Heavy Impact, they're looking to have the draft advantage in the map they're going into, which, as we said, it's Infernal Shrines. We talked about map diversity from yesterday to today. It still is the favoritism of the Diablo-based maps, but I personally, competitively, I love these two. I think they're super well balanced. There's a lot of different unique ways to play these maps. It's not like, all right, you're going to Battlefield, you got to play this way, or you're going to Infernal Shrines, you got to play a 4-1 sort of deal, and you have to have good rotations and clear. You can go into Vikings and stuff, and then literally just have a core 4 that's just hunting the enemy team. There's definitely different play styles going into this Infernal Shrines game. And kind of the same thing that I've been posing to you yesterday, just to kind of peek into your brain a little bit, Khroen. if you're the first pick team going into Infernal Shrines, is there a draft that you maybe look for if you're on the losing side of a best of 3? Do you go more control, like Ragnaros, Stukov, you play it a little bit slower, or do you go aggressive and you go into like a Nubrak, Greymane, and you dive into the enemy team head first?
You very much can go for both styles. It kind of just depends on what your team is more comfortable with. I would say from the side of Heavy Impact, they're going to be going aggressive, obviously liking that Diablo pick, and that's what Diablo does. Like he goes in, he finds picks, he gets those wall stuns and flips, and your team's gonna be there to follow up. So I think that direction is what they're going to be looking for here in this game. Infernal Shrines, of course, being the second map that we're on right now, and like you said, not much map diversity, but I'm not upset to see Infernal Shrines and BOE over and over again. Like, they're good maps. If it was like, at least for me, I don't know about you, but if it was like Garden and Sky Temple over and over again, I'd be like, oh gosh, like get me out. But
you know what? You know what's it's weird? It's like I have this weird, not love-hate, but love kind of about Dragonshire. And I think it's mostly from, I think, the caster perspective, because like I want to watch solo lane, because solo lane is kind of on an island, and you get that there's a lot of really, really cool little plays, and then there's the rotations and ganks. And then there's also just there's a lot happening on the map, and I feel like we have a lot of lulls on that map, but it is still like tried and true. There's a lot of really core good drafts there. And so it's I don't know, it's weird. Like Dragonshire is that one map, but I agree with you. If it was a bunch of Sky Temple games, I don't know if I want to watch those all day. But either way, we are here on Infernal Shrines in our second map in our first best of 3 of the day, with the Uther ban from the side of Heavy Impact and the Sonya ban from the side of Dadsu Game. So very reminiscent of our last draft. We had basically a Lucio and a Hogger to be banned out next, if it's going to be repeated the same.
Yeah, and I mean, I expect it to perhaps be the same. Obviously, it could not. We could see priority on the Diva ban maybe on this map as well. Diva, fantastic solo laner and really good at securing Shrine. Anna ban actually coming through from the side of Heavy Impact instead. I wonder what, I mean, Heavy is a fantastic on a player. Maybe it's just a target ban. Maybe they know what Dadsu Game, like a specific draft they like on this map, but yeah,
Pirate
Heavy is fun.
Pirate, in my opinion, and this is caster bias and like everything, but literally I've watched a lot of Pirate Realm. It's a really, really good Mephisto. So this is an amazing map for Mephisto. So I wonder if there's the consideration of nano boosted Mephisto or nano boosted like Chromie or something like that. Yeah. It just I think it's just the members of Heavy Impact kind of reading and expecting maybe that kind of amplification coming out from the side of Dadsu Game. So that's gonna be the ban out. Lucio is still up and available. Brightwing's still up and available, but it will be a snap onto May. And when you want control, when you have everyone grouped up 5v5 consistently around the shrines, or 4v4 around the shrines, May has a lot of really good setup. Ice Wall plus Blizzard, and your mage can follow up. Your Hanzo can really dump in damage. We'll have to see what rounds out the draft further along for Heavy Impact, but the first 2 picks for the side of Dadsu Game will be coming through momentarily.
It's very interesting that Heavy Impact not only prioritizes something other than Diablo, but the fact that it's first pick here, or first picked as well. I think that goes to speak to Heavy Impact saying, we need to change something up, because that Diablo got really bullied that last game, exploited. And I think it's good to know that if you can't change the draft to more complement Diablo, just change the Diablo part of it into something else. Good adaptation there. And now Cassia Diva coming out from Dadsu Game. Of course, the Diva prioritization, given the fact that it is Infernal Shrines. Cassia, not a bad pick there by any means. A bit maybe preemptive. Usually you like to pick Cassia when her blind will be able to have a lot of impact, or her Valkyrie will have impact against these non-mobile backliners. Lucio is probably not going to be getting hit by those like we saw, Malfurion did yesterday a few times.
Oh man, you started saying Valkyrie and you started that sentence, and my brain started picturing Malfurions being pulled everywhere, and I'm like, okay, yeah, that one lives freely in my brain. Leorc, though, will be banned out into the Diva, but also Leorc is really strong in top to mid rotations to double soak if necessary. Shrine clear is really good. The Entomb is a great setup and play off of what's already being built from the side of Heavy Impact, so I agree the direction Dadsu Game have been banning out. On the side of Heavy Impact, I would consider banning out Brightwing. Heavy Impact has the Lucio. Brightwing is just so strong. Phase Shift is massive. Polymorph is a great way to allow Cassia and Diva to really blow someone up, and that's a really nice ban. So it also means that we're kind of I'm trying to think of like what's our top tier healers that are left. We have Deckard Cain still, which with a Diva Mecha Explosion would be really good.
We have like Deckard Cain, we have Malfurion. I think we saw one like white main yesterday, not really top tier, but still is very well playable in this meta. I'll have to see what comes through. Stukov is the other one in heavy, being a very good Stukov player. I think that makes a lot of sense. Johanna as well, just a safe tank option. I was thinking of the ban for heavy impact could be either Brightwing or a tank, but I think Brightwing, I do agree with you, was the better option there to ban out. But it does give Dadsu game a pretty well-rounded draft right now. They have wave clear, they have damage, they have a really good solo laner. Just see how it all comes together here with the last half of this draft. Heavy impact once again going for the Deathwing and a Malthael as well. All right, this is kind of interesting. I'm kind of liking what we see here. And the Mephisto, Baha, you called it.
I'm happy to see it though, and I was sitting here, I was like, ooh, what's gonna be your percent-based damage to deal with Deathwing? And it's not like you have to, but it is one of those things to consider. And if I'm not mistaken, Mephisto with a lightning build has the percent-based damage at 16, I think. I'm trying to remember. It's either I'm like 99%. Yeah, it's 13 or 16. I'm just trying to remember, but either way, going into this, I really kind of struggle. I want to side with the side of Dadsu game because I do like their draft, but I don't know if they have enough to deal with the side of heavy impact. But I'll go with my gut, and I'm going to go with Dadsu game realistically. You got to go with your gut here, Khroen. Any thoughts going into this Infernal Shrines map?
The drafts, I think, could go either way, but I do want to give the advantage to Dadsu game because of how they played last game and how they forced heavy impact to go so far off of their comfort, right? Even going so far as to first picking the Mei over going for another, Diablo-based draft. Of course, the side of heavy impact is going to be practice and things other than Diablo, but just forcing them off of their comfort so quickly, I think is very, very telling of where they're at here in this series.
I think you're very right with that. Let's go ahead and get into this. On the left-hand side, we have the members of Heavy Impact trying to take us to a game number 3. Mason Blaze on the Lucio, Infrared on the Deathwing, Tremor playing Mei, Xanaris on the Malthael, and Roger on the Sylvanas.
And over on the right-hand side here, Dadsu game, we have Nintori on the Diva, Heavy on the Stukov, Skog on the Cassia, Caesar Salad on the Johanna, and Pirate Rum on the Mephisto.
Looking at the level 1s, we actually have not a lot of level 1s being picked up just yet. It's going to be Skull Missile build so far for Mephisto, which was something that Pirate had talked about. We did a little video where him and Kyle Ferguson sat down and talked about Mephisto post the changes of the most recent patch. And Heavy was saying, the Skull Missile build, especially with the extra Skull Missile at 40 stacks of unyielding power, it's just so strong, especially because you can get healing, you can amplify your spell power. We'll have to see what the build is going to be as the game progresses, if there's going to be any adaptations with that. Also to note too, the Deathwing went into Molten Blood. While Deathwing has 3 or more armor plates, he heals for 0.6% of maximum health per second. So it's a good way to kind of have self-sustain for Infrared, so long as they're keeping those the armor plates up.
Yeah. Definitely. And the side of Heavy Impact here is doing a great job being ahead in rotations. Malthael actually killed the full top wave, rotated to soak middle, so it allowed 3 members of Heavy Impact to start on the siege camp faster than that of Dadsu game. It is going to be just a bit even after everything's said and done, but still just good prioritization on the rotations there. Xanaris once again matching Nintori here. The offlaners are going from top to mid.
I don't know if this is just an Infrared thing, but literally I was watching the clock until they picked their level 1. 1 minute 20 seconds, 2 minutes in, is what they waited to take basically increased range on Wraith Strike. I was expecting it to be on a Pale Horse for double rotations because that's what they're kind of doing, but or even just oh god, I'm blanking on the other level 1, which allows you, it's activatable, which allows you to move through enemy heroes. Either way, let's continue on to this bottom lane camp where I thought there was an invade. Fear the Reaper, thank you.
Yeah,
I thought there was an invade happening, so I was like, oh, let's jump off that point, but no, it's just going to be a little bit of poke from the side of Dadsu game. The camp still grabbed by the side of Heavy Impact.
It kind of reminds me of like, I don't know if people remember Iacona from back in the day. Used to sit on that heroic for like literally until level like 13 until they picked it. It's just funny. You don't really need to, like, it's not going to lose that much value not picking a talent for a little while, but That's a little funny.
Mental
thing.
games.
Yeah, mental games, of course. That means teams will be like, when are they gonna pick it? And they just keep pressing tab, and maybe you get caught when you're pressing tab for something. It's the small things. They really can't add up.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We do have our first shrine activating here in the middle of the map. We'll be Frozen Punisher, and just gonna have both of these Shaman camps grabbed by Datsu Game and have the impact for the top lane. A little bit of pressure onto who is that in bottom lane being chased by the Joanna? Is that May? Actually, yeah. Okay, so she's gonna be fine right now. I just saw the Cassie on top of them as well. It's like, do we find first blood? No, not just yet. Maybe through the shrine that did just activate.
Yeah, people are both teams are posturing very aggressively. Heavy impact already here as 5. You can't say the same for Datsu Game. The Cassia is still soaking the bottom lane. They want the level 7 advantage, or at least to get it, at the same time. So Heavy impact having a slight skull defender lead, but an engage happening here potentially.
Blizzard goes out, Pirate Rum a little split, but Caesar Salad rotates in to make sure that the peel does not happen into Pirate Rum. Nintori and Skoog still poking out and getting skeletal defenders. It's fairly even, a couple plus or minus here and there for both these sides, as Xenaris is taking a bit of damage, lurking out from Heavy, who does get hit by that Blizzard. Unfortunately, no follow-up damage as Tremor's a little too far forward, and Joanna's anchoring into the enemy team's face. This is going to be a neck-and-neck first Punisher as Diva drops the Mecha Explosion, trying to zone back the enemy team, and confirms the first Punisher. I said it was neck-and-neck, but Nintori said, no, Bahamut, we've got this.
Yeah, the bomb came up just in time there with the Diva Mech Explosion. And now 4 members of Datsu Game pushing into this middle lane. They're not going to get any kills off the back of the Punisher jump. Really probably just going to get the wall and rotate out. I suppose they could stay here if they wanted to. There is a 4v3 situation plus the Punisher happening. But Cassia is going to rotate, or stay in the bottom lane, excuse me. And 4 members are looking for a bit of aggression. Deathwing is forced to rotate to deal with this. The fort drops to half. The well is taken out. So a good start to the game here once again from Datsu Game. They are on top of the objectives, it seems. And you got to wonder, if you're Heavy Impact, how can you put these objectives in your favor? Because you probably can't win a game if you're losing every single objective.
And I wonder, is it trying to maybe split Caesar Salad? Let's say Heavy Impact tries to dive Pirate, but it's actually a feign to go into Heavy, and Caesar Salad's helping out Pirate on this Mephisto, and then now you have an exposed Stukov or maybe even Cassia. Maybe that's the direction you go into. Feign that you're looking at for 1 kill, but go for another. Roger throws the Haunting Wave backwards, is able to get away, but Skoog drops that Sylvanas health down to 50%. Infrared still dumping out damage, getting that molten blood value at level 1, keeping themselves healthy with that increased regeneration. And it's looking like just going to go into rotations. Our next objective will be Mortar through the bottom lane, and 10 Talontiers right around the corner for both sides. Even experience. I think this is going to be, I would say it should be a neck-and-neck game, I would expect.
It definitely is for now, and it will continue to be as such, at least until we have our first kills coming through. First blood has not been secured yet for either side here. Perhaps a bit of an engage here as Infrared goes in with the Cataclysm, but looks like Datsu Game are just going to back off.
Pirate Realm getting some decent damage. Skoog steps onto the point, getting cooked by that Molten Flame. Infrared dropping fairly low, fairly quickly here, as well as the last little bit of damage comes out from Pirate Realm. The camp will be secured by Datsu Game, and 10 Talontier will be grabbed as well. The immediate snap pick onto Durns of Hate, and the toss out from Pirate Realm trying to catch one of the enemy members with the slight advantage. Tremor dives in, has the avalanche onto this Cassia. Falling Sword from the Joanna trying to help out. The Wailing Arrow comes out from the Sylvanas to stop any sort of Iron Skin, but it's enough. Skoog is able to disengage. Heavy is also able to spread that healing pathogen around. I think this is Malthiel trying to find the last rites and is able to do so. Heavy getting low, needs to back off, and is able to get the help from Pirate. Healing pathogen goes through, and it's a 1-for-1, Khroen.
All right, saving Private Skoog, and that makes it look successful, but Johanna loses her life in the process. If they have saved Skoog and all gotten out, that would have been so impressive, but at the end of the day, Baha, it's going to be a 1-for-1, so still pretty even, honestly. The thing to note there is it is Avalanche instead of Ice Wall here for the May. Tremor opting for that one. I think it's going to, I don't know, I dare say lose value over, when we're going on the Shrine Point instead of Ice Wall, but I'll have to see if Tremor's able to make it work.
What makes me nervous about Avalanche always is you technically have to put yourself in a bad position to get value, and I was watching Tremor right there in that bottom lane corridor, and I was like, Tremor, You're going in real deep here, bud. I know you have a blizzard and you're trying to knock people back into it with the icing there, but... And then I saw the avalanche. I was like, okay, I see what your positioning is, but it's in the later game. I agree with you, Khroen. I think that could be a little disastrous. We'll have to see how it's played as our second Punisher, Mortar, is up and available through bottom lane. A lot of pressure coming in through top lane through Infrared and Mason Blaze, but it doesn't seem like that's too big of a concern of Dadsu Game.
Yeah, look at this again, Baha. Dadsu Game already prepped on the objective right away. Heavy Impact says, all right, we're not there. I guess we're going to push top. But even with them starting to push top here, they just got the wall down when Dadsu Game are already at, post 30 skeletal defenders. If they were going to go that route, they need to be up there a lot faster and start to clear that, or push that lane. They will get the fort, but now Dadsu Game, not only are they going to get the fort bottom lane for free, but they could continue to push into the bottom lane. Dadsu Game know that they are ahead right now in this rotation, and Tori doing a great job of scouting the rotation out. Now Skoog and the rest of Dadsu Game can take out this wall. Even the side wall they should take out as well so they can follow up the Punisher jump. They're doing that a bit slowly. Wall isn't quite dead yet, but Pirate Rum can still just skirt that and go over it in general.
I think based on the positioning, yeah, this is just looking like keep front gate, unless Tremor steps way too far forward for an avalanche, and I think there might have been that kind of communication. Tremor actually diving out, slowing Pirate Rum, lurking arm underneath this May, who's just constantly chasing. Mason Blaze is trying to push Nintori around. There's going to be Caesar Salad popping the Iron Skin. I'm just waiting every single second. I'm like, when's the avalanche? When's the avalanche? That will be Falling Sword Force, but it's not the longest cooldown. 50 seconds. We're already 10 seconds off of that. And then we could see the 20 talent tier upgrade, which even then you can just sit there and spam your heroic so long as I think you're on top of like 3 enemy heroes, you get the full cooldown.
Yeah, I actually love the willingness to use that Falling Sword by Caesar Salad preemptively, because if you didn't, you would have been Avalanche at the time where you're like, okay, I'm maybe dead, I need to use it. It may have been too late at that point, but recognizing our Unstoppable is down, Tremor has the Avalanche, and they're obviously aggressively looking for it, so just use an ultimate to escape into safety, and it's going to be back up in 10 seconds here. Heavy Impact does actually have a little bit of an experience lead. While Dadsu Game got a lot of good push, it's because they were stacked as 5, not soaking the majority of the map. And now maybe a bit of an engage here as Tremor goes in.
Skoog gonna be the target. Durance of Hate goes out. The Avalanche kind of saving the Cassia for now. Bellowing Roar comes out, and maybe I spoke too soon. Skoog trying to avoid all this damage, pops the Lightning Ball, is able to use their Blinding Light as well. Lacerates goes out onto Heavy, doesn't find the kill, but Cassia goes down, so they're gonna trade out. 1 for 1. Caesar Salad just gonna pull some enemy members in with the Condemn. Meanwhile, Nintori is up in top lane. I just realized this is a 4v5 that actually went even, and Nintori found value through top. I think this is still, like, we talk about this a lot in this game here, Khroen. I feel like we kind of end the conversation of, but Dadsu Game still have the advantage.
Yeah, they do, especially in that fight. They've evened up, or nearly evened up, the XP deficit that they had. Now they're even going as far as to aggressively clear the mid lane here. They are all grouped up. Tremor's saying, hey, I want to avalanche you guys, but it's not up yet. And still 40 more seconds for that to be available. The game is pretty low kill. Only 4 kills, of course. 1-for-1s happened both times. This game is going to go pretty long, I think, here, Baha. Level 16 talent tiers are going to be achieved for both teams when this next objective phase in the top lane does spawn.
I also want to just kind of like remind everyone of the weight and the value of this game. If the members of Dadsu Game win this map, that means that Heavy Impact, they're out of the free agent tournament. It's not, they can't drop to a lower bracket, and Dadsu Game will go onward to that best of 5 at the end of our day. So this is do or die sort of deal. And on that note, do you want to jump into the comms of Heavy Impact, see how they're going to handle this next shrine?
I definitely do, Baha. Let's go for it.
Yeah. If we can survive the first engage in top, we should win. Eva's bomb. I wanna snowball it out. I think.
I'll just drop immediately.
Yeah.
If it's in a bad position, I'll just...
Yeah, just make sure to space away from me so I can keep leaving.
They're flanking around. Cassia's on me.
Alright.
They're getting wave pro. Just hit Nintori's thing.
Yeah,
I'll clear wave. I'll clear wave.
You hit Caesar.
We have a shrine advantage. Fine. I feel him now.
I still have ult.
I wanna
I'm free tapping.
Ghost just jumping onto me.
5 seconds.
Don't. Oh.
I'm rooted. I need help. I need fence.
I can't. I have to help Dean.
I fear. I don't know.
No, okay, we can't fight. Oh, Sko, maybe you
You guys.
No,
you guys.
out.
Nope.
Okay.
Going back to Soka for now.
Go Soktine, yeah. I think we
Not
want
bad.
Took too much damage.
Infrared on point and Zine playing front line. Because you're not going to do anything to their team.
Back out of the comms. You could even like the Malthael. I was even just like clenching my teeth right there. Whoo, some 70 health, but the comms, there's good, clear communication in the sense of what they want to do, but when the team fight happens, Heavy Impact seems to not fall apart, but everyone kind of wants to do their role sort of deal. It felt in that. And there's just so much, like clearing the wave, we have objective priority, and then now I'm getting dove, and now we have to dive this, and I have bellowing roar, and it seemed a little too much all over the place. The side of Heavy Impact wanted to do too much during that objective rather than going for one singular target or one sort of goal.
They're just scared, it seems like they're Baha. They're like, okay, I have this, but they're not saying, okay, I'm going to look for this, I'm going to do this, or anything like that. Half of the communication is there, but not the second half, so they're forced to defend against this Punisher as goes onto the keep. Skog actually dropping very, very low. A Diva mech to force the rest of the Impact off. This keep will be felled, but will they look for more afterwards? Probably not.
Tremor taking a lot of damage. The Durance of Hate's up and available. Ball Lightning does go out. Tremor gonna get hit with the Falling Sword. Push off from Lucio for the cleanse. Keep is down. Cataclysm from the Deathwing. Bellowing Roar, I think. Bellowing Roar's off cooldown as well. Could go for the pop onto that as Infrared gets chunked immediately. Xanaris so low on this Malthael, trying to find a last rites, but no one on the side of Dadsu Gamer low enough. Tremor continuing to chase in. Blizzard goes out into Caesar Salad. No Falling Sword for 26 seconds. The Ball Lightning goes out. The Micro Missiles find the setup for the kill. Wailing Arrow's gonna be massive. Last rites goes out, and a double kill goes over to the side of Heavy Impact. Diva loses her mech. Heavy's forced to use the flailing swipe, but look at Heavy's health getting chunked right now. Heavy is gonna go down as well. Nintori falls as well. Yeah,
one more auto, don't even need it. That charge is going to come forward from Tremor, and now with 30 plus seconds on 4 members of Dadsu Game, Heavy Impact can take this to the keep. Probably cannot go for core. There is no Lucio, so no healing is going to be available. They're going to be satisfied with taking a keep and, getting closer to level 20s. Maybe finally Heavy Impact can start to be in the lead here, and with that, be confident enough to go for some aggressive plays. We know from listening into their comms, they seem very scared. They're like, okay, I can do this, but they didn't really go for it. Now with a confirmed and solidified advantage, they would definitely be more willing to go for some plays like that.
The other thing to note too is this is the best lane for the side of Heavy Impact to push in and gain this advantage. They, Heavy Impact, still have their fort, which means there's no Pyrrhic catapult pressure to match the consistent catapult pressure of themselves. And as our observer just noted as well, there's going to be the next shrine through mid lane will be Mortar Punisher. If the side of Heavy Impact takes this Punisher, it walks to core, and this could be our first best of 3 that goes to a game 3, Khroen.
I think it's looking likely right now, but we'll have to see if Dadsu Game can hang in there. They're looking for some plays right now, 3 of them being in this mid lane bush. Nintori and Caesar Salad, the safe tanks, are the only ones that are going to be, out on the map, I suppose. Nintori couldn't quite secure this fort in the mid lane. It is at 193 health.
Oh.
Unfortunate there, but not the end of the world. Still 1 fort available for both teams right now. Dadsu Game is in the bottom side. Not really going to be too much of an impact, though, seeing as the Shrine phase will be in the middle lane right now.
Announcement did come out for that shrine, as you were just noting. The members of Heavy Impact grabbing the camp for bottom lane to have some offset pressure of their own to match those catapults and buy a little bit of time. The side of Dadsu Game already have consistent catapult pressure through top lane, and the Shaman camp coming through. Honest to God, Khroen, it's anyone's game.
Yeah.
One big team fight, either way. You don't need Punisher. You can go end the game on either side. Death timers are high. There's a win condition through top on the side of Dadsu Game, and there's a win condition through mid on the side of Heavy Impact. 20 Talonteers are here. Let's see what we're gonna get. It is gonna be that Heaven's Fury for the Joanna, so look for them to get constant value out from that. It will also be the mimic value for this Mephisto, so a lot of kind of a skull missile shenanigans you can throw out and get a little bit of value from that synergistic, I believe, 16 talent tier from the explosion, but Ball Lightning comes out. That's going to be a condemn from the Joanna. So much damage. Malthael is going to go down, but buys back. They have that. No one can stop death. If Malthael dies, though, within the next 3 minutes, that's like an 80-second death timer. Cataclysm in from Infrared, looking for a Bellowing Roar. Heaven's Fury out from Caesar Salad. Infrared. Oh my god, the Snowball is going to be able to force the mech away, and oh my god. Pirates should go down to the damage over time from the conflagration. So 1 for 2, actually, but it technically is I can't believe this. It's going to be none for 3, realistically, because Malthael bought back in is already here. Deathwing managed to stay alive. This is absolute insanity.
Caesar Salad maybe going to be the next one to fall. Does have a falling sword, trying to get the objective with it. It will go over to the side of Dadsu Game, but if they lose their lives for it, it is not worth it. Heavy Impact can just march towards the core, and they will do just that here, Baha. There are 5 members alive. Diva trying to push the enemy core, but you only have 2 catapults with you. I don't think you win this race here, Nintori.
We'll have to see if it's even possible. I would press X in doubt. The Punisher's not even really there just yet. This core on the right-hand side is falling, losing its shields a lot faster. And this is Diva also already losing her mech on the left-hand side to the Nexus Forces. So the core race will go off, but that doesn't matter. It is looking like we're heading into our first game, number 3. The members of Heavy Impact equalizing and making it a little bit more difficult for Dadsu Game to move on to that grand finals bracket. GG, well played.
Very well played, Baha. We're going into a game 3. That's hype. The first time we can say that on this broadcast. The first time in first series today as well. And that game was very, very close. It was very back and forth. Dadsu Game more dominant throughout pretty much the whole entire game, and even seemed like they were going to get the advantage in that final team fight. But of course, Malthael, level 20, and you're just going to be able to revive with no one can stop death, and no one could stop the rest of Heavy Impact after that as well. Xenaris was able to clear out. There was a Shaman camp and 3 catapults pushing the top lane. After Malthael respawned, not only did he come back to the team fight to win, but he stopped to clear the catapults first. There was just no core pressure after that point. If that didn't happen, maybe a Nintori Diva, core race could have been a lot closer and actually gone their way. But just beautifully played. The Avalanche as well from Tremor, actually MVP. That Avalanche with the Deathwing, just roasting everyone up, actually secured the kill on Mephisto, got Nintori down to like 1 HP there. It was super, super close, but some very, very great team fighting there off the side of Heavy Impact. Impressive comeback, I think, from them.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and give Heavy Impact a little bit of time to kind of catch their breath as they turn things around in this first best of 3 of the day. So we'll be back in a few moments with more HeroesCCL Free Agent Tournament. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to HeroesCCL Free Agent Tournament. I'm still Bahamut, still joined by Khroen. My friend, did you expect that last game to go the way it did? Because it was a little chaotic, I'd say.
Yeah, it was a little chaotic. I didn't quite expect the result there, especially seeing just how much in the driver's seat Datsu Game found themselves in, and kind of how much Heavy Impact just allowed them to be there without really contesting it. But finally, found their footing off the back of a couple of good team fights, and just kind of ran with it from there. Now that Heavy Impact had the momentum in their favor, I really am curious to see how they play this next game, and if just the overall pacing of it is different, with them perhaps being more confident with their engages, and if they can dictate rotations, because we'll look at what the map is here in a moment.
Yeah, we can actually jump into our map and discuss a little bit more and see what our rotations could look like, as it will be the map choice of Heavy Impact, taking us to Tomb of the Spider Queen, meaning the side of Datsu Game opted for first pick priority going into this game number 3. As I mentioned beforehand, this is the deciding game to go into that best of 5 grand finals later today. If one of these teams loses here, that's it. That's your run. There's no lower bracket. There's no secondary run through. That's just it. So everything is on the line for both of these sides, and we will get into our Tomb of the Spider Queen game here in just a moment. As you said, though, Khroen, it's a map very heavily based off of rotations, not only just between top and mid, but gank rotations into the solo lane, or even into that bottom lane to grab siege giants. I feel like we should be seeing not completely different drafts, but there should be some uniqueness here going into Tomb of Spider Queen. Wave clear should be a mass priority for both sides.
Definitely. Speaking of wave clear, we saw our first Junkrat of the tournament yesterday on Tomb of the Spider Queen. We could see a similar thing here. Junkrat Johanna, obviously fantastic for those rotations. I don't believe the Junkrat draft won yesterday because, maybe the Junkrat Tracer wasn't enough damage together. But still, the pick itself is going to be great. Another Lucio ban here coming out. Datsu Game not wanting to give that over to the side of Heavy Impact. And I don't dislike that at all. Definitely other ban priorities can be, Hogger, Chromie, again, Uther. Uther has been banned a lot during this series, but Sonya as well. There's so many good, first rotation bans here, Baha. It makes me think there's, actually so many ways to approach drafts here. What you want to leave up, what you want to first pick, what you're worried about giving in the 1-2 over to enemy team. This can get really intricate here.
May will be banned out. I'm sitting here, I'm wondering who tries to ban the Medivh. It's obviously not going to be the side of Datsu Game. They're going to be trying to force Heavy Impact into banning it themselves. I believe Datsu Game have a Medivh player. I think every team has a Medivh player realistically at this point. You kind of have to. It feels like it's just one of those heroes that are just so insane. But what is this first pick for the side of Datsu Game? They're the ones who opted for this, so they must have something in mind as a priority to kick things off in this Tomb of the Spider Queen game.
I want to say I would like to see a Chromie here in this pick, I think, and just a very well-rounded mage. Hogger is up though, so it is going to go the way of Hogger. Obviously, a fantastic solo laner, can get the bottom siege camp very fast. If someone else rotates to cover that bottom lane, can get the bruisers extremely quickly as well. So just a great solid pick. I don't mind that being the pick here as well. Heavy Impact now have the opportunity to get 2 picks right now, and will it now be the Chromie or either team going to be prioritizing this pick? I wonder.
She's so strong, and I feel like this is a great map for her as well.
There we go.
There you go. You nailed it. Yeah. And then to grab a Leoric with that as well means that the members of Heavy Impact are like, all right, we're fine with grabbing this Leoric into Hogger, but we also have Entomb value to set up Chromie to really annihilate the enemy team. As a note, Hogger can just hog wild out of the Entomb, so Hogger doesn't really give a crap about the Entomb, but maybe a few other enemy member or friendly members might, as we see the upper portion of this draft kind of round out with these next 2 picks. It's going to be Hogger plus maybe Brightwing would be great for a phase shift, but it's actually Deckard and Nubrak, so stay well and listen to kind of shut down the enemy team, maybe set up some sort of burst onto that Chromie in the backline. Also, you have potions for rotations, and a Nubrak being able to spawn beetles consistently. I gotta say, Caesar Salad on the Nubrak in game 1 on Battlefield was really cool play. There was actually a lot of feign baiting, like a Nubrak walked into the enemy team and then burrow charged backwards, allowing the friendly side to then step in where the Nubrak kind of created some space. I saw that a couple times from Caesar Salad. We'll see if that's going to be the case here, as Sylvanas will be banned out, not wanting to deal with the amplified push pressure she can bring to the table.
Yeah, I think Sylvanas is a fine ban here. From looking at Dadsu's game composition, they of course, I think, need 2 damage dealers in their rotations. Not only that, but ones with wave clear as well, because they have very poor wave clear right now in the 4-man through just Anubarak and Deckard Cain. Neither of those heroes can really do that. But ban coming through. What do we ban away? It's going to be the Diablo away from Tremor. The Mei is banned as well, so we're going to see Tremor on a new tank here. Diablo, of course, played game 1. Mei played in game 2. We're saying, all right, Tremor, we're going to put your hero pool to the test. Can you bring out another one and play it well? We'll have to see what tank pick coming through here.
Also, I mean, just the Mei was really good. The Diablo is just there's nothing so far drafted on the side of Dadsu game to deal with that. And so there's a Joanna, which is great for the rotations. Bless Shield is a great way to continue to help amplify the Chromie setup or the Entomb setup, Cassia Ball Lightning inside of an Entomb. Very synergistic being built together here on the side of Heavy Impact. Last 2 picks for the side of Dadsu game. Need that wave clear, need that damage. What is it going to be? Hanzo actually wouldn't be a bad idea in my opinion. You can go Explosive Air at 4, which helps you out a little bit. Could look for just your standard tried and true mage, like through a Kael'thas or a Gul'dan. All right, Phoenix and Jaina. So the synergistic value of Purification Tickle and Jaina. Honest to God, Khroen, you know what? I gotta say this. I'm not the biggest fan of Phoenix's heroics. Both of them feel extremely lackluster to me. Sorry.
I agree with you, Baha. I think they do. Sometimes you get a salvo and it's like, oh my god, that shredded, but it's kind of rare for those to happen. It requires a very specific, setup or honestly, sometimes just like getting lucky or a very practiced person on the Phoenix. Brightwing is going to be the pick to round out the draft for Heavy Impact. Brightwing's not the best on Tomb because you can't utilize her global potential as good as some other larger maps, but still has the cleanse, of course, just has a lot of healing, has the CC potential as well. I do think I like the Jaina here for Dadsu game. Jaina not going to be a standard pick nowadays. So Chromie going to be, of course, the go-to mage, and just a lot of other DPSers, not mage focused, but you kind of need that at this point. Jaina has follow-up damage from the CC of Anubarak and Deckard Cain, and can, I guess, stop the bleeding when it comes to the early game push potential and rotation potential that Heavy Impact does have here.
Looking at both of these teams, the Phoenix makes me worry, but I will continue to go with my gut, and I'm going to say it's going to be the side of Dadsu game. I think the only thing that is kind of the concern, I would say, if I was on the side of Dadsu game, is that Soothing Mist, that giant AoE cleanse from Brightwing, because that could really just mitigate a lot of the Wombo setup that they're building on the side of Dadsu game. But we're over here, we're in Tomb. Both teams are up 1 in score, so let's go ahead and get into this. We have on the right-hand side the members of Dadsu game, Skoog on the Hogger, Pirate Rum on that Jaina, Caesar Salad playing Anubarak, Heavy Hooten on the Deckard Cain, and Nintori playing Phoenix.
And over on the left-hand side, we have Heavy Impact, Tremor on the Johanna, Mason Blaze on the Brightwing, Roger on the Cassia, Infrared on the Chromie, and Xenaris playing the Leoric.
Alrighty, we can go ahead and get on into our mid lane as I have broken my observer. There we go, I fixed it. Yeah, we're good. Okay. I also did hit camera lock, and don't ever do that. Anyways, so we're in here. We're in our mid lane. Ooh. Journeyman Cooking. I rarely see this, and I don't know if it's really that valuable. You are building your health. You do heal for 8% of your maximum health off of the dynamite. I'm not sure. We'll have to see if it gets value into the later half of the game. It's just not the priority often that I see for some of these Hogger players. Also to note, this is Skoog on the Hogger, potentially playing solo lane, unless Nintori's going to play solo lane Phoenix?
Yeah, solo lane Phoenix I think is actually fantastic as a counter to the Leoric. It was a tech kind of back in the day, Phoenix being an off laner in very specific matchups. And Hogger in the 4-man does provide, I guess, a little bit of extra wave clear. Not more than the Phoenix per se, but they just want to have that winning matchup in the bottom there. Nintori is going to be able to blink out of that drain every single time it comes out and take winning trades onto Xenaris. So I'm loving that adaptation right here. Some very smart drafting here from the side of Dadsu game.
I also love that Nintori and Xenaris are neither clearing the lane. Big rotation coming out from the side of, oh my god, of Heavy Impact, and the blink is not gonna connect. First blood goes over to the side of our blue team.
A fantastic call from Xenaris to say, hey, the Phoenix blink is down for a couple of seconds. If you can make a rotation happen, this could be a kill. if the blink was up from Notori instantly, would have gotten out safe, but it just came up right at the last second when he tried to pour it out, but enough damage came through there. So a good counter pick, but an even better, you know, way to play against it, knowing the limitations of what Phoenix is able to bring to the table. I'm loving what we're seeing. This is such an evenly matched, you know, composition or just teams here, matchup, and we know that because obviously it's 1-1 in the series right now. Who's gonna take the game, Baha? Oh man, I'm stoked right now.
This is a really, like, I agree with you. This is so far for the free agent tournament, but this is the most back and forth we have seen a series thus far. At least on this channel, there were some games on Friday that were played off stream, so might have been a little more chaotic in those days. And I caught a few of them here and there. There was actually some really cool Vikings play that I saw in some of those other games. But we're here in the final day of this free agent tournament, seeing who can make it into that grand finals. And this match right here, this one, will determine. Does Heavy Impact go into that best of 5 at the end of the day, or is it going to be Dadsu game? 5 up on both sides, Polymorph on to Notori, shredding of the shield, but Roger has to get the Soothing Mist heal from, or excuse me, Soothing Mist cleanse from Mason Blaze. They'll be down for quite a bit here. The members of Dadsu game could look for another dive burst if they can actually find someone too far out in lane. Because I'm watching minimap and look at how far back, not far back, but playing by the front gates, everyone on the side of Heavy Impact is so far. It's just really, really cool.
Definitely. Ooh, all that shield getting blown up from Notori. Johanna clearing the top wave. It seems like for a little bit there, Dadsu game was doing a bit of a mid bot rotation there, just leaving Hogger to soak the rest. But now that the Bruiser camp is coming through here for Heavy Impact, they have to deal with that instead. Jaina Blizzard does that, and the rest, you know, obviously Hogger damage does that quite well. But a great engage there from Caesar Salad.
Such a good engage and follow-up from Skoog as well on this Hogger, but not enough damage to find a kill. Phase shift from Brightwing came in and mitigated pretty much the entire value of what we just saw. Oh, this is... I was just looking and I was like, is this going to be another dive rotation out from the side of Heavy Impact? No, not the case. All right, Skoog is going to be fine here on the Hogger.
Yeah, some good communication. Skoog was already backing up well before they personally even saw the rest of the members there from Heavy Impact. These teams are on top of their game when it comes to communication. We saw that, I think, in you know, maybe less so for Heavy Impact in the last game for a time, but they've seemingly cleaned it up since then. With that in mind, both teams are going to be on top of their communicating habits here. It's pretty even right now. 1 kill, of course, was got by Heavy Impact, but the XP is rather, you know, again, rather even. Turn-in potential almost here for both teams, of course. Dadsu game only need 10 more as opposed to the 17 more of Heavy Impact. And when can you find those windows to turn in? It's when you have the rotation advantage, when you are able to wave clear just a bit faster. They're going to be able to try to look for that advantage here with Dadsu game on the bottom side.
Hogger was able to sneak it through the top lane, if I'm not mistaken. I also want to note something really quickly I've been looking at through the talents. Level 7 for the Decker King, going to be Emerald. I love this pickup. We saw it yesterday, Ana versus Brightwing. Ana was waiting for when Brightwing would start to phase shift, throws the Biarc Grenade, mitigates it by 100%. Decker Cane Emerald is going to be a 75% reduction. So still some healing coming through, but I love the adaptation to kind of mitigate the value of Brightwing with her very, very telegraphed phase shift, or burst healing, I guess you could say. Either way, both teams nearing that heroic and first web weaver phase over to the side of Dadsu game. Seemingly, they're going to split themselves across the map, at least one hero in all lanes. Actually, it's going to be like a 2-1-2 with Decker King kind of floating. Good siege through bottom lane. Notori going to back off. Pirate Realm kind of waiting, maybe to put some burst into the enemy team.
Yeah, Pirate Realm is relatively safe with the heavy rotation there into the bottom lane. They're going to get the rest of this wall and not too much more. Going to be fine with that rotating out. I believe they got every single wall in the game here from Heavy Impact. Now, only 32 gems to their name. We'll probably have to give another turn in unless they can get 10s and find some picks or something along those lines. Dadsu game do have this Bruiser camp available right now on their side, so they can get a bit of an advantage with that.
I'm watching minimap to see what the setup is here around these objectives. Time stop onto a Nubrak, allowing Tremor to turn in, but it's not going to be enough time. 10 talent here, Shockwave for the Hogger, no Hortipult.
Wow,
okay. Locking someone. Ooh, no stay a while. Lornado. So maybe boss control is the consideration with the Lornado maybe? And then more Nados at 20, so you can just really just obstruct the enemy members from getting around you or even trying to back off. We'll have to see if that's going to be the case at level 20. 10's up on both sides. Another time stop onto the Joanna. The chronic conditions were grabbed, which means it's going to be, excuse me, not Joanna, the Hogger. It's going to be chronic conditions, which remove armor to enemy members and buff armor of the friendly side. There's going to be a mass soothing mist. Purification salvo comes out from Nintori, and no one goes down. Roger took a bit of damage, I think, maybe getting low. That's what I was talking about in the draft, honestly. It just didn't seem like that heroic right there did much beyond tickle the enemy team's health pools down by about 500.
I think that was definitely circumstantial there with that salvo.
Sure.
It came out once they already had lost Hogger. They didn't really want to commit to the fight. It was more so just, okay, you guys are done now. Please back off with the rest of our team. Don't kill us even more. And it did a fair amount of damage, but of course it was, inconsequential damage there. So now the side of Heavy Impact was able to back up, get their own bruisers, and go for perhaps a turn in here soon. Dadzu Game slowly accruing enough gems to turn in. Just need one more wave to do so. XPs are still even. Heavy Impact has slowly found themselves with that kill lead there. Now with 2, Jaina has now finally completed her quest, so they have that extra damage from Frostbite coming through at least. Ooh.
Valkyrie, I was watching it too. I was like, oh, no. The other thing to note too for Quest and Towns, Jaina does have her baseline. She needs a little less than 10,000 extra damage, so it might take a little bit longer for that ice block to come through. Nubrak getting shredded. Does pop the burrow charge, but you're going to go back to that same spot. Heavy has a potion just in time. This will be infrared time stopping for a second here, but has 130 something health. Skoog waiting with the Hog Wild, actually going to be right next to Mason Blaze. Purification salvo goes out, actually getting value into the Cassia, and this is a Webweaver phase. Just as 2 members go down, Tremor trying to step in for more of those gems. Caesar Salad maybe punishing it. Doesn't continue to dive onto Tremor underneath the fort. But really good counterplay out from the side of Dadsu Game into this Webweaver phase, denying much value from Heavy Impact.
Definitely. Now they are on the board with 2 kills. They're tied up on that front, but they're going to not only clear this Webweaver phase pretty much for free, but be on par for level 13 talents. Those are picked right now. A rotation can happen to the mid lane, I would think, to maybe punish some more gems. Heavy Impact did lose about 20 gems, maybe more, I didn't quite catch, but it was at least 20 in that last team fight. Gem advantage does now go to the side of Dadzu Game. Caesar Salad looking for a lot of good engages here. I mean, that fight didn't start out with the Nubrak, but definitely Nubrak follow up with the Cocoon as well. I believe it was onto Cassia. That's going to be the priority target there, seeing as the Cassia Fen can break a Cocoon very quickly. So Caesar Salad knows how to play this, but great bless shield out, actually blowing up Phoenix.
Web Wrap went on to the Chromie to kind of stall things out, but it wasn't enough. Lornado comes out from the Decker Kane. Time stop onto Chromie. The members of Dadzu Gamer trying to kill Tremor with those 42 gems, but cannot do so. Caesar Salad just going to back off Skoog with another staggering blow. Should be able to Hog Wild out of this if necessary. Going to be the turn-in, though, through Jaina, maybe in the upper portion of the map. I actually want to look really quickly who's got the vast majority. It's going to be a Nubrak who's really the big spender on this one, as Mason Blaze is looking for that turn-in as well. Joanna sneaking towards the top. Joanna's got like 40-some gems, and this is going to be stalled out long enough. Joanna should get the turn in. This will be another Webweaver phase going over to the side, or at least, no, it's 42 gems. Excuse me, I thought they already had a few turned in. With the Joanna turning in, this is just a dive out from the sides of Dadzu Game. Infrared blocked into the corner from the Hogger loot stash. Time stop onto Hogger and Chromie. She gets a little extra armor from that. Nice staggering blowout from Hogger, but a wonderful phase shift from Mason Blaze to buff out that health. And Nubrak with the Entomb. Bless Shield comes out. Purification Salvo will be there as well. Winter Elemental from Pirate Rum trying to find some damage into the enemy team. And this is a whole lot of brawling, Khroen, but it's just brawling. That's it. No one goes down. No objective turn in. Not yet, at least.
Yeah, the fight went on for so long with Chromie being in the middle of like 2 tanky heroes between the Nubrak and the Hogger. You can't kill them, but they also don't do enough damage to kill Infrared either. Great Brightwing port coming through, and now finally the turn-in comes through for Heavy Impact. Dadzu Game, I think, optimally should have been able to stall that out a bit longer, but were not able to do so. They also did not have anybody watching the top turn-in when Johanna was off the map. They should recognize that Johanna had a lot of gems and was looking for that turn-in there. but allowed her to get in her gems earlier and the rest to come through right now. So Heavy Impact has momentum back in their favor, chaining a second turn in. The first one was cleared rather easily because they'd lost some members, but now with all 5 alive, how are they going to approach this one here?
Hogger's clearing out top without much contest seems to be the priority of mid lane for Heavy Impact, and right now front gate goes down. Phoenix and Hogger clearing out top and bottom. You can see on the bottom right of your screen those web weavers being cleared out, the left side being top, middle being middle, and bottom being the right side. But a fight will break out here. Nubrek has to burrow charge away. Temporal Loop is there. Chromie's not able to find the burst damage. Cassia gets hit with a web wrap. Caesar Salad very low. Pirate Rum so very low as well. This seems like a fight that needs to be disengaged and reset by the side of Dadsu Game. The web weaver phase does end, and the structures really don't drop too low. Caesar Salad, you got to be careful there, my friend. I know you're a giant bug, but whew, making me nervous.
That was a great defense there from Dadsu Game. They priority cleared top and bottom, and the middle they didn't die as well. Now they're looking to actually re-aggress here onto Roger. Roger falls low.
Purification Salvo comes out. Lornado is going to be displacing a lot of enemy members. Tremor Solo goes down as well, and that is the clap that the members of Dadsu Game have been looking for into that Joanna consistently. She has gotten away 2 to 3 times, and it's going to be a snap call to go right to boss. And look at this, 98 gems in the pockets of Dadsu Game. 13 already turned in. We're looking at a boss plus web weaver through top.
That was a fantastic engage. It allows for so much after it. Sometimes teams will go for kills and they can't get anything from that. It's like, okay, we lost some soak but got some kills, so it goes 50-50. This time, no. They get kills, they do boss, they have turn-in. They're going to get so much of the map in their favor here, probably taking out at least 2 of the forts here. Maybe going to go for some of that top wall. It just depends on where they want to push. It looks like for now, Dadsu Game do want to clear out the Bruiser camp in the middle lane, which does give time for Heavy Impact to start clearing this boss, but of course this fort's going down, and the boss will continue to march down, but Dadsu Game looking for more.
Hog Wild into the enemy team, trying to get into that backline. Roger is going to be the main target. Temporal Loop onto Hogger, who gets the shockwave out. Roger goes down. The Web Weaver plus boss is now going to be shredding onto a keep front gate. This boss has still half its health. The Web Weaver just descended into the top lane. Keep in mind the Web Weaver slowly loses health naturally, so there is that factor for the side of Heavy Impact, but Dadsu Game, they've got the kill into Cassia. Look at the positioning of Caesar Salad and Pirate. This is looking like they want to go to core on the side of Dadsu Game. Can they actually end the game here? Can it be done in 14 minutes on Tomb of Spider Queen? We have to see. Good control so far from Tremor, who goes into the Hall of Storms just to mount instantaneously. Boss slapping on core, does remove the shield. The Web Weaver's here as well. Lior coming in with a Wraith Walk to reduce damage from that ominous Wraith at level 13. The core is falling rapidly, and the members of Dadsu Game turn things around and take the series 2-1. GG, well played.
GG, well played to Dadsu Game. I don't think Heavy Impact expected to lose the game there. Leoric was clearing in the off lanes for so long, and towards the end, Leoric comes back and says, "Oh, I guess my core is dying." But that was far too late of a rotation there. Heavy Impact seeming a bit shaky there, unfortunately, because they had some great moments in this series, but with that, are eliminated from this free agent tournament, and have to maybe try again next time. But either way, great play from Dadsu Game. They were in control for the vast majority of all 3 games, and I think their aggression, their experience, I think really shined here, especially led by Nintori, and the rest of the squad, obviously, doing an amazing job as well.
I do want to give credit, though, to the side of Heavy Impact. They played an amazing best-of-3 series. Yeah. Really, really good, tank playing coming out from Joanna, Mason Blaze. I think the vast majority, Roger played 2 games of Sylvanas, but quite a few players jumped onto different characters here and there. Infrared was on a Hanzo, a Deathwing, now a Chromie. Tremor playing the Diablo, May, and a Joanna. Xenaris was able to play a Deathwing as well, and a Leoric. So just cool rotations of heroes and even kind of roles here and there from the side of Heavy Impact, who we do say goodbye to in our free agent tournament. And that means, as Khroen said, Dadsu Game move on to that grand final best of 5 later today. We're all going to go take a quick break. We're going to get some more tea, and we'll be back with another best of 3. It's going to be Anti-Clan Association versus Clan Association. I'm totally looking forward to that one. We'll see you all in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere. This is the HeroesCCL free agent tournament. Welcome back to HeroesCCL Free Agent Tournament. We are in our final day, and we are getting into the final best of 3 to determine who's going to that best of 5 grand finals. My name's Bahamut, and I am joined by I'm just going to say Hanzo Master, realistically. Khroen, are you ready for another series, my friend?
You know, I am ready for another series, Baha, of course, but I'm not ready to juggle the harshness that's going to be casting anti-Clown Association versus Clown Association. We've gotten to that point here, Baha. We got to face our fears head on.
Yeah, we can go ahead and take a look at the bracket and see how everything's unfolded over the last 2 days here on the HeroesHearth stream. Yesterday, we had those 4 best of 3s that you can see were all 2-0s, which that determined our setup for today into these 2 best of 3s. We just watched Dadsu Game take a 2-1 over Heavy Impact. That was an amazing series. If you missed any of it, I highly recommend you check that out later today after the broadcast. But now we are getting into the fated game that I'm so excited to cast, Anti-Clown Association versus Clown Association. And realistically, though, like, when we look at these teams, Khroen, like, it is these are some meme names, and I'm sure that the players are sitting there giggling. They're like, haha, the casters, they have to deal with this. But at the end of the day, I will deal with these names so that way we can have players like this. Anti-Clown Association, My Pal Vince, Valimar, Jay, Got Filth, and Kelsier. All of these names have had standout plays yesterday. The biggest one of all, we have to recognize Got Filth on that Genji on Battlefield from yesterday. Jay had an amazing Samuro as well, but that Genji, Got Filth made Genji look so actually viable.
Definitely, and that's an impressive feat to do in this current meta where you never see Genji, but now looking over at the roster of Clown Association, of course, it's going to be Fancy Pants, Ibtings, CPX / aka Adrenaline, Maka, and Collusion. Another fantastic squad here, and I think you can actually say all 10 of these players going to this match have had standout moments. They have had points where they look so dominant. And I was trying to, keep a look at the members, especially on the side of Anti-Clown Association, because I was like, okay, I'm singing the praise of Godfilth so much, but every single other player in that roster, they played super well. So I'm excited to see what these two, I'll even go as far as to call them like titans of teams here in this tournament, how they actually will clash head to head.
I absolutely agree. These are some big names and some big teams who made, big plays yesterday as well. It's been so fun to watch this free agent tournament and see the development of these teams who have kind of been formed on their own. Let's go ahead and actually jump into our map picks and bans and find out where we're going to be heading into for game number 1 in this best of 3. It's going to be the map choice of Clown Association and the first time we're seeing Alterac Pass. But just to note for anyone else wondering how we got here, the members of Anti-Clown Association banned out Garden of Terror and Cursed Hollow. Dragonshire and Towers of Doom will be banned out by Clown Association. And since Clown Association chose the map, first pick, first ban will go over to our blue team, Anti-Clown Association. Now, Khroen, this is the first time we're seeing Alterac Pass in the free agent tournament on this main stream. It is also the new map for Season 2 of CCL. The players were polled at the end of the season and asked, which maps do you want to bring into Season 2? Alterac Pass was favored over Volskaya Foundry, so that's going to be the swap out. No Triglav Protectors to be mocked by Grubby this upcoming season, or at least last season, because Grubby and I last season just kept making fun of how little value was got through a lot of these Triglav Protectors. But now we're here into Alterac Pass. What is going to be our unique draft?
We'll have to see here. I think there's going to be an insane priority, at least onto Hugger. Notably, the siege camps on this map, you want to take those out instantly every single time. If not banned here, will definitely be first picked if left available. And both teams, of course, are going to be practiced on that hero. It also makes me kind of sad, no Volskaya here in the map pool. I do kind of like that map over some that are in the pool, but that's just my own personal preference. Doesn't matter. It matters what the players want in this, because that's where they're going to show their best stuff. And that starts out in the form of banning a Sonya. I think we've seen a Sonya ban almost every single game.
Today so far, absolutely. Yesterday, she got through a couple times. No leap. It was only Wrath of Berserker. So these Sonya's not catching up on the proper meta for your heroics. But honestly, there was I think like Sonya has like 50% win rate for the games we've been casting. I think, and the Wrath has won and lost a game. But Hogger is going to be banned out. That value into the camp will be non-existent. And I agree. I was actually casting an in-house or a game of Hogger, and he can take that camp without any issue fairly quickly. And that camp is the pseudo, kind of like how we look at Hanamura with the Sentinel camp, the giant Genji, as a lot of people call it as well. The Null camp for mid lane is kind of the true objective. I've actually seen the first objective phase go till level 10 and just kind of ignored, and that's when the teams actually fight over it. And maybe it's because push potential is a little bit stronger at 10. We'll have to see. As the draft does unfold, there was a Medivh ban and an Uther ban, Brightwing, to kick things off for Anti-Clan Association.
The bans are not surprising, and neither are the picks here. The Brightwing is responded to by Lucio and May. But my eyes are on what are Gotfilt and Jay gonna pick, and exactly that comes through with the Lost Vikings. Oh boy, here. I was wondering in the back of my mind, I was like, are they gonna pick Vikings on Alterac Pass? I don't know. It can work out, but it's a little awkward. But hey, we'll see how well Jay pilots that, because it's going to be a kind of Jay pocket pick there. Very, very strong. Diablo being the tank pick as well.
Now, the members of Anti-Clan Association need to find single target burst type heroes. Like Zeratul would be really big. Valir would actually be an amazing pickup as well for the side. And like, I don't mean that as a joke at all. Like Valir, I think, would be great, because what you want to do on the side of Anti-Clan Association, or at least what you're setting up for, is rotating the 4 members, the Brightwing and whoever else is with them, and let the Vikings get soak value. You want to pick apart Clown Association with this Diablo Brightwing and some sort of other burst. I love the idea of a Zeratul because he scales thoroughly throughout the game. If you find an advantage, he just becomes a nightmare in the latter half of the game. We'll have to see, though. Zarya was banned out. No bubbles for any of these enemy players. And ban-wise from the left-hand side, could see a global ban. Maybe a Falstad. It's possible.
Yeah, I think it might be a Zeratul or a global ban, but actually they're gonna go for denying the the tank killer that is Tychus. So Diablo gonna be a bit safer there. I think Malthael is actually a very strong pick here for the side of Clown Association, but it's gonna be Ragnaros instead. Not a hero we typically see, but I guess I can see where the value comes in on this map. Even with both ultimates, right? With the Lava Wave, you can off push the lane when there's going to be that objective phase coming through, or just use it to let yours get more value. Sylvanas as well going to be huge for that push potential there. I'm kind of liking the side of Clan Association, but we'll have to see how this draft rounds out, of course.
I'm a Vikings fan. I've already voted for the left-hand side. It's going to be Anti-Clan Association. But there's the Zeratul I was suggesting and kind of harping for. I like the Cassia as well. Has more dive. It just, you have dive buddies with Diablo, and you also have people who have mobility like Zeratul to be able to have blink targets for Brightwing. So let's say the team fight gets really chaotic and Zeratul is able to blink away with their own baseline blink. Brightwing can have that heroic blink and blink to said Zeratul and get that heal up and also disengage. Ana will actually round out the draft. Double support from the side of Clown Association. The one thing I'm curious about, actually, I'm thinking about this right now. If you nano boost a Ragnaros, does that empower the Lava Wave?
I assume so, actually. There's probably some timing where you can, guarantee it, and some timings where it won't work, but I believe that does, in fact, go the way. But as you mentioned, Baha, we do, of course, have a double support here. And that's probably a direct response to making sure that Zeratul isn't just going to solo one of your team members. You have a lot of healing coming through there, and we'll have to see if it works out here. But I'm not sure. The Zeratul, if it scales, that will definitely be super scary.
We did see a Zeratul yesterday that didn't get to scale whatsoever. Yeah. We shut down. I believe that was the, I forget the opposing side team, but I know it was not Making Mom Proud. I keep wanting to say that one. It was the team we just literally saw, Dad's Who Game. I think because they speed ran their first match yesterday, and we were like, ooh, if the Zeratul gets to 16, and it got to like level 12 or something like that, and then it was shut down.
Yeah, it was up against Cheap Shot.
Cheap, thank you. But we are here. We are ready to go. Alterac Pass, our first map and our second best of 3 of the day. On the left-hand side, we have the members of Anti-Clan Association, or ACA, if we want to say for short. Jay will be on the Olaf, Balog, and Eric. Gotfilth on the Zeratul. Kelsier on the Cassia. Valimar playing Brightwing. And my pal Vince on that Diablo.
And over on the Cloud Association, the CA side, we're going to have Fancy Pants playing the Ragnaros, Ibtings on the Ana, Collusion on the Mei, CPX on the Sylvanas, and Maka on the Lucio.
Sylvanas holding level 1. I'm just curious if what she's going into. I doubt it's going to be stacking on Unfurling Shadows, but you never know. It's actually going to be the Overwhelming Affliction. So that'll be percent-based damage if I'm not mistaken, as well as a little bit of slow for some sustained chase. But right now, we're in our lanes. Vikings are split around, and I think this is the kind of setup I was expecting so far from Anti-Clan Association on our blue side. These 4 members just kind of grouped up. Some Vikings maybe splitting off and doing maybe like a 2-1 sort of deal with the Vikings, letting the other members soak up. But I think Clan Association on the red side is going to play a little safe until they can scale up a little bit further. I'm watching the minimap, and a lot of these Clan Association members playing up into the front gate or rotating when a few members of Clan Association show in opposite lanes.
So the Vikings enable a few different ways this game is going to be played, right? If each Viking is soaking a lane, which obviously could happen, seeing as there's 3 of them, it opens up Anti-Clan Association to, of course, get their siege camp out right here, but also rotate around the map as 4. That allows, of course, for some pick potential and getting ahead in XP that way. Even if they're not, grouping up as 4 to fight, they're going to be able to group up as 4 for the objective phase, and that's when the XP advantage hopefully will come through. But if Clan Association don't rotate, they can just get the objective phases for free. Jay actually wanting to almost sacrifice Eric, but
He's
actually
so
won't be able to. Eric the Swift indeed gets the well and gets on out of there. That is the sign of an experienced Viking player, knowing what you can get away with to get those slight advantages. You love seeing things like that here in this game for ACA.
Just Eric so swift, so brave. Baylog, though, does go down, so at least Eric stays alive. It's whatever. Baylog, you know. It's just, I mean, it is 2 ranged Vikings, so it's not that big of a deal. You still have the range into that Mei, but right now, Mei is kind of being... She's able to push up the wave, but Eric is kind of still controlling that top lane, and getting rid of that lane sustain, as you mentioned, is a big factor on top of everything. Ragnaros popping the Molten Core form. That's a 2-minute cooldown, so it's up and available at 4 minutes and 15-ish seconds into the game, which is around the time when we should be having our objective phase being contested. CPX will use the black arrows, but ends up haunting wave right into a Zeratul. Brightwing, no kill. Kelsey are trying to find the burst into Fancy Pants and friends, who are pushing up this mid lane, but my Palvins and Kelsey are not able to get a kill. Objective phase announced, ready to go here in 20 seconds. Let's see what happens.
Definitely. I do think ACA could be a little bit more proactive on utilizing this Zeratul, stealth around the map and Brightwing potential to get some kills. It's just been a couple of Vikings falling right now, which will inevitably happen, of course, if you're playing Vikings. You can't always save all of them. They have very low HP pools. The XP is about even right now. Both teams looking to secure their siege camps, of course, off cooldown. They're going to provide a lot of pressure there because they're going to be up pretty frequently. No teams are going to be going for posturing on this objective. Usually, you got to wait for this objective phase for a long, long time. CPX here is going to be able to get that haunting wave on out of there. Diablo could not, of course, take down the Sylvanas alone. But Gothfield is kind of waiting on the wings for stuff. He actually gets scouted out, I believe. Yeah, definitely. The Q there from Ibtings, the healing Dar will give vision of the bush, and Zeratul was not fully stealthed as of yet. So, gonna be finding that. CPX actually killing another Viking as well.
I'm also skimming through some of the talents just to see if anything really pops off, and just going to be Molten or Blast Wave for the Ragnaros. Realistically for the team fighting potential here. The other thing that I wanted to consider and talk about is just the first objective phase is 30 seconds of channel time necessary. Second is 40, third and onward are always going to be 50 seconds. Is there any sort of consideration that these players maybe go into and say, all right, this is the shortest objective phase. It does scale as the game goes on, so getting it later is easier because it's a less channel time, and maybe we can get kills onto the enemy team with our heroics at level 10 to then be able to just easily get the channel and push into waves. Because I feel like that's the way we constantly see it, and I wonder if the 30-second value is the value considered. I don't know. I don't know.
The 30-second value, I mean, I think the value is in saying that it scales throughout the game, so getting it early actually like won't really do much for you. So the effort that you have to spend to secure it oftentimes isn't worth it until you know that you can get more out of it, right? And one of the ways you can get more out of it is by getting kills on the enemy team. Anti-Clan Association looking for that very aggressively there, but they weren't able to, so they're fine to just back up here. They got some seconds off of the objective timer, and they're satisfied with that. Vikings soaking the whole time, and that is what they can get away with. Even if they don't complete all of it here, they can keep going in and out, go back in after the siege camp is accomplished, after the Vikings are free to do their own thing, and look to secure it again.
It's a really good point as well. And then just, it's like Dragonshire as well. Like, you can get the first Dragonite 2 minutes in or whatever, but it's not going to yield you a ton of value. It doesn't siege insanely strong. That scaling into the later half of the game, that's really when that Dragonite chunks into structures for double damage, etc. Null Camp going to be grabbed once again, as we joked about in the draft. It's the true objective of this map. Vikings still soaking around the map here as well. I want to quickly just see what they're pulling in experience-wise. Where is my experience? There it is. It's going to be 7,500 from the Vikings. Sylvanas, the highest on the opposing side, with just under 5,000 themselves. As Ragnaros pops another Molten Core through the mid lane to force out the Null Camp.
Yep, I'm going to be using that for just a little bit of wave clear advantage here. That's what you do. You don't really get too much more value out of it as of right now. Level 10s for ACA have been achieved. Not going to be able to do too much with it because Clan Association does get theirs. Oh man, those names. It's still hard to navigate, but
right?
Yeah, it's fine. Couple seconds here on the objective once again for ACA, but gonna be retaken very, very quickly.
Also to note, Diablo full souls, and the level 1 questing talent for Zeratul has already been completed, so cooldown reduction on Blinks is available to Forgot Filth, who will dive into Fancy Pants, finding a bit of damage. Gonna actually jump back in with that Vorpal Blade, phase shift coming in from Brightwing to help get some shielding. Zeratul jumping in once again, Fancy Pants getting quite a bit of healing. The Mind Control comes out from CPX, trying to burn down this Diablo, who gets the Shadow Charge. Ice Wall is avoided by MyPal Vince. Cassia pulls in the Valkyrie onto this Ana. Diablo Souls to be reset. Kelsier needs to back off as the Blast Wave comes through, but Jay on these Vikings is going to try and pull back the enemy team. Channel will be in favor for the Vikings if they can continually hold this. This will be big for them, but the dive onto Ana is so threatening and terrifying. The objective phase still goes over to the side of Anti-Clan Association, and the Vikings use Play It Again to dive into the bottom lane. I can't believe it, Khroen.
Yeah, that was very well salvaged from a fight that actually ACA did not want. They don't want to take 45 engages while the Vikings are not there and have not scaled up later on into the game. With that, Diablo Souls were reset, but a great distraction by Got Filth actually securing that objective phase. I was a little bit worried, but I shouldn't be. It's Zeratul. Zeratul has a million blinks, of course, and they're able to get this gone through. They're going to get a bit of XP lead, and this sets them up very nicely to scale well into the late game. Yeah, top lane. Got Filth is kind of waiting for Ragnaros. Oh, is going back up here.
I'm waiting. I was watching top lane on the minimap because what was happening the entire time was Eric was basically baiting out the Ragnaros, and because Gottfield was just like, I need that Ragnaros a little further out in front of the gate, and they managed to get that kill. Lucio on top lane's trying to push things back and is doing as best they can, still staying healthy, but has to play around the fort. Gottfield and Valimar pushing up in the top lane. Bottom lane already cleared out, and this will be the top lane fort going down in favor for the side of Anti-Clan Association. I would say this is a pretty good first objective phase, as the lava wave through top lane will push back the minions.
This is a fantastic first objective phase for ACA here. Not only are they playing the scaling draft, but they're getting ahead in the early to mid game. That is going to be so rough for Clan Association. They need to get kills. That's going to be maybe off the back of the mind control. My pal Vince able to run away though.
Nano boosted Fancy Pants Ragnaros trying to get the damage into this Diablo. Zeratul goes down to the Lucio. My pal Vince healing up from those fire stomps. Another soul shield comes out from My pal Vince as well. Valkyrie isn't able to pull in anyone. Diablo goes down. No souls for reset. Ana finding the kill into that. It's 1-4 in kills, but look at the experience. The offset and experience isn't really available or apparent because of the Viking soak during all of this. And another Null Camp will be grabbed for mid lane.
A bit of a misstep, however, by ACA. They fight, or they're around for CA to fight during a 4v5 scenario, so they lose a couple of members, and now CA is going to be securing the boss.
But
no return boss, it seems like, from ACA, but maybe they get a fort, though, with this Viking push in the mid lane.
I would say that the fort grab... Oh, Ragnaros pops Molten Core through mid lane to deny that last little bit of damage necessary to turn this fort around. Brightwing just trying to throw in some arcane shots here and there. Does have that Dream Shot, if I'm not mistaken, at level 4 to be able to poke at this. But the structure ends up still going down through mid lane. And now boss to be grabbed for the side of Anti-Clown Association, our blue team, as the Clown Association will push in through bottom lane with that boss that was just grabbed moments ago. Second objective of the game will be popping up in the lower half of the map. It always swaps between upper and lower every single time, and it will go up by 10 seconds. You can see that it is now 40 seconds to channel. As Maka, Collusion, Fancy Pants, CPX, IB Tings all pushing in through bottom lane to try and confirm a keep.
And they could confirm a keep here, unless the Vikings find a bit of a flank. They know they like these 5v4 fights. The boss was full HP when it got to the wall, is half HP when the keep falls. An amazing push there, and now the Vikings are here, which means the ACA might want to fight, but instead, all the Vikings are left out to dry there. No more J soak at all for 30 more seconds. That's unfortunate, to say the least.
It's rough as a Vikings player to lose all 3. You usually just like, well, if I can make one out, then it's gonna be fine, because then I can play it again, because I was looking and play it again was off of cooldown. Boss through top lane for the side of Anti-Clown Association will get the front gate of this keep, but I believe that's just about as much as it will get. Zeratul gonna be sharking their way up to that top lane. Seems like Zeratul maybe wants to empower the push potentially, but since Zeratul is showing through this lane, the members of Clown Association, our red team, know that they're able to then get this objective without much contest. Everyone's here and up available. I don't think Anti-Clown Association can step into this and find the counter channel.
No, I mean, Kelsey is trying. No, they're able to get off that, but My Pal Vance goes with the engage.
Got Philip looking for the backline. Valkyrie comes out as well. Lightning Breath out from the Diablo. Ivy Ting's getting very low, goes down to the Cassia Fen. Fancy Pants getting low as well, trying to find some sort of counter pressure into this. There was a dive in from Lucio with the high 5, but Ragnaros goes down. Souls for Diablo are reset, are going to be back again through these kills. Maka with a couple hundred, not even a couple hundred health, is able to push off and get away. Got Filth was thinking about chasing in further, but just sits in this mid lane. And while the bottom lane did get pushed out, the objective phase, I would say, is pretty much mitigated here, Khroen.
Definitely. The objective phase isn't really going to do anything here. The top lane are going to be cleared out before it even makes it past their own, fort wall. If it was still up, got Filth here with the rest of the members of ACA going to be clearing out this mid lane and, before it hits the wall. Bottom lane, sure, it'll do some core damage, but, the health regen's up.
It's the only core on the map that steps out to hit you and also heals up as it doesn't take damage over, I think it's like 2.5 seconds or something. It's a very small window for when it basically starts to just regain its health. This will be cleared out through the bottom lane by those Vikings, and you'll see in just a second, once that camp goes down and the core walks to the center, it'll start regaining that health fairly rapidly. No invade onto this camp. Collusion doing a great job of anchoring in the bush for the friendly side. I'm watching minimap and seeing the positioning, but My Pal Vince and friends are not able to get into position quick enough as the null camp for the side of Anti-Clown Association will be grabbed on that left-hand side.
Do you remember the names of the cores? Actually, it's Drekthar on the right side. On the left side, it's like something Stormpike. Oh, either way, actually a fight coming out here. Brightwing gets picked off.
I call one giant Murden, one of them giant Rhaegar. There's going to be a blink out from the Zeratul. Push off from Akka, trying to chase in further. Lockdown onto the tower from CPX. My Pal Vince comes in here with the overpower. Shadow Charge, everything to find something. Nano Boost onto Fancy Pants. This Ragnaros trying to get some damage into the enemy team with their abilities. Seems like the fort might just go down from the siege potential through this top lane. Slowly but surely, these Vikings are being countered, per se, by Clown Association. Anti-Clown Association needs to find a good team fight here. Valkyrie comes out, pulls in one. Lightning Breath will be out from the Diablo. Actually going to cancel that early, as standing still for too long is not a good idea. My Palvin's going to get shredded. The mind control was so good, and the souls are reset on Diablo. Kelsier now trying to back off towards their keep front gate. Gets bopped around, and Kelsier goes down as well. The members of Clown Association not getting shut down by Anti-Clown Association.
No, the anti-clowns aren't actually doing their job right here. They're getting recountered by the Clown Association, finding actually doing the job of anti-clown association very much so. They're going to be the ones that find the pick instead of this Zeratul composition, which it so likes to do. And now 2 members dead. I guess one of them is a Viking. They can just push forward on into this keep. However, the Vikings do come back and they want to dissuade this push.
Viking. Mind control onto my pal Vince. CPX is getting very low here, but there's technically no big threat. I want to talk about, let's talk about talents actually, because that's perfect. I was literally just about to say, I want to talk about Brightwing's level 16, because I do not see this often at all. It's going to be Hush. It's usually going to be, what is it? It's armor reduction. God, I can't remember the name of the polymorph talent off the top of my head, but either way, Hush at level 16 for the Brightwing. And there was Dream Shot picked up at level 4 as well, which increases that range. But enemy heroes hit with the center of Arcane Flare are silenced for 1 second and deal 25% less damage for 3 seconds. I feel like I never, ever see this talent, Khroen.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Usually Critterize is the other one.
That's the name of it. Thank you.
Reduces their armor every poly, and that's gonna make it a lot easier for these kills to come through off the back of the Zeratul Cassia damage. The Hush, though, I'm trying to think, is it a specific counter to anything? Not really. Maybe just a Valimar preference there.
I guess you could say, like, let's say Zeratul blinks in to try and burst someone down. Brightwing gets that silence, so there's no sleep dart, there's no lines. I mean, it's only 1 second, which it's not that long, but maybe that's the 1 second that Gotfilth needs on this Zeratul to be able to get value. We'll have to see. We're 19 to 19 in our levels. We're just about to we're just about to pass the threshold of 20 talent tier for both sides, and we have our 3rd objective phase up and available. Honest to God, Khroen, I would want to say this is anyone's game, but it's slowly becoming more and more Clown Association's game as every single team fighter, back-to-back team fights, are going over to Clown Association. We're back into it right now, and Clown Association continues to push in through this top lane. Jay, Vikings on the side.
I do very much so think it could go either way. It's very unfortunate Diablo lost all the souls, needs a bit of time to get all those back, but 2 keeps are down. There is a kind of, they're on a bit of a clock right now, especially if Clown Association gets an objective phase or a boss in either lane, that is potentially game ending. Anti-Clown Association has to be very careful with how they approach this next fight, and it has to be on their terms. It has to be with most of the members, surviving, my pal Vince taking a bunch of damage, and Gotfilth being able to weave in and out as he pleases. If Gotfilth is forced to have to make a trade kill happen, that's just not going to go well, right? There's the double support we have to remember from Clown Association, so it's a lot easier to sustain this Gotfilth damage. But now, Zeratul level 20, this is the moment that we have been waiting for with the scaling potential. Have to see how well this can work out with this next team fight here.
Mind control connects onto a Viking, and the lava wave will confirm the kill onto the Baylog. 20s are up, and as I said, both those lava waves used through mid and bottom. CPX is going to be the target of Gotfilth for a second, but not able to burst down that Sylvanas quick enough, and the healing is absolutely insane between the Lucio as well as that Anna, just to be able to burst back up the friendly members. And I'm just waiting to see how this fight actually plays out. There's a camp through mid lane in favor of the side of Clown Association, Anti-Clown Association trying to come in. The mind control will not connect. Valkyrie will not be available. Fen goes in, Sylvanas being the target. The Will the Forsaken used for CPX to try and keep themselves alive. Gotfilth manages to blink into the face of collusion, and that'll be a kill that the members of Anti-Clown Association were looking for, but all 3 Vikings will go down. Mind control comes out, not connecting to pull anyone in, so Vikings for a May, I'm not sure who really wins out, because the Vikings can't push out top and bottom right now with that Fury of the Storm that was grabbed at level 20. I think this is actually advantage for the side of Clown Association, even though they lost their May.
I think so, and Anti-Clown Association needs to do something about it right now. Gotfilth going into the back while the rest of the members go in, but again, double support. All the members of Clown Association are nearly full HP. Gotfilth is under half right now, and they're getting pushed away.
Chase goes in. Valimar trying to do their best to help out. Blinks over to the Zeratul once again. CPX locks down the fort through mid lane, throws out the mind control. Gotfield dives back in. Valkyrie comes out, not connecting onto anyone. CPX going to be the target by the Fen. Will the Forsaken used once again to increase the movement speed. The healing from Ivy Tings is just too good. And in the end, Cassia finds the snipe onto the Cassia, or onto the Sylvanas as the Lucio goes down. Fancy Pants, the target of Gotfield, being chased in through this mid lane. My Palvin's looking for a shadow charge, looking for anything, but Ana's healing's too good. The Sleep Dart goes out. My Palvin's immediately woken up. Gotfield diving back into the Ana to try and find some sort of burst as the Lucio is down for the next 45 seconds. It's technically an even fight, even though I guess you could say it's even because there's only one healer now for the side of Clown Association, but Channel onto the objective will be here for our blue team. Anti-Clown Association may be finding an objective phase of their own.
Even if they find the objective phase, it's not going to do much work in the top and bottom lane, saying how many minions are there. You can see on the mini-map. It's a lot. Really only going to be able to push through the middle lane with that. Could maybe have gone for a boss here, now that the two members of Clown Association were already down, but not opting for that route. That last fight, oh man, it really was Cloud Association overextending. Brightwing was 1 HP, and so it's really tempting to go in, and CPX did just that, you know, did the hunting wave forward, disabled the fort, sure, threw out the mind control, and it did not connect, but really just got punished for that. It allowed time for Gotfield to heal up a little bit, and just being Zeratul, right? You can chase down members of Cloud Association at that point when they don't find the kill and have to rotate out. So some great capitalization there from ACA. And now they have objective and the boss. They did both of them actually. So they're going to push through this top lane. And now that the waves have been evened out a little bit, this could maybe be game ending.
I was watching Gotfield right there. I was like, are you actually hearthing with almost full health and mana? But it's, I guess, a feign if they were being, if they had been scouted or something like that. Exactly, yes. But right now, Ivy Tings will be the target of Gotfield, not able to find the Singularity Spike. Molten Core from the Ragnaros goes down. One of the Vikings is pulled in by a mind control, but Valimar has the blink heal. Objective phase coming in. Jay coming in with the Vikings as well. Lava Wave through the mid lane to force things back. And this is a lot of pressure through top lane, but is it enough to end? Without double keep down, it's really difficult. Mind control goes out onto Gotfield, but the Soothing Myth is going to be enough. Ice Wall comes out from May. That's going to be a lightning breath from this Diablo. Ana goes down. A Viking gets picked off. What is going to be the target play? A phase shift in from Brightwing as well. Vikings play it again. Gotfield getting some damage in through mid lane. The core in this top is slowly but surely going down. Can the members of Anti-Clan Association actually turn this game around? Ragnaros goes down. Sylvanas, Lucio, I cannot believe it here, Khroen. It has been so well controlled by Clown Association from the mid-game onward, and one big turnaround will take the game over to Anti-Clan Association. GG's. Dear Lord, that was a banger of a game.
It was indeed, Baha. The Zeratul factor came online, got filth, got 20, and, you know, ran away with the game once they got team fights, you know, on their ground. They did a fantastic job getting the advantage early so that even if they have moments where they falter and slip up in the mid game, they've already secured that advantage. They can come back a bit easier. It was a good thought, I think, from Clown Association to draft a double support. And if you ever take, you know, fights where you are you are 5 people together, you could win those, which we did see happen. You know, the kills overall were 12 on the side of, you know, the Zeratul comp with ACA and 9 on the side of Clown Association. So it was pretty even, pretty back and forth. 30,000 XP soak though for the Vikings overall on Jay, man. Like, you can't underestimate Jay on any Vikings map. That always is so much of a threat, especially with how practiced ACA are on compositions that are a little bit unorthodox, that can kind of weave in and out, allow Vikings time to do their thing. And Gotfield has a plethora of picks that go right with that playstyle.
It was beautifully played by Anti-Clan Association. I also want to give credit over to Clan Association with the Ragnaros. You and I were kind of like, Ragnaros? And we both kind of were like, I don't know. But Ragnaros had, I think, like top heroic siege and experience for their friendly team. Yeah. And they were, I think, 6,000 less than the Vikings.
Yep, they were 24K.
That's not too bad. Like, we are here in the free agent tournament. You know, there's winners, there's losers, but we also need to highlight when players really, really shine. And I think Fancy Pants showcased a beautiful Ragnaros on Alterac Pass in our first map in our second best of 3 of the day. I really, really enjoyed that game because I was sitting here and I'm like, I don't know who actually is winning, because usually I want to try and jump into, you know, the team has maybe a little bit of an advantage comms to hear how they're planning things out. And at the entire time I was like, whose comms should we really jump into? And by the end of it, I was like, well, we're at the end of the game where I guess we're pushing core with only 1 keep down. I honest to God don't feel like I see that ever on Alterac Pass.
Yeah, ACA set that up so beautifully, and I did want to note as well the play there that we saw from Got Filth to channel the Hearth. It's because they didn't see any Clan Association members on the map, and so the only way that they lose there actually is if they're getting backdoored. So channeling those Hearths preemptively, you don't have to follow through with them until you see the other team's members already like at your court and like, all right, I'm already there, I can defend that, and then our top push will just win the game there. So some good heads up plays, that's very standard at that level. But obviously, seeing as Clan Association were in their base, didn't need to do that.
Yeah. For that game, it is going to go over to Anti-Clan Association. Let's go ahead and check out what our next map is going to be. This will be the map choice of our blue team, Anti-Clan Association, meaning the losing side, Clan Association, has chosen first pick priority, and Anti-Clan Association, did I confuse you all at home yet, is going to be the one who chose Battlefield of Eternity for our game number 2 in this best of 3. I mean, you know what? We got an Alterac game, so I can't really complain. I was honest to God expecting a Battlefield or an Infernal Shrines for our next map because it's tried and true. And I really do think this. I want to say, we haven't seen the draft or anything. Just based off of the last game, play styles, and all of that, I think this game could go to, this series could go to a game 3. I don't think this is a quick 2-0 by any means. There was a lot of good back and forths. And as I said beforehand, that was anyone's game.
Yeah, probably not a quick 2-0. It could be a hard fought 2-0 depending on what happens, but I would not be surprised if it does go to a game 3, of course. Both teams in that game did have some very, very strong moments, and that's, of course, what we want to see and what we want to highlight here in this free agent tournament. This is, of course, for all these players to show their stuff for the upcoming CCL Season 2. Orgs are watching this, and they're going to be, they're going to be impressed by what they see here, surely, by all of these players.
Yeah, and to remind everyone at home, there is another free agent tournament. It is not this weekend, but the following weekend, if I'm not mistaken, which would be the 10th, 11th of April. Yep. And then following that weekend, the 17th of April, is our official draft day of HeroesCCL Season 2. So that day is what all these players are trying to get eyes on them for. And then the following weekend after that will be the Icebreaker Tournament. But that's way further down the line. First things, we got to get into this Battlefield of Eternity game where we already see a Medivh ban and already an Uther ban. A little bit of a quick bans at both these teams kind of knowing what they don't want to deal with here.
Yep. Standard bans once again, Uther, Medivh, that really don't want Anti-Clan Association to have the Medivh there. I believe it's been banned from the side of Clan Association 2 out of 2 games right now. See if the other bans come through here it is on Battlefield of Eternity. Obviously with the Immortals, you want to be drafting some race potential. You can also draft some pretty tricky heroes, and I think tricky heroes are kind of the name of the game when it comes to ACA, Anti-Clan Association there. I think we saw previously in tournaments Got Filth pick up a Valera on this map and really just take control of every single rotation that happened between mid and bot. Hogger, though, being the priority for Clan Association. Again, no surprise there. Hogger, very, very standard pick.
Diablo Brightwing.
More standard.
I mean, it's at the same time, though, it worked out for them.
Yep.
Kinda, I wouldn't say pretty well. It worked out for them kinda well. There were some team fights that did not go very well, but Brightwing Valimar had a lot of really good blink heals to keep someone alive as well as themselves. Phase shifts were on point. Diablo's set up with the Shadow Charge overpower as well as the Lightning Breath. So I think it's not only comforts but also things that you're practiced, you're warmed up on. And on the opposing side, it'll be a Tychus and a Deckard. We saw in the previous best of 3 series here, Khroen, how quickly Diablo can get shredded by a Tychus. What will be that extra burst value? We'll have to see after our ban phase. Speaking of bans, what are you leaning into if you were banning against Clan Association?
Probably May, I think here. You have to deny a tank potential. Okay, it could be a Nubrak as well. Cocoon, going to be very, very annoying to deal with. Both of those, I think, are good options. But especially if you don't want to draft any, you know, like Cocoon clear, like say like a Tracer or Cassia, both Li Ming, very good at dealing with that Cocoon. But maybe they don't have those heroes in mind for the rest of their draft. I do want to highlight as well the Diablo Brightwing focus. Sure, they're very comfortable on it, and Valimar especially on that Brightwing, I think is a reason why that last game and push actually worked out. Remember when Zeratul got slept by Ana?
Oh God, yeah.
Valimar didn't use the Soothing Mist to immediately get Gotfilth out. He waited until the mind control from Sylvanas came through and then immediately Soothing Mist. And it's that patience and recognition to use your abilities exactly when you need to and get the most value out of it that you can. And Valimar did just that, which is the sign of a very, very experienced, just healer player, but specifically Brightwing player as well. But now, more of the draft coming through was Li Ming banned from Clan Association, and now Cassia Rexar here for the side of ACA.
I like the Rexar a lot. There's more setup for the Cassia to find damage. You have the charge from the Misha Bear, which can be played into Polymorph as well as Diablo CC. Meanwhile, Cassia fends in. She's got Lightning Fury, auto attacks. But to deal with all of that dive, they're going to grab a Garrosh on the side of Clan Association and a Chromie.
Okay.
Man, that's a lot of good damage, and it doesn't need to be super communicated in a sense. Like Garrosh could be like, I'm warlordsing, or like I'm looking for a taunt. Tychus knows, all right, I'm gonna dump damage on that target. Chromie goes, I'm gonna put Dragon's Breaths and Sandblast into wherever Garrosh is kind of standing. This last pick on the left-hand side, though, more damage is necessary. Maybe a Hanzo. I don't feel like that's the right direction, though, in my personal feeling. Ooh, what?
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know.
All right. All right, let me break it down here. Karazim, double support, of course, for ACA here. They're not going to have a lot of sustained damage, but they will have is a good counter against anyone that Garrosh decides to flip there. If Karazim can jump in with the Divine Palm and save any single member, they can turn the fight at that point. When Tychus already uses the minigun, when Chromie already dumps all that damage through, and they can just win the fight very, very slowly at that point. Deckard Cain, the potions aren't going to come forever, and they don't come very rapidly, of course. You can DPS through that with a Rexar, with a Karazim, with a Cassia, and everything that Diablo will be able to provide as well. Because it could be Lightning Breath here to just provide more damage, supplement you having double support. It's not like Rexar is a huge damage threat, of course, but Rexar can definitely hold his own in the top lane here. Weirdly enough, Baha, I actually like that pick, but they have to play it well, of course, and we'll see if they can do that here in this game number 2 of our last semifinal of the day.
On the right-hand side, we have Clown Association in the red. We will be seeing CPX on the Chromie, Maka on the Tychus, IB-Tings on the Deckard, Collusion on the Garrosh, and Fancy Pants playing that Hogger.
And over on the left side here, Anticon Association, we have Jay on the Rexar, Gotfilth on the Karazim, Valimar on the Brightwing, Kelsier on the Cassia, and my pal Vince rocking the Diablo.
This is what I was kind of expecting from the Karazim at level 1, Iron Fists. If I'm not mistaken, actually, Collusion is one of the people that comes to mind when Karazim on Battlefield of Eternity. Like, I can't tell you how many games I had cast of Collusion who grabbed that Karazim, and I'm just like, yeah, this is the Collusion special. It's double support, but it's Punchy Boy Karazim, and we'll have to see how that works out. Also to note, you have Block Totem as well at level 4. That might mitigate some of the value from Tychus as the toss goes out onto Kelsier, and the follow-up damage is available. First Blood over to the side of Clown Association.
So Garrosh is always a threat in this game, of course, while the Monk pick might be to dissuade that later on. Monk is top lane and does not have Divine Palm yet, so Collusion doing a fantastic job right now, getting the advantage of that pick. I believe this is the first time we are actually seeing a Garrosh pick in at least these last 2 days of this free agent tournament.
Collusion, yeah,
making it look very, very strong.
I can't recall one from yesterday myself. CPX and friends will grab the bottom lane camp, and I think it's mostly trying to get a little bit later in scaling per se, or later in levels on the side of Anti-Clown Association. Early game, I really give this over the side of Clown Association. Not only because of the toss, the pick potential, but also the follow-up CC value. The level 1 from Decker Kane, that Sapphire, the extra slow off the Heroic Cube, really allows Tychus and Garrosh to chase in. Polymorph will deny the toss from Collusion this time, but it doesn't matter. My pal Vin's going to get the phase shift from Brightwing, is going to be able to Shadow Charge through Collusion to get towards the gate, but will be losing quite a bit of health. Meanwhile, in top lane, Hogger going to be hog-wilding around, losing the front gate. So it's kind of trade on structures in a sense, but we have a lot of damage into Kelsier once again. No kill because My Pal Vince came through to save the day.
It's really interesting, actually, that Anticon Association is opting for this 3-2 split, because the 4 members of Clan Association are gonna have heavy kill pressure there in the bottom lane, and they've already gotten the full wall. Rexar and Monk can't really do that much structure damage. Like, even if they get this wall and tower here, it's gonna be a lot slower. So it definitely benefits Clan Association. Maybe the thought process is here, if they have 4v4 bottom, they're just going to slowly lose anyway and not get anything out of it. So perhaps that's their thought process here. But Immortal spawning in 25 seconds. Both teams getting their bruiser camps per usual. Collusion always in a sneaky position off at the side, knows how to get the most out of that Garrosh. If you just run at the team straight forward, they're going to be like, okay, Garrosh's running at us, and walk away. But approaching from those off angles means that you are more likely to catch the enemy team off guard.
And with the Fire Stomp value of Soul to Flame, My Pal Vince will be spamming that ability to be able to 1, build stacks, and 2, scout out these bushes. You can actually see it right there. It's almost off of cooldown. My Pal Vince is using it as a scouting tool, and I really, really like that. It's a great way for the tank to provide information for the friendly team without having to face check bushes and put themselves in precarious positions. Camps in the top and the bottom, the Shaman camps, were grabbed by both sides, but also will be cleared out by both sides. Fancy Pants being chased by Kelsey are going to lose about half their health. The objective phase kind of in a bit of a lull right now, as most of the members of Anti-Clan Association are defending. My Pal Vin's going to get the phase shift, gets tossed as well. Collusion isn't really even targeted by the enemy team. They're just trying on the side of Anti-Clan Association to just disengage from this Garrosh that is anchoring so well for Clan Association.
Anchoring so well indeed, opting, or I guess granting time for Clan Association to get this Immortal poke through. Collusion stepping up very far, tossing the Misha. Misha not going to go down. Going to be saving the animals here today. Almost 50% of the Immortal HP goes through, but Clan Association backing up to tap. Maka clearing the rest of the wave. And the race potential here for Anti-Clan Association is definitely very low.
They're working on this Immortal, and it's going to be about 1,200 deficit between the two, and in favor for the side of Clown Association. They're the ones who just have to burn a little bit less, if I'm not mistaken, yes. And they will, on the side of Cloud Association, step into this. A lot of damage going into My Pal Vince, who gets the face shift from Brightwing just in time. I think also Valimar did pop the Soothing Mist coming out of that, as the Hogger is a little split from the friendly team, but a lot of chase goes onto Valimar and Kelsey are by the side of Clown Association. It just seems like single, wow, that's a lot. That's a really good lockdown from the side of Clan Association. Another kill, second one of the game over to them. And there's no Vikings this game here, Khroen, to be able to equalize experience.
No, there's not, unfortunately, and Got Filled dashes a second too soon, gets locked down by the Immortal stun, and then to the great Deckard Kane combo there from Ibtings. You know, Got Filled has a very wide hero pool, but that does mean you're not as practiced on some of them. And, you know, flexing over to the Monk is impressive. And, you know, maybe that's just a slight misplay there, but it does cost the Immortal coming through here with a bigger shield than maybe you would perhaps want.
I do wonder what 10 Talent here looks like for mostly the side of Anti-Clan Association. This early game, and I would expect the further portions of this game to continue to be held over by the side of Clan Association. I wonder if 10 Talent here really brings in any extra value to turn this game around, but we still have to get through a fort, and we still got to find a couple levels specifically on the side of Anti-Clan Association. Clan Association still sieging, still getting value. Oh, and Jay goes down to Fancy. Oh no, the Misha Bear is going to be able to find the stun just in time, and wow. That micro was really good, but unfortunately in top lane, not going to be the case as the Cassia goes down. Third kill for the side of Clan Association.
And looking for more here, Clan Association steps forward. They are over a level lead right now. This Garrosh is really showing its worth here. You just can't step up if you're anti-clan association here. The Garrosh threat is too immense, followed up by the Tychus and the Chromie damage. It is just far too much of a draft advantage, at least pre-10. Once level 10s come through, we can see how ACA will respond, but they are losing a lot. Even if they do get 10s, how far behind are they going to be at that point? With the level 10s here, Clan Association can just, Odin up and just bully down this bottom fort.
Toss onto the bear. Misha gets the charge through, but there'll be enough damage out from the Nexus forces to find that kill into the bear. Right now, Clan Association, I think they're just trying to stop the bleeding. That's really, like, if you were to put it simply, this is just a lot of hemorrhaging of health and structures, and they're just trying to press on the wounds to stop that bleeding. It's just not working out. The 10 talent tiers with the siege potential of Odin is way too much. Waves are empowered by these Impaler camps that were grabbed by Hogger a moment ago, who's already back into top lane, going to be able to hog wild away. You mentioned this in the last game, Khroen. Hogger on camps is absolutely insane. You get that bounce off the wall, it's a camp in your favor within 5 to 10 seconds without losing much of any health. Hogger, very difficult to deal with when it comes to macro pressure advantage, and we're seeing that through Clown Association.
Macro pressure and just 1v1 pressure as well. That Rexar did almost go down and now might, but the Brightwing teleport comes through here. Will Jay and Valor be able to get out of this one?
Boars go out. Misha, Rexar do get picked off. 7-sided strike onto Collusion, but the Warlord's challenge. Wait, the Lightning Breath will be able to cook the Garrosh, and that was the one thing I was wondering in the draft. You were talking about Divine Palm, and I wonder, does this Kerosene just look to just burst down the Garrosh every single time with 7-sided? And it's looking like that's the case. The members of Anti-Clan Association finding 2 kills just as they hit level 10. And I want to just say really quickly, when it comes to heroic experience, 2 to 4 in kills, it's roughly a 400 deficit in favor for the side of Clan Association. So 1 extra kill will really equalize that experience and pull the members of Anti-Clan Association up and even out this game. But a wonderful staggering blow from Fancy Pants will deny the dive onto Tychus. Potentially, though, Khroen, we could be seeing first Immortal for the side of Anti-Clan Association. This would be the second Immortal of the game overall.
It would be. They're at least going to go for the half right here, but Diablo gets caught up by Collusion and goes down, resetting the souls. So Diablo will come back, be available for this next fight, but be a lot squishier, unfortunately. The 7-sided does have a lot of value in this matchup if Garrosh, of course, is alone. But if Hogger or Decker can step up and soak that, like, Collusion's going to be a bit healthier. But no, he goes in alone once again, and 7-sided comes through.
Stay a while and listen is not able to pull off that last little bit of healing necessary. Valimar living with a couple hundred health once again. There's the oh my god, the polymorph, the blink, and Valimar's out with a sliver of mana and health. Dear lord.
I thought Tychus was going to go for the grenade there, but even if the grenade came through, Valimar already blinking was to dodge that. Oh man. Alright, it's going to be Clan Association trying to get this Immortal going their way. The HP is so close in this race, Baha. Who's going to win it?
It's going to be neck and neck, but in the end, it will go over to the side of Clown Association. I honestly think that if Diablo would have just stayed and sieged onto Alarian, it would have been, or excuse me, onto Belith, it would have been in favor for Anti-Clan Association. Regardless, 13 talent tiers here. Wow, block totem over the wall to dash through 2 by Got Filth.
Yep.
Nice, just little plays like that are insane. But bottom lane push coming in favor of Clan Association with the second Immortal of the game.
Second Immortal pushing through. Already the wall is getting sieged down here by the Odin and the rest of the Clan Association members. 5 people grouped up. Rexar forced to rotate down. There's also 2 catapults actually as well, which will do a lot of keep damage. This keep will surely fall. Collusion is going to be going on to Misha right now, but the Valkyrie, great, coming through onto Tychus.
Lightning Breath cooking a lot of members and slowing them down. Hortapult out, and Decker Kane will be picked off. Collusion. Kerosene will be picked off right there, and this is kind of still in favor for the side of Clown Association as they back off and find a keep, only losing their Decker Kane and finding a Misha kill and a Kerosene kill. Not a bad play. That is kind of the motif of this map, or at least the theme that we keep seeing, is it's just going to be Clown Association losing maybe a little bit, but still winning out overall through the objective phase or through map pressure or even structural advantage. It's just good play and good countering consistently from Clown Association.
Definitely. Clown Association is more than happy with that 1-for-1 trade because they get to keep so many members. We're low, but for them, obviously able to kite out of that one. Now, an aggressive rotation here from Anti-Clown Association. Doesn't find anything. Clown Association giving the respect over Collusion, looking for a Misha kill yet again. And now, once again, the Valkyrie.
7-sided strike, Fancy Pants taking a lot of damage. Got Filth is going to dive on twice, and that will be the kill into the Hogger. Misha traded out. Got Filth getting low. Stay well and listen will slow down this fight. A little bit of poke from Kelsier's. Collusion steps forward with the Groundbreaker once again. You know, that's a trade I think the members of Anti-Clown Association 2000% take. Toss onto the Misha once again, but she's going to be able to charge through this Garrosh, and the camp still goes over to the side of Anti-Clown Association. Diablo getting their souls back once again. Bottom lane needs to be addressed by the side of Anti-Clown Association.
Definitely does. I don't think I personally give enough credit to Kelsier. They're kind of always like the quiet, you know, backlaner on a lot of the times the Cassia doing a lot of damage, but the Valkyries have been always on point. And it is hard as Cassia just raw rip a Valkyrie, be confident about it, and have it land as much as it does for them. So impressive stuff there. Definitely all eyes are on Cassia because if an engage happens and it goes the way of Anti-Clown Association, it's probably going to be off the back of either a Diablo engage or a Valkyrie engage. One of the two things there.
We'll see what our engage looks like. 16 talent tiers right around the corner. Garrosh is going to get pulled in by the Valkyrie. 7-sided strike. Indomitable's used. So much damage onto Collusion as Hogger hog-wilds into this entire fight. Maka is just shredding with the minigun. Diablo is sitting there trying to use Lightning Breath, and Maka was like, cool, I'll just stand here and use minigun. There's so much dive onto Garrosh here, Khroen, and there's no kill, and I don't know why it's constantly the target of Collusion. Physical armor into a Cassia Kerosene composition. Yes, 7-sided chunking, but your physical damage to kill the Garrosh is not available due to that low health and getting armor. Warlord's challenge once again from Collusion. Big root out from the Decker Cane. Hogwild around, polymorph onto Collusion once again. Got Phil chasing in. The halfway point of the objective phase does go over to the side of Clown Association.
Clown Association does have the well available. Some members actually don't have it up and are backing, so I believe Anti-Clown Association, excuse me, will be able to match this race and even take it further. Maybe gonna secure it. We'll see if Clown Association can get back to defend in time. But it looks like they're just going to race. No, okay, now they're going up. A little bit of miscommunication. Not fully together here. Will they get punished for it?
Fours go out, Hortapult in, My Pal Vince with no souls. That's going to be Misha going down first, Cassia getting picked off. Valimar with a sliver of health goes down to the damage over time. Maka still chasing onto Rexar. My Pal Vince split will go down. 7-sided strike will be out from Got Filth, but CPX locks down the two members of, locks down themselves and Decker Kane. And with the keep down through the Shaman camp, this is a snap call from Clown Association to end this game and take us to a game number 3. We were talking about how this is going to be a hard-fought one, and it was well-fought, realistically, through Clown Association, saying game 1, that was just the Viking value. This game, we showed you our aggression, our prowess, and we are not a 2-0 team. This is going to be a game number 3. GG. Well played.
Well played indeed. Really just the battle of who can kill the other player's tank first. And I mean, the Garrosh being able to obviously get all of that value was insane. Even with a good pick onto the Valkyrie again, or what looked like it from Kelsier there, the Garrosh didn't get pulled as far back as he could have because there was that wall there, unfortunately. So being stuck, you know, like halfway or 75% through that pull meant that after the 7-sided came out, the friendly members of Clown Association were able to step in and help Garrosh there, letting him survive, getting the return kill onto the Diablo, and that was so massive. Even with Diablo coming back, a lot squishier from the souls, and able to just win another team fight. Got Filth like trading their life for the Immortal. It is great because Immortal's going your way, but trading all the lives meant that the game is just over at that point. Catapults, because of the earlier push, did take out the keep. The catapults were there taking out the core shield, and it was just as you mentioned, a very hard fought game, but Clown Association really showing up here in game 2.
Yeah, well, We once again have a series on our hands, ladies and gentlemen, which means we're going to take a quick little break, get ourselves rehydrated, and get ready for game number 3 and our second best of 3 of the day. This next game determines who's going to go up against Dad's Who Game in that grand final best of 5. Don't go anywhere. We've got more Heroes CCL free agent tournament in just a moment. Welcome back to HeroesCCL Free Agent Tournament. I'm still Bahamut, joined by Khroen. My friend, did you expect that our first two best of threes would go this way, going to a game 3 both times?
Definitely, I expected the potential for it. I wasn't sure if they both would, but certainly they have delivered thus far. We've had the back and forth between the first series and now with Anti-Clan Association versus Clan Association. It really is just those small things that really make the difference there, whether it be draft, whether it be in the play, what advantages they can get from rotations. It just all really comes down to those slight nuances.
Well, we'll have to see if those slight nuances are available here on Tomb of the Spider Queen. This will be the map choice of Clown Association, meaning that Anti-Clan Association, the losing team, opted for first pick priority into our game number 3. I don't know about you, Khroen. I'm itching to get into this Tomb of the Spider Queen game because we could see the same thing as our last best of 3 that ended on Tomb, which is a quick 14-minute game, or is it going to be Tomb that takes 23 minutes and it's going to be the 5th to 6th web weaver that ends the game?
Yeah.
Who knows? But we're about to get into that draft. And here on this map, I honest to God would love to see that Ragnaros again from Fancy Pants. I think the Ragnaros on Alterac Pass was really, really, really good. And it was just those Vikings that held the experience over for the side of Anti-Clan Association. And that really kind of turned the game on its head, keeping everything neck and neck. But that Ragnaros, it was insanely strong.
If we're talking about how the Ragnaros was matched in XP by Vikings, you're not going to draft Vikings on Tomb of the Spider Queen. Right. It's just not really going to get that value. So Ragnaros in that capacity would be pretty unmatched, I would say. I love the play there from Fancy Pants. I think it was strong, and it can come out, of course, here yet again. The bans, I expect them to once again be standard. Maybe a shift in focus over to Chromie instead of one of the 4 stables that we've seen between, I believe, Uther, Sonya, Medivh, and one other. But, oh, it's actually Johanna coming out as the first ban here. And I've said my praises of Johanna on this map in general, and it seems like Anti-Clan Association is right there with me in saying that the safe wave clear priority with the front line is just too much to go through. And that makes me think, if you want to deny the safe tank wave clear potential, it must be me. You probably want to bully the other player's tank. They want to bully whatever Collusion picks here. Maybe we'll see a Valera.
I'm all in on the Valera, as I said in the previous games yesterday as well as today. Like, it's not only that I want a Cho'Gall, it's that chat wants it too, but it's the fact. See, I made it this far without mentioning Cho'Gall, all right? Give me credit, chat. Give me credit. I've been biting my lip all morning, and it's awful. But either way, the whole thing that I wanted to bring up with the whole Cho'Gall and just unique heroes is that you want games to stand out for you. When you talk about yesterday's games, what's the one that pops to mind? The Samuro and Genji on Battlefield, like those unique per se heroes. So those are the things that I would love to see from these players. I get that it is a tournament. You are trying to, go all the way to the end, because not only does it look good if you get to the end as a team, you win as well. You're like, all right, these players, they're synergistic. They know how to work together. So that gets your eyes, that gets org eyes on you as well. But in my opinion too, what gets eyes on you are unique drafts. We're getting through this. Let's go ahead and actually break this down so far, though, as we are on Tomb. We have Uther, Diva, Malfurion for the left-hand side, so there's a double support with a hard Diva to kind of deal with in a sense, especially through double support, and then a Lucio Mei on the right, which Lucio's insanely strong, and Mei is just in a great spot right now when it comes to tanking and anchoring.
All right, Bob, I'm gonna propose one hero here, and you tell me if you're feeling it. Kerrigan for ACA.
It's actually, I would Kerrigan 100%.
It does depend on the next 2 picks here for Clan Association, if they have heroes that are able to, get caught by the combo. So I guess I'm getting a bit ahead of myself here.
No, but I like it.
Yeah. Chromie would have been one that's, relatively safe in the backlines there. So they want to force Clan Association to pick short-ranged, immobile wave clear heroes, and then the potential for Kerrigan could be there. But they wanted to maybe bully the tank. So I'm, thinking Kerrigan can combo and bully the tank. Mei, of course, was picked up, so should be relatively safe. Sylvanas as well, kind of safe, but what else will come through here first? So, Association, give me the Dahaka. Not a fan of Dahaka on Tomb of the Spider Queen. Global advantage really is non-impactful here. Interesting that they would go that. Maybe it's a good matchup against Diva. I'm actually not 100% sure all the bottom lane or off lane matchups here myself.
I would lean into the Diva over Dahaka for sustained damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, he actually. I think the big thing is it's just trying not to lose the lane too hard. I kind of feel like it's that sort of deal. Like you don't want Dahaka probably won't win bottom lane against the Diva, but he can at least clear things fairly quickly with that Dark Swarm in the wave, or at least put a little bit of pressure onto the Diva. We do see a Vala Maiev on the left hand side, so no Kerrigan, but there still is the Umbral Bind, the Fan of Knife reset potential as well. So Kerrigan-esque with the way that I think they're going to play this. There's still just so much to follow up with the, you have an Umbral Bind, you have a root for Malfurion, which we can only assume is Emerald Dreams for the insane sleep value and just 3.5 seconds of CC, essentially. Uther with the Righteous Hammer, Vala with Rain of Vengeance at 10. But this Falstad coming out, it's another global.
Yeah.
The only thing that the only thing that I can think of with the Dahaka is you can use Brushstock to flank into the Malfurion Vala backline. So maybe that's the idea is you Brushstock in to create a bit of not harassment, but chaos and peel the enemy team a little bit. Maybe that's the case. I'm a fan of Anti-Clan Association's draft. I would lean into them. I would lean into our blue team here.
I think that I definitely agree with you here, Baha. I think it feels like Clan Association are drafting for Cursed Hollow instead with the Dahaka Falstad. Won't be the case here. Of course, Falstad still will have some boss, control with that Mighty Gust. I don't know though. Yeah, we'll have to see here. Trying to break it down in my head and seeing the thought process here with all these picks. The Dahaka Global will be able to get the most value, I think, off of the turn-in phases, because out of those, there's not really many places to get value with brush-stocking behind a team.
Well, as we were just about to get into this, it looks like there's going to be a slight pause to kick things off, so we can continue talking about what we think is the stronger value. And I don't know if I really like the Dahaka Falstad. I think I agree. It's the argument that I get into, not argument, but it's the conversation I get into all the time when I love to talk about Asmodan. I am a filthy Asmodan main. I know McIntyre out there was just E-build's the jam. Leon was actually playing E-build Asmodan, so I feel like I have to adjust my playstyle. But regardless, it's one of those conversations where it's all right, you drafted Dahaka Falstad, but could you have drafted someone who does it better? Dahaka against a Diva, I would have thought maybe go into a Leoric, faster wave clear. Entomb setup would have been great. And then instead of the Falstad, maybe you look at someone like a Jaina who can play off the slows of May. I think that it's not a draft loss. I just think there could have been different things done. We'll have to see how things go here in our second best of three of the day. On the right-hand side, we have Clown Association. We've got Dahaka, played by Fancy Pants, CPX on the Falstad, IB Tings on the Lucio, Maka on the Sylvanas, and Collusion playing May.
And over on the left-hand side here, blue side, Anti-Clan Association, we're going to have a Kelsier on the Valamar on the Malfurion, my pal Vince on the Uther, my Ev played by Gotfilth, and Jay on the Diva.
Falstad will be frequent flyer at level 1 as Kelsier is going to take a risky fight, stepping very far forward in the mid lane, but it is double support, and that's going to be the health already back up. Umbral Bind pulls in one of the enemy members, Collusion diving in on that May to just disrupt the enemy team with that icing. No one going down. The wave being cleared out a little bit faster by the side of Clown Association.
I just had a thought, Baha. Gotfilth reminds me of Psalm of 3 years ago. Just pick me a high impact hero and I will carry on it. And it feels like with this Maiev, that's exactly what Gotfilth wants to do here. Even just look at those couple of resets there, chunking Clan Association out. Gotfilth is not scared to step up and make his presence known.
I love that about a Maiev player. It's also going to be the Spirit of Vengeance build as well, so Umbral Binds will give you cooldown reduction on that, and I'm assuming we'll see the Sudden Vengeance at level 4 to be able to have that burst percent damage off of the blink, and percent damage into a Dahaka May. I'm not too opposed to that whatsoever, as Gotfilth is making some interesting choices with the positioning, but it's all a bait in the end. May taking a lot of damage, not going to get picked off as the Cryo Freeze will save them. CPX trying to find the counter kill, or at least the counter play into my pal Vince.
Yeah, Maiev obviously having a couple of disengage tools. One, the E to escape on out of there, and then the trait as well to go invulnerable in the air. Relatively safe there unless one of those or both of those are down. Siege Camp is still available on the bot side, and Bruiser Camps are up for both teams here, respectively. It looks like the Bruiser Camp will be achieved by Anti-Clan Association, while Naka works on the Siege Camp in the bottom lane. And Spawn Association with this camp advantage will be able to find a pick, perhaps. Illusion getting pulled in.
I love that my pal Vince is recognizing, like, look, I'm an Uther, I don't wave clear much, I can pick up some gems maybe, but just sitting in that bush, waiting for me to step a little too close for the stun, the follow-up from Valimar, the follow-up from Got Filth as well. Kelsier with sustained damage, doesn't get the kill into May, but these threats are very, very terrifying, and as the game progresses and these players scale, it's seeming like the side of Anti-Clown Association might be able to find a kill eventually, but the same thing happens again, and I wonder, it's the same thing. It's like, I don't know if it's because they grabbed Collusion, they're just all in on whoever they grab, but it's the second game in a row where it's just, let's fight Collusion, the main tank. And that last game, I feel like it's like, all right, you hit the Garrosh and you didn't get kills. Now you're doing the same thing to May. Stop. Find anybody else, please.
Yeah, no, definitely optimally you'd find a squishier target opposed to just the front line. It just happens to be Collusion stepping up forward, so they're chunking him out, and they're not getting punished for it right now, so I'm still liking it for here. It just goes to, you know, in the later game, if they try to do the same thing and get punished for it because they're dumping all the damage into the tank, then it's going to be obviously a bad thing at that point. Right here in the early game, though, it is fine to get the advantage that way.
With our 7s on the horizon, turn-in potential is nearing for both sides. It just came through on the side of Clown Association. Anti-Clown Association needs 1 or 2 more of the gems that will be on the ground, and actually literally 1 more right now if my math serves me correct. 7 talents here about to come through. Is there a priority for turn-in, or is there going to be a delay to look for back-to-back and build up more gems in each team's economy? Stun? Pull from the Umbral Bind onto Collusion once again. Damage dumped in. No kill to be found.
No kill, but still an advantageous trade for ACA once again. Level 7 talent here comes through first for Clown Association. Got Filth stepping up, securing some gems, and the double support. I mean, that's what's keeping the members of ACA so healthy. Got Filth looking for some aggressive catches as well. Dahaka is getting a bit of a bot lane advantage here. Wave priority. Gonna be able to maybe rotate up. Dahaka in this matchup, if it's gonna get value, it's gonna be at brush stalking in those small windows. But if we look at the bushes on the map, the bushes to get aggressive kills are only in the bottom lane, but Dahaka's already there, right? If we're brush stalking to the top lane, the members of ACA can just run left because there's no bush there like there is in the bottom side.
And that was a discussion you and I had, and we both kind of agreed. I'm just not a fan of Dahaka here. He does have good wave clear. His team fight's really good. It's just the global value is just not present. Brush Truck going to be coming in from the Dahaka right literally into the face of the enemy team, and they can hear that growl. There's going to be a root out. Dahaka burrows into the ground before the sleep is applied. Stun from the Uther will connect. Webweavers will descend first for the side of Anti-Clown Association. Blue Webweavers getting into lanes, and Jay still continuing to soak out through that bottom lane. Neck and neck in experience, but what does this Webweaver phase yield? Will it be some structural damage, any advantage for the side of Anti-Clown Association, or does Clown Association, our red team, shut things down?
That dig actually did more harm than good there. Not only did he not get anything out of it, got chunked out to below half, and let Diva continue to push the bottom lane there. It's just exactly that happened. Dahaka brush talked into the top lane, the members of ACA just ran left, and Dahaka wasn't able to actually accomplish anything. Now Diva's going to be able to, you know, use her damage mitigation zone there. It's going to be hard for Dahaka to actually find anything, but who's finding something right now is Got Filth, maybe on Collusion.
Or Collusion finding something on a Got Filth. That's going to be the Vault of the Warden. Sleep goes out. Hungering Arrow will find the snipe, and Kelsier will be able to get first blood for their friendly team. My pal Vince stepping up to get a few of those gems that were dropped by the minion wave, but also by the enemy members. For anyone that doesn't know, fun fact, if you kill an enemy hero, they actually drop 3 gems.
Yep. That is a little fun fact. Gives you a bit of an advantage there. Perhaps you're a few gems away, and gonna be about 18 gems away right now if you are ACA. They're not gonna have turn available for a little bit, so they just get out the camps. Level 10s are now achieved for both team. It is going to be Divine Shield for Uther and Containment Disc for Got Filth. Everything else pretty standard, I guess. Reign of Vengeance as opposed to Strafe here for Vala. Anything that surprises you here?
The Strafe, or excuse me, no, the Rain of Vengeance is absolutely fine. I thought for a second you said they picked Strafe. I was like, wait, really? They did?
Yeah, Rain over Strafe, yeah.
I think the Containment Disc is a little unique, but I think it's also a great way to just catch someone out, and it's like web wrap. It's like, all right, you can set it up and then collapse around the player inside, because the player inside has no vision around them as well. It completely blocks. It's like isolation from Dahaka, so it's a good way to maybe target or isolate one person. Or even then, let's say the Containment Disc goes out onto Lucio. There's no healing for the next few seconds, as this Lucio takes a lot of damage from the mech explosion of Diva Sleep from that root of Valimar, and Webweaver phase through mid will be cleared out fairly quickly, just now dropping down to half health. Jay in bottom lane up against Fancy Pants, and we have got Filth in top lane pushing things out on that Maiev. And here's this mid lane, as we were just saying, not going to get a ton of value, should get some structure damage into this front gate, actually taking out the entire front gate.
Yeah, entire front gate, but no more after that. CPX have a good Mighty Gust to disengage that fight, but 3 ultimates down for Clan Association, so ACA could find something if Maiev is able to go aggressive here. Jay loses the mech, actually. Could lose their life as well, as 22 gems. Yeah, will do so. Oh! Going in here to try to save them, but that's not where you want to be. D-Shield comes through.
Just as the Divine Shield comes through, oh my god, the Umbral binds. I cannot believe this right now. Are we serious? The Avalanche threw the Uther away. Containment Disc went onto Collusion, and that's it. It's a Diva with no gem actual loss, and Filth goes, I gotta get these gems out of me so I can make the plays again, and there will be zoning for my Palvins. 42 gems go in. I can't believe it, Khroen.
That's a good play there from Gotfield, recognizing these gems, if we lose them, that's going to put our momentum so far behind. Sure, we have to expend a Divine Shield and a Tranquility off the back of it, but if that fight continued to go and Gotfield got more resets, that could have been multiple kills there for ACA, even in a 4v5 scenario. Gotfield actually has zero fear. Trust the team to be, behind them, and that's what we're going to see probably be a good factor in their aggression once we actually have this Webweaver phase come through. As soon as Divine Shield comes back, Gotfield is going to be looking for something like that yet again.
30 seconds on that Divine Shield, 23 on the Tranquility for the Malfurion, and an Avalanche from May will be up in about 25 seconds. 13 talent here will be rounding in for the side of Clown Association, as Gotfilth and friends look to push out these waves. CPX clearing things in top lane on the Falstead with 33 gems. Front gate's going to take some is going to be down, I believe, already, and the structure itself will take a wee bit of damage. Bottom lane will be the target for the side of Anti-Clan Association. Jay losing the mech. High Five will get Dahaka out of that slow. Tranquility popped by the Malfurion. Kelsier trying to make some plays here. Wailing Arrow comes out from the Sylvanas. Silence is going to be there, but the Vault is available for Kelsier, who drops the Rain of Vengeance behind them. Umbral bind onto Maka, who's getting very low here. Containment just does go onto the Sylvanas, as Gotfield considers jumping on top of them, but actually is going to go back in here. Gotfield looking for the Maka kill and does find it. The objective phase has ended, and there's not a ton. Actually, no, mid lane is about to go down during all of this, and so Anti-Clan Association continues to push down here. Fancy Pants will get the tongue drag onto MyPalvince, who finds an immediate stun as the Divine Shield mitigates any value from the Avalanche. Fancy Pants trying to get away from the Mecha Explosion is going to live, but takes a lot of damage. Mid lane fort should go down to the, oh no, there's a literal sliver left, but this is one auto attack from our blue team, easy enough. Maybe even a Spirit of Vengeance. I don't even think you have to blink to it.
Yep, just gonna send that one out. Okay, it needs both.
There it is, there it is.
But that's fine. Gotfield is like, okay, just a Q. Nope, okay, need more, but yeah, gonna be clearing out this wave. They're gonna be getting themselves closer to another turn in right now. 18 more gems to go for ACA. They are about a half a level up right now. MyPalvince did a nice little play there with the Divine Shield. Make sure he doesn't get Avalanche. Might not have really needed it, because even if you got Avalanche, they could have just turned the fight afterwards, but you know, rather be safe than sorry there. You already got an advantage, might as well not lose it there. It's just a one heroic for one heroic trade at the end of things. Now, Clan Association looking for the turn-in, but Anti-Clan Association very aware of it. Gotfield stepping up and get some wave clear going on, and it's just going to be a battle of, who finds who first.
The big thing I think is it's more so on the side of Clown Association, our red team, to really kind of find the parity in levels, because the slow trickle in experience, the waves that are coming in here and there, that'll be 16 slowly but surely in favor for the side of Anti-Clan Association. And I'm realizing this right now, Khroen, I don't think we've gotten any of these comms. So, but if whoever gets the Webweavers next, do you want to jump into their comms?
Yeah, definitely. Whoever
Yeah.
secures this, I think the pressure is very much on them. I'm curious to see how they will set up and what they're going to look to do in every single one of the waves, because it's important to keep track of every single one of the waves, where they're at, where you can get the most advantages out. But, ooh, okay, a good cleanse there coming out.
Got Filth is going to try and find some Fan and Ivory sets. Uther ends up going down. The Tranquility is going to be a little too late. Containment disconnects onto the Sylvanas. There's going to be the Sudden Vengeance. Umbral Bind pulls in a few members from Got Filth. The Tongue Drag connects onto Got Filth. Rain of Vengeance stalls things out. Collusion trying to get in here. Short distance blink will allow Got Filth to disengage, and Uther is down. The turn-in should be available for the side of Clown Association. Unless, well, it's not fully just through CPX. Sylvanas still needs to push things out, so it's 23 in on the side of Anti-Clown Association, 41 Collusion. Do you got it? All right, I'm going to go ahead and throw us on into the Clown Association draft, or comms.
Let's do it.
Now we get a lot with this turn in.
I'm fast clearing mid, and then we can go top.
Yeah, we want to like try to fight them wherever they are.
I need people to step up here.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Coming mid.
Diva?
I'm going top, they're coming down.
You can snowball Diva.
I'm a Diva, Tonga Diva. It's cleanse.
Cleanse.
It's two cleanses, it's two
I'm
cleanses.
fine. Stop cleanse. Hitting Uther right now.
I need help. I need help.
I can't.
You have Z?
Okay, you see
I'm
the
on
flow?
now.
Yeah, hitting Mount.
Me,
Knock,
me.
dive.
I'm out.
I'm gonna gust when this drops.
Nice.
Yeah, high five.
Getting big value on the map. This is not the worst.
Maybe go bottom when they go to place out.
Yeah, I'll lick it.
Bottom's gone already.
Diva might be able to catch Diva inting here.
I'm digging deep. Maybe she comes here.
Okay. I'm grabbing the.
I think she is, dude. I think she's gonna walk right into you. Yep. Look,
Top, top,
look.
Ooh,
Oh, don't. We need to get out of
man.
here.
We need to leave. We need to run.
I have big slow talent, you're fine.
Okay, nice.
Alright, good try. Let's get ulti.
Can we get
Yo,
back camp?
I was so close to hard
Yeah,
to take.
turn.
Out of those comms. Khroen, what are your thoughts right there? Little aggressive, almost. Hakaburo.
Yeah, oh man, okay, a lot happened there, right? It was a lot of, we can look for kills here. This is going to get a lot of value. Some miscommunication. I think Collusion could have been saved if the Gust had came through earlier, but at least the Gust was able to save another member, and they're able to be proactive as well, with looking at that kill onto Jay. It is a Diva though, so even just getting the kill with the silence arrow willing arrow is down, it's pretty hard to do. Luckily, they weren't punished for it. It's a lot of, good proactive looking for plays, but not a lot of, is this play actually worth it? What is the risk versus reward of this? So maybe a more, consideration to that regard should be there for Cloud Association in the future.
Well, speaking of Anti-Clown Association on the opposing side, they just got their web weavers, and they're going to start pushing in through this top lane. I was like, maybe we jump into their comms as well and hear how they're going to handle things, but it might be a little too late for that one. So let's just continue here hanging out. Mid lane does go down immediately. Bottom lane a little far pushed out, so top lane's the real big priority for the side of Anti-Clown Association, trying to get some periodic catapult pressure on this map. And this is, by the way, the third fort falling down on the side of Clown Association, and we're 15 minutes in. It's been a bit of a slow Tomb of Spider Queen game in the sense of structural damage, even kind of kills. It's 3-2 in kills. We've had some big moments, but those big moments it's just a lot of rotations, grabbing gems and poking back and forth. The members of Anti-Clown Association, our blue team, 10 gems away from another turn-in, but the opposing side, Clown Association, our red team, has 88 in their pockets, looking potentially for a turn-in here, and it's available if they want to be able to turn into the clutch.
Anti-Clown Association should not let Clown Association get the turn in here. They're well aware that that's what they want to do. They can stall this out while Diva does the Bruiser camp. I believe they should be able to still stall. Okay, they don't stall Fancy Pants there. Looking for the stall onto Lucio. Actually, they're just giving it up. They're okay with giving it up, getting level 20s, and then getting a turn-in of their own. As long as they don't get picked off before 20s here, and they can just let both forts fall, it's going to be a huge counter push there after everything's said and done.
I think you nailed that perfectly. It's just if they don't really lose out too much here on the side of Anti-Clan Association, because we're getting into late game Web Weavers, and they're really going to start sieging in well, especially with the waves kind of pressed up through top and mid in favor for the side of Clown Association. Jay going to jet propulsion in, does have the Mecha Explosion, probably will drop that immediately, trying to reduce some of the damage with that defensive Matrix. Good gust from the false step, but the sleep's going to be on to Ivy Tinks, who's able to get the high five to disengage. Gotfield comes in with the fan of knives and gets the kill. There's going to be a tongue drag onto Kelsier, but right now Collusion's the target, and he's going to go down as well. A double kill for the side of Anti-Clan Association, shutting down this Web Weaver phase.
The fight is won, but what do we do after that, Baha? We gotta clear the red Web Weavers and look to get a boss to turn of their own. Jay, however, getting aggressed upon, has to be forced to use the Mech Explosion and get de-shielded there. Really, ACA does not want to lose a single member. Fancy Pants now, can he escape this when it's not looking likely?
Essence is popped. Is there a brush stock available? It's not going to happen if you're going to get hit with the Rain of Vengeance. Fancy Pants just delaying things out for some extra value through bottom lane. But what's that going to get? A keep front gate, and Maiev clears things out. But you just staggered out of death. That's the thing. I feel like Dahaka should have died fast as possible, held onto their essence, and looked for the fast respawn to join into Mei and Lucio. So that way, there's not going to be this awkward 42 seconds where there's no Dahaka on the map, and Boss plus Webweaver will be grabbed by the side of Anti-Clan Association.
If Clan Association was willing to take the 4v5 on boss here, then sure, Dahaka stalling is going to be worth it, but they're not opting for that. The essence is going to be gone. They're going to be faced with a full boss and a full turn-in not available at all for Clan Association right now. Sure, they're going to be deep pushing bottom lane with the siege camp, but that's not going to be enough value here. Maybe they even get the keep, and sure, that's great. You mitigate the losses here as much as possible, but this boss and a turn-in, this can be game-ending, of course.
Let's jump into the comms of Anti-Clan Association. I want to hear what they're going to do here going into this potential end.
Definitely, let's go for it.
Me and Diva come back for sure, at least.
I think
I can maybe stall them.
I stay.
They're really late to back. I'm just coming.
They do have Gust. They do have Fly. They can fly Gust.
I think
Joe for a second.
Alright, got false outside. He's not flying. He's not flying.
Yeah, he's not in range of fly right now. I can look for a bull potentially. We don't have Diva right now, so you should come. You should come.
Careful this top. Careful this top angle with Gus. I'm stepping up a little. You know, false is not here.
I'll kind of be split so that I can probably.
Okay. We're just gonna keep here. Maybe look mid. If they keep staying up, we can go. But what's that? We can be aggro.
Careful.
Be a little chill here. We don't have a wave anymore.
CVX. Okay, he's still here. He's still here. We see him. I'm throwing W's on keep.
We can maybe just play the bruiser camp or something afterward.
Bomb is 50.
It's gonna be scary with Gust, I suppose.
Yeah. Can you wait till I build like 10%? I will have.
Yeah, we can wait for a Diva bomb.
They have more gems.
Maybe I take damage to get a bomb.
Yeah. Care Gust, this angle.
Yeah, this is a little scary.
We have no eyes on false side.
They're on. We can maybe look their camp.
Yeah, we have a bomb.
Still have no eyes. Okay, we see him in.
I might want to like go over here actually. I'm going. Big
yeah,
goal.
I'm with you.
I got Ivy. Look Ivy. Look May.
Here's off that.
Careful silence. We got all their ults. Just come here.
Yeah.
We aren't on mid now. I can look for a full again soon. I'm going out to BX.
Hey, I'm not with you.
Okay, it's fine.
We just play mid. Nice damage.
I have full again in 4. We can look with it. I'm just looking up keep maybe. Yeah, ginormous.
Oh, no.
It's fine, we got avalanches. Good trade. We can keep looking, just focus, keep.
Everything on my
Yeah. Keeps going down, 3, 2.
I have E again in 4.
Maybe I can.
Yeah. Wait, just play off my pull, play off me. Okay, cut out. That's probably all we get.
Oh, I'm hitting this.
Oh yeah, he's at 2.
Oh, holy shit.
Oh, we can look for more. Wait,
Yeah.
yes. Oh,
Wait, I'm on Maka.
wait, I pull. Oh,
They have a turn very soon.
yeah. Please show.
It's 36 away.
Yeah. Oh, never mind. I thought
We probably we probably don't get anything else here.
Keep going, keep going.
I'm gonna go push out a bot wave.
Wait.
Just keep eyes on turns.
I'm gonna go back then.
Honestly, did not want to leave those comms, Khroen, because it was just constantly like, oh, I'm gonna go in, and I was like, oh, we have another Maiev engage. Oh, I'm gonna go in. It's just, but I love that it's just constantly like, got filth, like, play off of me. I'm going for this. Like, it's just that communication. You and I have talked about this quite a bit throughout today's games of communication and confidence in that communication. It's not like I have this available. It's I am doing this. Play off of me. So it really, really cool communication coming out from Anti-Clan Association just right there. That was double keep, but here's the thing, Khroen, it still is anyone's game in my opinion. A team fight in either direction could be game winning, because there's win condition through bottom against Anti-Clan Association, and there's a win condition through top and mid for the side of Anti-Clan Association.
There is no better way for this series to end, Baha. No matter which way it ends up going, we are, going into minute 23 of this Tomb game. It can go either way. Got Phil looking aggressive here. Gets a good pull onto 2. Dahaka, Brushstroke's behind.
Brushstroke in. There's a lot of damage. Gust from Falstad. Burrow from the Dahaka. Root's going to be there, and the sleep will be available as well. Maiev going to get hit with the Avalanche. Wailing Arrow comes out from Sylvanas. Divine Shield onto this Vala. Currently going to be having Got Filth going in, trying to find some extra damage. Get Filthy Pants. Fancy Pants is going to be trying to get out of here away from that mecha explosion. Chase continues in from the members of Anti-Clan Association with a camp through mid as well. Is this enough to end the game? Got Filth continually blinking in aggressively, looking for Umbral Binds. But is the damage here?
The ACA is so willing to just step to the enemy core there, and while sure you can get some kills, it's so aggressive. Godfield continually, as you mentioned, taking those blinks forward, and I guess you're able to now a Katema disc onto Sylvanas.
Is there follow-up damage? Good displacement from the enemy team with a few abilities to just deny the follow-up on Damaka, who's able to get back into the Hall of Storms. Catapults are starting to arrive at the core on the side of Clown Association. Anti-Clown Association considering what to do here. Catapult damage is really strong right now, chunking into these shields. The shield just now falling down, but the catapults will be ending. That is a wonderful wind tunnel, but it's actually going to anti-synergize with the Avalanche, just kind of saving my pal Vince, and this will be Anti-Clan Association backing off with 56 gems in their pockets. Boss is up and available in top lane, and they know on the side of Anti-Clan Association, there's no Gust, no Avalanche. This is their boss.
Ultimate's down. They turn over to the boss. They just wanted to stay there until they bait those out. Now, Clan Association has to come through here. My pal Vince, great job anchoring here. Finds a stun on Tamaka.
Oh, it is dirty with the benediction for the reset on the double stun, and that will be Sylvanas going down. Another Spirit of Vengeance isn't going to be triggered. Seems like the side of Anti-Clan Association wants this boss. Even though Webweaver Turn-In is available for the red team, the side of Anti-Clan Association does not care. Gust is up in 7 seconds. This is getting a little hairy here as My Pal Vince is doing their best to control some of the enemy team entering into this. Divine Shield thrown out onto Got Filth. May is going to go down. The boss was released. Blink forward from Got Filth, chasing onto CPX. Is there a number bind? The wind tunnel comes out. Webweavers are going to be descending for this red team, but they're very far back in the lane, Khroens.
Weirdly enough, it's actually okay to go in there, stop ACA from getting the boss and only losing one member. Now they have the, it's going to be so hard, though, to try to, stave them off still. 5 members alive. It looks like ACA pushing for the win.
This is a mecha explosion. A lot of Anti-Clan Association on the core of Clown Association, and it looks like after 25 minutes, the members of our blue team, Anti-Clan Association, take the series in a 2-1 fashion. GG. Well played.
Well played indeed. Anti-Clan Association, led by Got Filth there, dictated the whole entire pace of the last half of that game. Even keeping Clan Association under their core seems strange, but it's to, not let Falstad be able to roam the map as he pleases, get a good fly behind and gust angle. You're keeping the Falstad in check. You're not letting them get the turn-ins at all, and you bait out the ultimates and go back to get the boss or something else of value. I think ACA played that game exceptionally well, identifying their win conditions at every single point. The consistent damage, once again, wanted to highlight Kelsey here, over 100,000 hero damage on that Vala, 0 deaths, was instrumental in getting that last pick there as well after the My Pal Vince stuns near that boss pit. But all throughout the game, all the members there playing so well.
Yeah, as Maka had a wonderful 69,000 heroic damage to try and match Kelsier, so you can really see just the deficit between those two, but also Kelsier's value, as you were mentioning. So you always got to mention those nice stats, because Chad always likes to hear about them. But the other thing that's nice is we now know exactly who's going to be going to the grand finals. It'll be Anti-Clown Association versus Dad's Who game. We're going to go ahead and take a short little break, get ourselves rehydrated and ready for the grand final best of 5. Don't go anywhere. We've got one more amazing matchup here on HeroesCCL Free Agent Tournament. Welcome back to the HeroesCCL Free Agent Tournament. We are at the culmination of 3 days of Heroes Esports. Joining me, well, excuse me, first off, I guess I'm Bahamut, that's whatever. Joining me is Khroen, though, the actual talent here. How do you feel after all of the games? We've so far had 6 best of 3s over the last 2 days, and we're about to get into that best of 5.
Yeah, firstly, I mean, give credit where credit is due, Baha. You're doing an amazing job here. I'm glad to share this casting desk with you. It's been a pleasure, and we've seen some amazing series from the past couple of days. A little bit more one-sided yesterday, but I mean, today, going both series to that third game, and now, as you mentioned, the culmination of everything, Anti-Clown Association versus Dads Who game is going to be our grand finals here today, Baha. What are you to make of this? Like, everything that's happened, what are you most looking forward to in this game?
It's a best of 5, and this is where I expect players and teams to really kind of try and catch the enemy team off guard. This is where those, pocket Vikings with a Medivh comes in. Everyone knows what I want to say, so we won't say it. I said it once on the broadcast, and if I say it again, I get a penalty. CCL actually wrote that. Yeah, I'm not allowed to. I'm only allowed to say it once per broadcast because I guess it's not good to constantly say it. But right there, you did see our bracket, and now you know who is going to be in these grand finals. We're going to get ready for our first map in just a little bit, but we're going to kind of chat here a little bit about these two teams. We've got Anti-Clown Association going up against Dads Who game. So we can look at the Anti-Clown Association roster here. We just watched them take that 2-1 over Clown Association, so thank God we don't have to do that one anymore. My pal Vince, Valimar, Jay, Gotfilth, and Kelsier. When looking at this roster, honest to God, Gotfilth, yes, is someone so impactful, so strong, but we need to sing the praises of Jay. Jay has had some Murrow plays that are out of this world, Diva plays that are absolutely 200 IQ, and I'm ready to see what they're able to do in this final series of our free agent tournament. Khroen, who's on the opposing side going up against these clowns? Well, anti-clowns.
Going up against the anti-clowns here are the Dads Who Game, Caesar Salad, Hebby, Nentori, Skog, and Pirate Rum. A very hard-fought series they had earlier, and I mean, they got through to the grand finals. And if this is the best of the free agent pool here, I am not disappointed in the slightest. All of these 10 members going into this game are you know, super solid, and I'm expecting to see some more good stuff out of them. They're both warmed up, right? They had the earlier series in the day, and they're gonna be ready to go here. It is a best of 5. We haven't seen that you know, in this tournament so far. It is the grand finals, so teams having to do their prep, having to prep for more than 3 maps. Maybe it's a 3-0, hopefully not.
Oh no.
But that goes, yeah. I mean, that goes to just a different dynamic when we think about tournaments. In those tournament runs, do they have pocket strategies that they have prepared to bring out during the finals? That's always going to be something to you know, keep on the mind. Jay, as you highlighted on the side of Anti-Clown Association, they pulled out the Samuro, they pulled out the Diva, the Vikings as well. What more picks can we see out of that whole entire roster? Because they're the ones who pull out these spicy drafts. Jay, as well, wanted to take a moment to highlight the fact that they've been doing a fantastic job as a solo laner. Not only are they able to, you know, do what the solo laner's job is, which is basically to just, you know, mitigate damage. You don't want to get caught out ever. You don't want to mess up. And you know, Jay is doing exactly that, getting those slight macro leads, those slight offlane advantages, as well as having the prowess to pull out these picks like Vikings and Samuro. This player is so flexible in what they can offer to any CCL team.
And we're getting into Battlefield of Eternity for our first map, and just to kind of close up or wrap up our Jay discussion here, there's a lot of uniqueness that Jay's been able to pop up on every single map, and I'm sure some of you are sitting at home like, wait a minute, Bahamut, Khroen, how do we get to Battlefield of Eternity? Really quickly, just want to let you know that the members of Dads Who Game banned out Dragonshire, Anti-Clown Association banned out Garden of Terror, and this is the map choice of Dads Who Game, giving first pick priority over to the side of Anti-Clown Association. Just want to kind of catch everyone up on that really quickly as we're getting into this Battlefield game with the Chromie ban on the left-hand side, Uther on the right. There's a Hogger that I'm not surprised to see banned out. It's the thing that I consider here is, and you mentioned, you know, hopefully it's not a 3-0, but I lean into the realm of like, all right, it's game 1 of a best of 5. Like, yes, the enemy team could get an advantage, but maybe this is where we pull out that crazy murky, or we can go ahead and, you know, I'm on my train, of course, of all these, but like, or maybe we look at, you know, triple bruiser and hyper carry Hanzo or something like that. That's definitely something we've seen in in-houses and in in-house scrims, but the draft has to unfold. The Lucio ban was the last one during our first ban phase out from the side of Dads Who Game, and we get our first Sonya of the day today. Khroen, she's been banned out every single game up until now.
She has, and we're going to see how she plays in the hands of Jay there. I'm expecting to see Jay, you know, always have a lot of impact in these matches, so it's going to be exciting to see a Sonya. And will it go Wrath, or will it be that leap that we I think desperately really want to see at this point? It's so hyped to see a Sonya engage, and oh boy, it very well might be when we're paired with a Diablo and Medivh here. This draft is flying by here, Baha.
I'm reeling a little bit. I'm like, these players know exactly what they want to do on this Battlefield of Eternity map. And now here's the little bit of a pause. The side of Dads Who Game, we're like, all right, let's take a second here in this ban phase. What do we really not want to allow the enemy team to have? This is also Dads Who Game getting first pick after this ban phase, so they will ban out the Vala, seeing Kelsier with a lot of prowess in that last game. You mentioned over 100,000 heroic damage in that 26-minute Tomb of Spider Queen game, but the biggest thing to note, 0 deaths. That Vala, who's so squishy, and there were so many dives, so many big team fights, and Kelsier was able to stay alive through the help of a lot of friendly members, but also positionally, that Vala knew exactly where to be. Left-hand side, the members of Anti-Clown need to ban out something as well. Gonna get rid of the Malfurion.
Okay, I like the Malfurion ban. It does pair well nicely with the Li Ming, and follow up CC, of course, off of that Anubarak. We are, of course, on BOE, so we have to think of race potential. I feel like I'm in a time vortex with how many BOEs that we see every single series. It's like the same one replaying over and over again. But the picks are going to come through 3 and 4 here for Dads Who Game. They need a support, they need an offlaner, and another damage threat. And okay,
let's go.
You know, it's not a murky Baha, but it is a Gazlo, and these are gonna be those niche picks that come out here in the game 1 of the grand finals, showing their stuff, and it's gonna be Nintori playing that one, I believe.
What else would you need, though? It's a one-man wrecking crew. That you don't need a Liming, you don't need a Nubrak, you don't need a Stukov. It's just Gazlo. It's the Gaz show. But it is going to be a Brightwing and a Cassia to round things out on the side of Anti-Clan Association. Good dive, good. Cassie is a great hero for jumping through the portals because she can jump through and then fend immediately, or she can use that short range to start just getting auto attacks and buff, or excuse me, proc her avoidance trait. Last pick on the right hand side. This Gazlo, I'm assuming, is for the solo lane.
Yeah.
Nope.
Oh.
Probably. But here's the thing. Here's the thing, Khroen. Outside of Sonya Giant Slammer at level 16, what is the chunking value into a Deathwing? Cassia does deal damage, but not that much damage.
It's really just going to be portaling through and avoiding the Deathwing, being like, all right, we'll clean Deathwing up when everything's said and done. All the rest of the members either fall or have to retreat too far back. But this draft has concluded. It is featuring a Gazlo, of course, that one-man wrecking crew. And I think the name of the game here for Dads Who Game is going to be Wombo Combo. Maybe a Graviton into Li Ming combo, Deathwing, you know, zooming on in there at that point. A big Stukov silence, heavy on the Stukov. Very, very solid, but got filth in the Medivh.
Gonna have to see. The other thing to consider too is the Anubrak with like when the portals go out, Anubrak could look for the Impale plus a Burrow Charge to lock someone in place and maybe catch them before they go through that portal. We'll have to see because we've already loaded into the game. These players are ready to go, and let's get into this. On the right-hand side, we have the members of Dads Who Game. We have got Nintori on the Gazlo, Heavy Hooten on the Stukov, Caesar Salad on the Anubrak, Pyrat Rum on the Deathwing, and Skoog on the Li Ming.
And over on the left-hand side, we have Anti-Cloud Association, Jay on the Sonya, my pal Vince on the Diablo, Valimar on the Brightwing, Got Filth in the Medivh, and Kelsier once again on the Cassia.
Peeking at some level 1s here. Sonya going into Slam build, as we've pretty much seen as always. Molten Blood for the Deathwing, and for the Gazlo, just to note, Rocket Boots at level 1 for them. And the other thing that I actually want to note, Reactive Ballista Spores for that Stukov. A good way to, if you get bursted, to be able to spread some of that healing pathogen immediately, and you might be able to play off of a double healing pathogen, much like how Alex Strazi uses her Dragon Queen right after using a healing circle, but the dive goes in onto this Diablo. Valimar uses the phase shift, and this will be quite a bit of damage into Anti-Clan Association from the Dads Who Game.
Yeah, Skoog doing a great job of getting some cheeky magic missiles off, almost taking down Valimar, if maybe there was an orb to pair along with it. Got Filth looking for these Medivh stacks, and I believe Got Filth usually plays rather, you know, safe. They'd rarely put themselves in a position to die early and lose those stacks, so it's just going to be how much portal and shield value he can get. It usually is going to be very high. The solo lane is Gazlo versus Sonya there. So Deathwing is in the 4-man, and I think that will go pretty even in that off lane.
I wonder, with all of the ads, I guess you could say, or the turrets, realistically, that Gazlo can spawn, I wonder if that makes Sonya's life a little bit more difficult, because obviously she wants to spin through the wave and just slam it and all that kind of stuff, but these turrets have sustained damage during all of that, which kind of mitigate a little bit of her spin value, so I'm wondering if the Gazlo can slowly kind of win out against the Sonya, or if she just can self-sustain enough with the slam build. In the past, it used to be the Warpaint at level 1 for the auto attack, extra healing, but that's kind of fallen to the wayside ever since this slam build has been mass priority since she got buffed in the last patch that we did have, and this will be Diablo taking a portal, getting away.
Yeah, nearly 1 tower taken down from the side of Dads Who Game there. Just, you know, under 200 HP left. No towers have been taking any damage from the side of Dads Who Game on the bottom side. Skoog is waiting in the wings. Jay maybe stepping up a bit too far here.
And this is a wonderful read from Dads Who Game. Unfortunately, Jay has some of the best sidestepping I've seen all day. Skoog is just trying to dive on top of this. The face shift comes in. Gazlo with the Explodium charge, and the re-engage happens onto the Li Ming. She goes down. First blood over to the side of Anti-Clown Association.
Fantastically played there by Jay. If Jay just ran straight towards his own wall, definitely would have been burrow charged by Caesar Salad and comboed, but running down to create space, not getting CC'd, and gave time for Valimar to have that burrowing port in, gave time for Diablo to rotate in there and get the counter kill instead. Jay, while they were too far forward, knew exactly how to react when they realized the rotation was coming.
That it's reads like that are insane, and sidesteps like that are just it's not like, oh, like it's an easy sidestep, it's expected. This is reading the Anubrak and kind of guessing what abilities they'll use and what abilities they have off of cooldown. Things like that absolutely blow me away when we watch these free agents and the little skills they can really showcase with just even disengages like that. But the objective phase is up and available. Gotfilth working on those baseline stacks. As a reminder to everyone, if Gotfilth dies on this Medivh before finishing those stacks, all of them are reset, much like Convection Kilthos, but no one plays that, obviously. So.
Convection Kilthos, yeah, something we haven't seen in a very, very long time. The only mage we did see was the Jaina earlier, but Li Ming being the mage, I guess, of choice now in this game, and that's pretty standard for this Battlefield of Eternity, having very heavy burst damage here on to the Diablo. My pal Vince, though, gets the Medivh Protect, gets the Valimar port, and Li Ming, her life is really hard, actually, into Medivh here. Scoob has to find windows where he can combo, and the shield is either on another target or already used.
That is the big thing, because burst mitigation through Medivh against a Li Ming, yeah, that's not a good time for the Li Ming player, and finding that cooldown counting will be important. But right now, the Immortal Belith getting, Alarian being shredded by this Deathwing, who will avoid the little bit of a stun. It's not going to stun them, but still it's damage onto a Deathwing, and they want to keep those 3 armor plates because of that Molten Blood at level 1. Skoog chasing very far to find a combo into Valimar, Mypel, Vince, and this will be Belith in bottom lane for the side of Dadsu Game.
Dadsu Game, Caesar Salad, I feel like I'm in a Time Vortex indeed. We saw this here earlier today, and they got the first Immortal as well. They're so good at having this early game aggression and using it to get this advantage. Sure, they're down level 7s for but a moment, but they're going to get the advantage based off of this full wall here. Jay actually rotating, and they're going aggressive now.
Portal forward, my pal Vince looking to jump onto Heavy. Jay still just spinning to win against a few other members. Is going to be proccing or utilizing that Battle Rage. You can hear it every so often. Valimar gets cooked by the Deathwing, and this will be a kill out from the side of Dadsu Game. They'll find their first blood in this bottom lane push. It's even 1-1 in kills, 7 to just about, or excuse me, I guess 8 to 8 realistically, if we're just going to round up on that one. Yeah. And a re-engage potentially happening over this camp, Khroen.
That was a 4v5 as well, and the team with 4, Dadsu Game, because they had Gaz in the top lane, actually won out on that engage. That is fascinating to note. They have the confidence to turn around in that situation and come out on top. Now they get the bottom lane camp as well. Gazlo was pushing top that whole time, got the rest of the wall, I believe. Yeah, the minions are now even working on the fort there. Dadsu Game showing up strong here in game number 1 of the grand finals.
This was actually, just really quickly, Gotfilth finishes their stacks right there on Medivh, so it's time to feed everybody. But the big thing I wanted to note is I love the way that Dadsu Game are playing this. Look at Li Ming's positioning consistently and how all of the other bruisers, even Heavy on the Stukov, are kind of making sure Li Ming is safe all of the time. Like, I was just watching, anytime there's a portal, Li Ming's still out of range a sense, or she's able to blink further away to just increase that, or disallow, I guess you could say, the dive potential. But now, here it comes from my pal Vince, a lot of damage onto Heavy. The Polymorph's going to be out as well. Blinds are there. Heavy's able to walk away with a couple hundred health. Diablo's souls are finished out as well, and our second Immortal phase will spawn here. I just think there's a lot of really good control on the micro sense from the side of Dadsu Game, as we're going to get into the second Immortals here, Khroen. And it's just really good reads. That's the biggest thing that I constantly want to say from both of these sides. Like, even Jay earlier with all those sidesteps on the Sonyan bottom lane.
Definitely, both teams showing some fantastic moments of reading the enemy team extremely well. We're going to see the second Immortal phase come through. Caesar Salad trying to, make sure to defend their own Immortal while both teams go for the Bruiser camps. Level 10s on the horizon now. the potential catch on a Gazelle in top lane, but Notori sniffs that one out again with the reads, making sure to be safe. But now Leyline is here, and surely the APOC from my pal Vince will follow it up. Yes, that has been taken, just needs to come out.
There's the gravel bomb you're talking about in draft. There's a phase shift onto Jay from the Brightwing. A new Brat goes in. Leyline Seal will stall things out. There's no Apocalypse. Big gravel bomb, but the protection status mitigates pretty much any big value as the web wrap goes out onto Jay, cleared by the Fend of Cassia. And this second Immortal phase seems like it's being controlled fairly well by the side of Anti-Clan Association, who pops the Apocalypse, diving onto this Gazlo, and the one-man Wrecking Crew will get wrecked themselves. Pirate Rum trying to burn a Nate as much as the enemy team as he possibly can. Sonya split from the friendly side with that Wrath of Berserker, trying to heal up, and actually the friendly team shows up on the side of Anti-Clan Association, denying the dive onto Jay, and this will still just be a Gazlo and half the Immortal phase over to the side of Anti-Clan Association.
Nearly the half, the top fort will fall for ACA, but actually, ACA gets pushed off before the half's able to be achieved. My pal Vince went aggressive on a Caesar Salad. Brightwing port comes in to try to secure it.
Meanwhile, Jay finds the dive onto Li Ming, and that will be another kill for the side of Anti-Clan Association. Caesar Salad, I thought they were going to double back for a second with that 200 health, but the halfway points here, Nintori a little far forward, but this is the top lane Shaman camp, as you noted, got that fort as the engagement kept continuing, and Jay now backs off to go and clear that out. This is basically going to be seemingly an Immortal for a top lane fort, and quite a few kills as well on the side of Anti-Clan Association. Would you say that Anti-Clan still wins out? I know the fort's kind of a big deal, I think, for me a little bit. That periodic catapult pressure and the passive experience gain is kind of massive, in my opinion, on a small map like this.
I think it is, but if assuming an Anti-Clan Association is able to get this Immortal phase, they're going to get a fort of their own and just the XP if they win the team fight, any kills they get off the back of that push, which is likely. They have the aggressive comp here. There was no Leyline APOC combo, but surely there will be right now. It actually misses, though.
Mistimed, Grab a Bomb comes out. There's going to be the Bellowing Roar from Deathwing. Pirate trying to Molten Flame the enemy team, but Jay is stuck onto this Deathwing. Cataclysm forced out. Really good over the enemy team. Portal will be available. Caesar Salad getting low. Got Filth trying to back off. Caesar Salad dives back in on the Anubrak, but protection status, by the way. Skoog! What are you doing there, bud? Tries to jump on top of Kelsier, and they go down. This will be another kill for the side of Anti-Clan Association. And they have a very, very well shielded Alarian going into top lane. Anti-Clan Association lost out at the start, but now they are the ones really hard winning out in this later half of the game.
Yeah, now we see, even with the Leyline APOC combo, just a little bit mistimed, still able to find a catch there onto Skoog, as they go so aggressive oftentimes on the Li Ming specifically, and it's a kind of feast or famine thing. Either Skoog finds a reset and is able to get like 2 or 3, or goes in a bit aggressively, doesn't get it, and then falls, and unfortunately for Dadsu Game, it was the latter that time. So 13 talents achieved here for Anti-Clan Association, about a level and a half ahead. They're going to be taking this top fort, and while Sonya's working on the bottom fort as well.
I'm watching to see who is engaging right now. It's just a lot of poke from Skoog on that Li Ming to whittle down Alarian, but this Immortal still is very healthy. The portal out will be coming through to bottom lane. I'm just watching to see. So Jay steps in. It's a double fort phase for the side of Anti-Clan Association. Yep. You mentioned, yeah, they can get the Immortal and get their own, and they're going to go and get way more than they lost in the top lane on the side of Anti-Clan Association, and will quickly jump to the bottom lane, grab the Impaler camp, and this is probably just going to be macro pressure consistently out from the side of Anti-Clan.
Yeah, macro pressure indeed. I want to see a team fight where they actually get their, wombo combo online, and how dominant they will be, because even with the Leyline APOC not doing its thing for the past 2 team fights, they've still come out on top regardless. We have to consider the Gazlo. Sure, it's a spicy pick, but the impact has not been felt at all. The wombo potential with the Gravo Bomb has not been seen yet. Even just the pushing potential from Gazlo. Sure, I guess it got it led in getting the fort in the top lane, but you need to do more than that, especially if you're behind. You have to be proactive and not just, okay, I guess I'll get this, and the enemy team is going to get more off the back of it.
Caesar Salad anchoring up above and just trying to control a little bit of the vision and pacing in the rotations, it seems. Even then, though, the members of Dad's Who Game got to play this safe. They don't want to step too far out into the lane because 16 talent tiers around the corner, and Anti-Clan Association has no problem taking a fight in this situation. I don't think they're the kind of people who are like, oh, let's just wait for trickle in experience. If they can find an engagement, my pal Vince is going to be going for it.
The fact that they can do that is largely off the back of the Medivh. Medivh obviously being in that Raven form, unkillable, is going to be able to know where all the members of Dad's Who Game are. If they're at all split, boom, my pal Vince is going to be there, sometimes off the back of a Medivh portal as well. They're willing to go for those engages, and it's the sense of, I think, an experienced team and knowing what they can and cannot get away with. Level 16s, of course, at this point, are on the horizon. They will be achieved a little bit into this Immortal phase. If Dad's Who Game find a fight, it needs to be right now. Otherwise, they're probably going to lose another Immortal phase.
You can see the members of Dad's Who Game chasing onto my pal Vince, but Vince just mounts up and disengages. Meanwhile, Brightwing's free pushing in top lane should have phase shift up and available. That's my pal Vince coming in with the Shadow Charge. Rather Berserker pop by the Sonya. Caesar Salad will be the target. Wave of Force to disengage a little bit. Grab a bomb comes out. Will connect onto my pal Vince. The cleanse is there. Apocalypse timed pretty well with that leyline seal, and Gazlo gets picked off. The one-man Wrecking Crew gets wrecked as Brightwing is web-wrapped. That gets cleared out fairly quickly. Pirate Realm with the Bellowing Roar is a little split themselves. No Cataclysm for the next 77 seconds. Pirate takes off, and the real objective is going to be Anti-Clan Association finding a second Immortal here. And I'm not mistaken, it was a very aggressive portal for it.
I love this. They
Blind.
in the time. Yeah, blind, but they know they have the member advantage. They can look for it. Running for anything right now. They won't even be in threat of getting counter-killed because the only thing that can do that is the main combo, but Gottfilth is always there with the shield protection there. My pal Vince, not a worry in the world right now for him with the dominant position that Anti-Clan Association have. They're going to be able to take this Immortal, run through a keep, maybe even portal onto it, and find some kills. If kills are had during this push, could be an end game push, so Dad's Who Game need to be very, very careful right now. It's okay to lose a keep, you don't want to lose the game.
Do you want to jump into the comms of Anti-Clown? They're ahead in the situation. I want to see how they manage this objective.
Well, let's go for it.
Has a
We play for blood here. They still don't have success.
I have APOC and 9.
Just get the wall, then I look for ley line.
I throw keys, I wall.
Deathwing's not in the air yet, by the way. He might be coming now.
Spread tiny bit
He's a ward lane bot.
I'm ready.
Okay. I'm gonna look for a portal here, Vince, when wall's down. Yeah, look.
Okay.
You're fine. I ley line. No, you're good.
Oh, big.
Oh.
Yeah, it's fast.
Yeah.
I'm getting grappled. Careful, it's kite out. We got all their ults.
Wait,
oh,
okay.
yeah, they used everything. I shield you, Vince. You're good.
Yeah.
Break me out.
Just focus. We can pressure core. We have like full HP.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I ported around against
We're
Vince.
just definitely damage.
Wait, Notori. Oh, that's...
Deathwing's flying.
I shielded you.
I'm hitting him.
Cleansing.
Wait, look.
Hit Deathwing. Deathwing's one. Just keep pressuring core. We can add. I have ley line against you. Play off my ley line.
I'm heavy.
Yeah, I shield you. You're good.
Fine.
I'm on all my heals and kills here.
Wait, he's one. He's hitting.
Big.
Falling on a
Wait,
noob.
passive ley line.
Just end.
See him,
Yeah.
Vince.
GG.
Nice.
Easy. Okay, I think we kind of won in drafts there, guys. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, a little bit.
We were out of that game. My Discord, no joke, reset right as I was trying to move everyone back into the proper comms. Unfortunately, sometimes Discord just wants to reset. But here's the big thing: we got to listen to that end game from Anti-Clan Association, Khroen, and Anti-Clan Association. Their communication it's loud, but I knew exactly what they wanted to do every single time. It's loud, chaotic, but it's got a purpose behind it, if that makes sense. Like, that was really, really good communication and a really good game from Anti-Clan Association, shutting down this Gazlo and this Deathwing. Just hats off to them, the way they played this with Medivh.
Yeah, I'm not gonna have the time to go over, all of what I want to right now. Like, I literally could have a freaking like seminar course on how teams should communicate. But we definitely saw a lot of that right there with Anti-Clan Association. Got Filth being the Medivh, controlling the whole pace of the game, and that's what you do as a Medivh player. So it's perfect for Got Filth to take on this role, in charge of what portals look good for the Diablo. My pal Vince just trusting can go in at that point. Even Jay saying like, all right, like I can step up here. I'm looking for this person, being the Sonya and the threat. Kelsier always just there to follow up. Even Valmar said, okay, I just dumped my heals all onto Kelsier, which, I mean, the rest of ACA knows, okay, if I go super far, all I have are now Medivh protects and not really that many Brightwing heals. It just all came together so nicely in that, cohesive way. And I'm not sure if broadcast picked it up, but, after we jumped out of the, or as we were jumping out of the comms, ACA said, yeah, I think we won draft, guys. And I very, very much think that is the case. That draft there by Dadsu Game, you can see the potential of it. You can see the Gazlowe pick being like, all right, there's a world where this works out, but it really just didn't show up and where it needed to.
I lost Discord that last couple of seconds, so I'm kind of glad you all got to sit in there for a little bit longer and hear that kind of end little conversation from the players. I wish my comms were like that. I wish it was not in the chaos factor, but just like calling shots like that and having like a direction. Because usually it's just like, I got stuff, let's go. Or it's just me screaming as I leap in on Sonya, because that's, you got a war cry for your friendly team members. Instead of saying, I'm looking for leap, you just shout that you're leaping, or just, Anyways, that was a good game number 1 in our best of 5 series. It goes over to the side of Anti-Clan Association. And I'm excited to see what Dads Who Game are able to do to kind of slow down this momentum, because Anti-Clan Association has really good momentum already. Let's go ahead and take a peek at where we're going to head next. It is going to be one of my favorite maps, Towers of Doom. There's no core rushing. Well, technically, I guess you could core rush if you take down all the bell towers. But regardless, this is a map where there's a lot of brawling. It's not over till it's over. I, as always, can't tell you how many games go from 24 to 4 core health, where it's just 4 to 4 core health and it's a fight over boss or a single altar. I love this map. This will be the choice of the members of Anti-Clan Association, meaning the side of Dads Who Game opted for first pick priority. And for anyone wondering why there's only one ban, it's a best of 5 series. Don't want to be able to ban out all too many maps, and then you have no maps to play. So either way, if anyone's wondering why there's only one ban, that's going to be the reasoning for that one. But we're going to get into Towers of Doom here in just a second. And Khroen, as we get into this, I'm curious, the comms we just heard going into Towers of Doom, do you feel like this is a good, this is just not an easy win go next, but is this just a map that plays into Anti-Clans Association's communication and play style?
Yeah, the communication, sure. I think they're practiced on, any map, any play style. Speaking of their play style, I think it definitely can succeed in this Towers of Doom map. Anti-Clan Association can play a standard everyone group up together composition, but they also can play a, I'm going to be flanking, I'm going to, rat in and out, the Genjis, the Samuros, things like that. And we can see both play styles come into fruition here on Towers of Doom. I think the main question for me is what Dads Who Game, how are they going to respond, especially in the draft? Because I agree with ACA, Dads Who Game definitely got outdrafted the last game. Now they have the first pick in their favor. They're going to be able to properly recognize the Medivh was too hard to deal with. Let's ban that out. If I were to guess what the 2 specific bans of Dads Who Game would be, I would say Lost Vikings and Medivh.
Ooh. I agree with you. At the same time, I'm sitting here, I'm like, what about Abath or Samuro? We haven't seen any.
There's so many options, right? That ACA can go, but hey, here's the Medivh.
That's not surprising right there. But I mean, yesterday Jay had such an insane Samuro game, and that was the same game Got Filth had that really, really good Genji. I don't know. I haven't seen any of these players of Anti-Clan Association playing an Abathur, but I wouldn't be surprised if someone has it practiced up on this team. It's one of those heroes. I love playing Abathur. I'm not the best on it, but it's just one of those heroes. He feels really, really fun to play consistently. And it's always challenging just to be able to, it's a different play style. You're not in the lane fighting. You're utilizing, it's a lot more macro pressure through that hero. But we will continue into our ban phase for Towers of Doom. The Uther gone, the Medivh as well. Hogger ban, is this the Lost Vikings as you were just talking about? I'm not sure, because Jay has good Lost Vikings. Very good Lost Vikings.
Of course, probably the best in this tournament, I would say. They're okay. Hey,
Yep.
I don't want to say told you so, but I mean, okay, Dadsu game, they recognize that these are the two threats that are hardest to deal with, right? Sure, Anticon Association can play so many things, but what's gonna be, manageable for them? They recognize that Vikings and Medivh are not, and so Anticon Association, they're gonna be doing the same thing, right? What they don't want to deal with is that anything double support related, so they get rid of that Uther. They don't just want the constant pressure of Khroen coming through. But now, first pick here for Dadsu game, what do they want to secure? How are they going to start building their draft here? Because that is going to be very, very important. They need to get a draft advantage, I think, if they're going to have a chance of beating Anticon Association.
Something like a Mei actually feels kind of up the alley of Dadsu game. It's a good setup hero for them. I believe Caesar Salads had some really, really, really good Mei play. It's going to be the snap onto Hogger, though, as I'm forgetting that he is up and available. And how can you really deny that? The availability to burn through sapper camps, especially in the top lane. You can just hog wild against the two walls and burn it down before maybe even a rotation comes out from the enemy side. But the 1-2 snap from the enemy side, to be honest, dear Khroen, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Go Diablo Brightwing. Honest to God.
Yeah, honestly, I think that philosophy is amazing. Unless a team says or shows a counter to that, you go for it. But also, what's not broken is Sonya Cassia, so they pick that up as well. Going to be an amazing pick, of course, for Kelsier. They're very, very good on Cassia. But Jay as well in the Sonya, even with going Wrath instead of Leap, that's fine. I'll forgive Jay this time. But Jay showed an amazing performance in that off lane, as we shouted out, while going into the series, and saw on display there in the last game as well. Even getting 4-man ganked and coming out of it with a kill,
right?
It's insane because they brought time for the rotation and everything. Now Dadsu game, pick up a Brightwing and Mei, solid picks there.
It's that meme of call an ambulance, but not for me. So the deal from Jay. And it kind of actually feels that way, like a little bit of Anticon Association. That feels like some of their games. Like they bait out the enemy team to step in, and then it's like, haha, we've got you. So either way, we're going to see a ban onto Falstad. The global hero will be removed. No auto attack build boy coming out. What is the ban into? I guess you could get rid of Diablo if you don't want to deal with it. Samuro could be a ban as well. No, because I think Jay's just going to play the Sonya, so I don't think they need to target Jay. I think it's targeting MyPal Vince or Valimar here. I don't think you target Got Filth with any bans because it's just there's no point. He's going to jump onto something else, and so it's a Lucio ban, which makes a lot of sense to me. High five value is so insanely strong up against this enemy team, but that leaves Malfurion up and available with the insane CC from the Emerald Dreams.
Yeah, I think actually, now that you mention it, teams are going to get baited to want to deal with a lot of Gottfield's heroes. It's like, okay, do we ban the Zeratul here? Like, oh yeah, they could pull out Zeratul, it could be really annoying, but they're just like, all right, Gottfield's going to play literally whatever here. We can't stop, comfort. We're just going to ban something else, something that we also don't want to deal with. And now, after the Diablo pick, in response, it's going to be the Leoric and the Tychus for Dadsu game. And this is a good draft. My question is, do they have enough damage? The Hogger, Leoric, and Mei are kind of triple frontline bruisery, and the Tychus, I mean, there's only one man there in the backline.
It's the same draft style as the last game. For the side of Dadsu game. Basically triple bruiser tank sort of deal, and then one hyper carry and an Orphea coming in. I really like this Orphea. Out of the pretty much 3 mages that we get to see, Li Ming, Chromie, Orphea, actually 4, because we do get some Mephisto here and there. I feel like these are our core 4 mages. Orphea really, she kind of rides the line, I guess you could say, because she also has those empowered auto attacks. So her burst ability is really, really good, but her wave clear is impactful. Her mobility is really good. I lean into Anti-Clan Association again. I hate to say it. I hate to keep giving it over to a team, but I think they have a better draft. I think their wave clear is stronger. I think their team fight is stronger. I think their post 10 is stronger.
Yep.
I just worry about the damage from the side of Dadsu game. It's just into Tychus, and I don't feel like that's enough. I mean, Hogger, yes, does deal damage, and everyone does damage, but just don't feel like it's enough into Anti-Clan Association.
We can sit here and say like, sure, Dad's Who game, they have moments of greatness, they can play well and hope that they win a game, but until they really prove that what they can bring to the table can overtake Anti-Clown Association, I'm gonna have to agree with you. I'm gonna have to give it over to the side of Anti-Clown Association for sure this game.
Well, we have them on the left-hand side up in our best-of-5 series. Jay on the Sonya, Got Filth on the Orphea, Kelsier on the Cassia, My Pal Vince on Diablo, and Valimar playing the Malfurion.
And over on the right-hand side, we have Dad's Who game, Pirate Realm on the Tychus, Heavy on the Brightwing, Nintori on the Leoric, Skoog on the Hogger, and Caesar Salad leading the charge with the Mei.
So I'm gonna peek at those level 1s. Journeyman cooking. Journeyman cooking. Okay, so I did have it right initially, and my brain was like, that doesn't sound right at all. Will be the pickup for Hogger. On the Prowl was what we saw in some previous games, and this level 1 questing, I just don't know if it's worthwhile because you get 8% healing from the Easy Throw Dynamite per enemy hero hit. Hold on, let me hold that thought as the Orphea gets picked up. I was singing her praises, but the members of Dad's Who game find first blood in this map right here. Just the last thing I want to say with the Hogger, hitting heroes with Easy Throw Dynamite permanently increases your maximum health by 10 up to 750. But in like some of the other games, we had like 11 to 20 stacks, so that's like 110, 200 extra HP. I don't feel like that's worthwhile, but I don't play enough. I just don't play enough Hogger to say like, oh yeah, like definitely on the Prowl over this. But I feel like on the Prowl, more activatable is worthwhile, especially into that late game when you can pop that off, get yourself some rage, and utilize the no control if you get to 20 just to bounce around and really deal damage to the enemy team. That's just my thought on it.
I think I agree with you. Specifically in this case, it's because if you take that talent as Hogger, I think it's because you're going to want to provide the front line that your team otherwise wouldn't have, but they already have 3 frontliners, of course, and so you don't really need that extra tankiness. This fight, however, is getting underway. Pirate Realm getting aggressed upon by Got Filth, gets the Brightwing TP though, but we still have a 5v5 scrap.
My Pal Vince sitting on the point trying to get the channel for the members of Anti-Clown Association. Hogger just gonna be hog wilding, but Skoog is taking way too much damage. Kelsier getting low as well. Diablo, Cassia do go down. Caesar Salad dives in as well. That's gonna be a triple kill. This is 4 total kills over to the side of not Anti-Clown Association, Dad's Who game. And my brain was like, what is the experience value? 1,334 experience in favor for the side of Dad's Who game, and that's going to push them into this level 4 a little quicker.
Yeah, a little bit, and not only that, but 6 pumpkins coming through. This is the most swingy Towers of Doom game and tournament that I think I've ever seen, at least close to it, right? Anti-Clown Association completely disrespecting the early game that Dad's Who game have. They drafted Triple Bruiser. They want to take these early skirmishes like that with that in mind. Anti-Clown Association completely just playing into Dad's Who's game's hand right now, but we'll see what they do now in response. All 3 siege camps now taken by Dad's Who game. Can they secure 2 bell towers, or 2 altars, excuse me, as well?
Top left and right will be our standards. The only one that kind of changes up is this mid or bottom position one. The altar will be in the mid position right now. Sonya slamming into mid lane. Anti-Clown Association diving onto Mei. Overpower, burst abilities there. Cryo freeze is used. There's going to be the root as well. Big soothing mist from Heavy to make sure that Mei is out of there and not going to get bursted down any further. But Mei seemingly having 2 to 3 health bars right there. And Tychus goes for the channel on the right-hand side. Nothing on the left just yet. And this is going to be a skirmish over the mid altar.
Yeah, both teams posturing here. It's a 4v3 for now. Dad's Who game will have the fast rotation when everything's said and done, but they're going aggressive onto Caesar Salad for now. Is able to dash on out of there as Skoog goes in.
Good root onto Skoog. Fen comes in, wakes up the Hogger. Then there's a spear from Jay. The slam connects, and that will be the first kill for the side of Anti-Clown Association. Trying to make it a second into Heavy, but the Brightwing is able to get away. Another channel over to the side of Anti-Clown Association, and this will be 36 to 32 core health with Anti-Clown Association in the lead. Quickly want to note, Thunderstroke stacks for the Cassia at 9, 51 souls in the Diablo, 12 stacks on the Tychus with the In the Rhythm, and Journeyman's Cooking, there we go. We're going to get it right by the end of this one, is going to be at 7 stacks, currently going to be buffing that health by 70.
I actually love the name of that talent, brings you back to the early WoW days, and of course Hogger being one of the staples. But right now, Hogger is just going to be ignoring what's happening to Caesar Salad right now. They're doing the camp, but the whole combo comes through. Now with this rotation, Anticon Association is pushed back. Mentor being able to Wraith Walk away. Still, MyPal wins once more.
MyPal Vince finding that Shadow Charge. Jay spinning to win into the enemy team with that Whirlwind. Pirate Rum dumping damage into Got Filth, who misses the chomp into Pirate Rum. The sleep goes out onto Skoog, but is woken up by the inner light of Cassia. The spear connects from Jay, and the Shadow Charge overpower controls the team fight enough, and that'll be the Hogger going down. I mentioned earlier the 4 kills that went over to the side of Dadsu Game had 1,334 health. 2 kills that just happened on the side of Anticlan Association is 1,188. Like, it's things like that scaling into the later half of the game. The members of Anti-Clown are starting to close that slight gap that has formed in favor of Dadsu Game.
The XP was about a level difference now. It's like barely a fourth of a level, right? And as well as Anticlone Association getting those 2 altar caps. If they get this one, it's like that early game never happened, right? We're like basically reset to even. And which like means that Dadsu Game, they probably lost some soak somewhere. Obviously the 2 kills that came through right now are gonna net, be a lot more positive than the 4 initially. Diablo has 100 souls now. He's not gonna be scared. Gonna Shadow Charge probably anything here besides Caesar Salad, of course, being the May, can go unstoppable. The posturing for this second altar phase is here. Pirate Rum having the quarterback talent on that grenade, shoots it out very far, but doing really nothing with it right now.
I was watching Got Filth sitting in the bush, anticipating maybe a step forward from the enemy team, but it is going to be respected from Dadsu Game. 9-9 in our levels, reaching that 10 threshold of those heroics in just a moment. Sonya and Leork still doing double soak. Actually, Sonya rotating in to help zone out the enemy team. She's going to jump into that bush. Actually, she's just going to chase straight into Hogger. Ooh, Hogger, you going to throw out a easy throw dynamite? Yeah, there's going to be one just to zone back the enemy team. But Caesar Salad came in for the invade, or the interrupt, excuse me, is going to get chunked quite a bit. And Tori with this flank positioning, I don't know about this one here. You are very split from your friendly team, even if you have a Wraith Walk. MyPal Vince looking for the angle. Actually, Shadow charges onto a minion. I thought MyPal Vince was going for the kill onto this Leork, who is getting just destroyed by Sonya right now. Hello?
Yeah, that should have been a kill onto Notori. There's
Yeah.
really no way. Maybe MyPal Vince thought that would have been a kill regardless. Notori is chunked. MyPal Vince is going to be looking for something, but not right as of now, because level 10s come through from Dadsu Game. The Odin comes out, and now on the top side, Got Filth getting engaged upon.
Wrath of Berserker was popped by the Sonya. Immediately Lightning Breath out from the Diablo, slowing Caesar Salad. Ice Wall comes out from Caesar Salad. It won't be enough. The Nexus forces are OP and find the kill into the Tychus as May goes down as well. Anti-Clan Association evening up those kills, but boy, everyone in chat, that experience is really starting to skyrocket from the heroic department, and you're starting to also see that in that bar on the left-hand side. 4 more shots into the core of Dadsu Game. It is going to be 36 to 28 core health. Boss is up and available, but it's not going to be the target for either of these teams. Sapper is going to bug out against the wall. I will say this, though. If my Sapper's going to bug out, I'm kind of glad it's against the gate and then it jumps to the tower, because I absolutely hate it when you get 3 Sappers and, 2 of them go into the gate. It's like, cool, that's what? Okay, all right. Either way, Entomb comes out onto MyPal Vince. Eternal Feast out from Orphea to force the enemy team to disengage. There's going to be a root on top of MyPal Vince as well. Skoog is split from the friendly team. Wrath of Berserker going to be popped. Hortapult out from the Hogger. And we have a disengage from the side of Dadsu Game.
A lot of ultimates used, but not a lot of kills there. Great Orphea ult to disengage after that Entomb. The Ice Wall didn't really connect on anything either there from Caesar Salad. So the teams are going to be posturing still. It's crazy to think that with how dominant of an early game Dadsu Game had, Anticon Association said, whatever, cool, we're just going to start winning fights regardless and get the XP back in our favor now. They are level up, level 12, and even getting a kill perhaps onto Skoog here. Yeah, Skoog's running away to left-hand side, but that's not towards your base, buddy. That's towards the enemy's base.
Hogger trying to make a play through bottom lane with the Hog Wild. Brightwing comes in with the phase shift to get a lot of healing. Valimar with the Tranquility. Eternal Feast comes out as well. Ice Wall slows down the aggression, and Brightwing might have just made the 200 IQ play. Sonya goes down to the Tychus in top lane during all of this, and the members of Dadsu Game start to build a little bit of an advantage for themselves in the mid portion of this game.
Well, that wasn't towards Hogger's base. It was buying time for the Brightwing to port in and get the Hog Wild on out of there. I thought surely there would be one kill, but no. Super, super well played by all of Dad's Who Game there, even getting the kill onto Sonya in the top lane. Now, with Sonya coming back, they do try to capture the top left altar, aren't able to do so, but do get the top right. Now level 13s are going to be soon achieved for Dad's Who Game. They're not pushing into the altar, it looks like. They're just going to be looking to posture for camps once those are up, because this is, of course, Towers of Doom. The bottom left and bottom right bell towers are going to be the pivotal portions of this map, where the game can get so swingy. Be able to control that means you're able to control all the altars down there and the siege camps. Teams are definitely looking for that in the near future.
Hogger was trying to maybe get a Hog Wild and get into the backline potentially. It was 13 talent here for a little bit in favor of the Dad's Who Game, but Anti-Clan Association, I think, reading it and just backing off, playing things safe. Sonya doing double soak. Godfilth hanging out in the mid. I wonder if there's a potential setup for a catch onto the York or something, but speaking of catch, Caesar Salad's going to get dove on. Ball Lightning does go out, and it's not going to be enough. Jay pops the Rather Berserker. Lightning Breath comes out, and it cooks the Mei. Heavy comes in just shy of the phase shift in time, and that won't be enough healing to keep Mei alive. There's a turn onto Hogger. He does not have the Hortipult right now. Skoog very low. One auto will confirm it, and just, I gotta say, Khroen, the back and forth on this Towers of Doom game, I am loving it.
I am here for it, Baha, especially in our grand finals. We would expect nothing less, but now, with the 2 kills that Anti-Clan Association just got, Kelsier is going to be able to get the siege camp as the rest of these members in the bottom side already are starting to take the fort. It's going to be fort going down. It's going to be pumpkin pressure onto the core and having position for that bottom altar. Forcing Dad's Who Game, if they want to commit, they have to go around through the top side. Jay with the spear on out of the Entomb. This is why Jay, I'll say it, is the best offlaner that we have seen here in this tournament.
I was watching the minimap, Khroen, and I saw Tychus Leoric in that bush. I didn't see the Brightwing. I think Brightwing, Brightwing was in that bush as well, or ported in. Either way, just Jay with like the, all right, I'll spear onto a minion later, dudes. I cannot believe it. And that wasted so much time in the enemy team. It allowed 5 shots to go into their core. 3 sappers are in bottom, but there's enough AoE defensive tools from the side of Dad's Who Game that should be able to clear that out. The Commandeer Odin is forced. And Jay continues to do double soaking. My Pal Vince will be a target, but it's not going to be enough. And the enemy team, Dad's Who Game, cannot step into Anti-Clan Association through this bottom lane because of that bell tower. Jay gonna be coming in for this team fight as well. Not showing though. They're behind that wall, so the enemy team does not know it's gonna be 5v5 just yet. Jay shows up. Wrath Berserker should be popped. I'm assuming it's off of cooldown. No.
Jay didn't really need to show up here. I think the Odin was about to go down. I guess they're 16s and thought, sure, if Dad's Who Game do step up, we can take the engage at that point. Sonya is doing good at rotating out now. Okay, all eyes right now should be from Dad's Who Game onto the Sonya, because that's where you're going to come back into this game. You can't push into this bottom fort when 4 members are defending. You have to get a pick in the off lane. Getting these top lane siege camps, I guess that's going to do a little bit. You have Hogger, so you can, bang that out really fast, but having top left for bottom right is not a value trade. It's not going to have 6 pumpkins that you're going to have control of. You're not going to have control of those top altar faces. And speaking of top altars, 2 of them are coming up right now.
There will also be one in bottom, which should be free 5 shots for the side of Anti-Clan Association. I'm assuming it will be 10 shots out in total unless something crazy happens to this bottom lane in the next few seconds. I doubt these sappers are pushed through. Hogger has some decent tools to be able to kind of push all that back with the Staggering Blow, the Easy Throw Dynamite, as well as the Hog Wild. Valimar already split off to grab the objective in bottom, so the enemy team, wow, Godfilth is able to dodge the Entomb with the Shadow Wilts, but the objective is visible to both sides globally, so the side of Dad's Who Game know that Valimar split off. Either way, that is 10 shots raining in. This is a lot of momentum that needs to be shut down by Dad's Who Game, but I don't know the answer. They apparently do. They're going to step in onto Godfilth, who drops the Eternal Feast, but Godfilth is still staying alive. Skoog getting very low. Ball Lightning bounces from player to player. Skoog is going to be the target, but it does expire beforehand. Pirate Rum getting cooked. The Flames lick Tychus's shorts, and he's able to walk away.
Speaking of Flames, Anti-Clan Association very much playing with fire in that fight. They don't have to do anything right now. They don't have to take fights. They just want to get to defend that bottom bell tower. like actually getting kills does like almost nothing for them right now. The risk versus reward is not worth it, but they still are posturing up very, very heavily here. They know, however, now New York is back in the top lane. It is a 4v4. The Ice Wall comes through. Can they do anything with that?
Blizzard will lock down Valimar. Phase shift in from CCL, but that's going to be Pirate getting bursted down. And I'll eat my words this game, chat. Journeyman's cooking is going to be finished out, so there's that 750 extra health for Skoog. But is it helping out here? No, it's going to be a double kill for the side of Anti-Clan Association. Skoog almost getting picked off right there, is able to hog wild away. One sapper, two sappers over the wall. That'll be the core health sitting at 6. And Khroen, it's a double altar phase. 30 seconds. This is May spawning 2 seconds after the altar phase. Tychus keeps spawning just before it. This is looking real dire for the side of Datsu Game.
It definitely is. Knowing that there are members down for Datsu Game, ACA is getting very, very aggressive here, but Skoog getting a bit aggressive as well. Sure, that's a lot of healing. That's a Brightwing port, but Brightwing is going to get punished for that mistake there. Jay doing a fantastic job here. Doesn't even need to chase Skoog. They know the Brightwing down. They can get both of these altars. It is looking so grim right now for Datsu Game.
Leoric steps in to poke once and is just annihilated as Hogger can't even bounce off the wall. Pirates coming in for, I would say, what would be a desperation delay. It's not going to work out. Commandeer Odin is going to be destroyed before it even spawns. Icewell comes out from the May as well. She's going to go down. CCL trying to buy some time with that cryo freeze, but the last shots rain out, and game number 2 goes over to the side of Anti-Clown Association. GG, well played. They go into an advantage slot and potentially could take this best of 5 series in a 3-0. I don't want it, Khroen, but damn, do they look good doing this.
They look extremely good right now. Anti-Clown Association, 4 members fell in the first like minute and a half of the game. There was 4 kills going to Datsu Game. Only 1 more kill after that happened the whole rest of the entire game. ACA shook off the little bit of, I don't know what you want to call it there, but it didn't go well. They shook it off and they continued to, dominate the whole rest of the game. If it ain't broke, Baha, don't fix it. The Sonya, Cassia, Diablo, all looking like real solid picks, which does beg the question from Datsu Game. You're down 0-2. What do you ban? What draft philosophy do you start to pick up? Is it a certain map? Is it anything? What's going to make ACA look uncomfortable? Because it seems impossible to do that right now to them.
Do you want the meme answer or the real answer? Because I got one that's that. No, real, like, why not? You know what? Why not go Tomb of Spider Queen, show Golem? Like, just, you know what? Go out with a flame, catch him off guard. Yeah. You know what? CCL, I mentioned it twice. Send me my fine in the mail. All right. Sorry, production in my headphones. But either way, we are going to be going to a break in just a moment. I just want to say we are up 2-0 in favor of the side of Anti-Clan Association. They could potentially close out our best of 5 grand finals in a 3-0. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break. We're going to get everyone rested up. I'm going to go ahead and pay my fine for mentioning Cho'Gall again, and we'll be back with more HeroesCCL free agent tournament. Welcome back to HeroesCCL Free Agent Tournament. I'm still Bahamut, joined by Khroen. We are entering into what could potentially be our final game of the day, Khroen. Do you think it's possible that Anti-Clan Association can make a 3-0 happen here in the best of 5 grand finals?
Baha, not only is it possible, I even think it is likely with how we've been seeing them play here. That Towers of Doom game, right? I can't get it out of my mind. If you started off with double Sapper Camp, 4-0 in kills, and if you're able to shake it off like it's nothing, bring it back, it's just, there is some difference there in just the way they play. They are built different, Anti-Clan Association, and they're looking to bring it home with that clean 3-0. In my mind, it has to be something that the Daidzu game changes up for them to come back in this game. Is it draft? Is it just in their whole philosophy in general? Like, I'm not sure, but they have to find something here.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the map, and maybe that'll give us a little more information as to what the members of, Daidzu game are able to do here. It's going to once again be the map choice of Anti-Clan Association, that blue side team, choosing to take us to Infernal Shrines, meaning Daidzu game opted for first pick priority once again. Do you think Infernal Shrines is going to be any different? Because realistically, I still feel like this is a very team fight heavy map, and the team fights have been insanely strong for the side of Anti-Clan Association. I struggle to kind of see an opportunity, and I don't want to say like, all right, it's 3-0, everyone pack your bags, go home. I'm saying it's just, I don't know as a player myself what the side of Daidzu game can do. Is it as crazy as doing what I said and taking a crazy, draft pick or something like that? Like, it doesn't have to be the Cho'Gall. Like, let's say it's like Vikings or like Abath or Samur or something like that you catch the enemy team off guard and you play a different style? Or is it, we break away from the triple frontline sort of deal and single hyper carry and go more towards what would be quote unquote standard draft? You check those boxes, you get yourself a stun, you get yourself maybe a taunt or some sort of lockdown, and then a burst hero like a Chromie or a Mephisto. I feel like there's just something lacking from the side of Daidzu game, and that could be the direction they head here on Infernal Shrines. What would you do, Khroen?
I think you definitely are correct. I think you want to go away from that triple front line. We've seen it 2 games in a row. First game, it was Gazlo, Nubarak, Deathwing. And the last game, it was the Hogger, Leoric, and the Mei. It's not working out. There's not enough damage. Skoog is a fantastic DPS player, but can't output that much damage. That's just an unrealistic expectation. I think the drafts have to go for a bit of a change here. Even if that is what you're practiced on, it's not working here. And if you can't identify that after 2 games, then I don't really know what else you can do. Something definitely needs to be a bit different. But I think starting things off here on this Infernal Shrines draft, it is still good to deny the Medivh away from Got Filth. It is still going to be good to deny those heroes that you cannot manage to really play against.
Is there any consideration or worry about Vikings picked up for Jay on this map again? Not again, but just on this map, because it's not the biggest Viking map, but we know that the members of Anti-Clan Association know how to play with Vikings on Alterac Pass, as we saw in the best of 3 leading into this best of 5 series. It's just one of those considerations, because even in the HeroesCCL Season 1, we had I think we had an Infernal Shrines game. No, it was Battlefield where we had those Vikings from June. That's what I'm thinking of. It was a different Diablo map, because I remember we were like, Vikings on a 2-lane map, but yeah, that was a whole different story. So It's just a consideration of mine. It could be possible. Let's see what we get here ban-wise. Will be the Diva. So Vikings could be a possibility, but I feel like you want Jay on that Sonya if it's available.
Yeah, and it might be available if the side of ACA does not ban it. Of course, it would just be, I think, first picked by Daidzu game in response. I don't think Vikings are going to be what you want to worry about here. From Daidzu game, Vikings on Infernal Shrines, sure, you can play it, but it's not really going to have that much of an impact there. It's easy enough to rotate through, get the camps pushing and get advantages that way with, say, a Leoric or I think we've seen either as well, like Malthael's just double soaking here. Diva going to be denied, which is a fantastic ban, I think, leaving that away from Jay. Jay played it earlier fantastically. Once again, though, going to be Hogger. So the draft starts off the same for Daidzu game. and a snap response to the Sonya. Sonya on Infernal Shrines. I'm already scared for Dadsu game.
And a Lucio too to push off, slow, control the tempo of the fight. This is so far everything Anti-Clan Association wants. We'll see. Do the Dadsu game split off from, as we were saying, this triple frontline hyper carry? I do think Hogger, this is out of the 3 maps we've seen Hogger on, I believe, yeah, he was on the first map as well, if I'm not mistaken. I liked him on this map because it's good shrine clear. I think he can really kind of box people in with some of those loot stashes as they're trying to disengage through the objective phase. Diablo can play off of that. Tychus has some shred. Just please, for the sake of us, don't pick another bruiser. Like, get some extra damage, because I feel like that is some of the lacking value on the side of Dadsu game in some of these later game team fights. As that will be a Stukov ban. I don't disagree with this because it's heavy. It's heavy Stukov.
Yeah, Heavy probably looking at either Malfurion or, depending on their last pick, could be Ana actually as well. It wouldn't be too disappointed to see that. Taking Cassia away from Kelsier, I think is a good move. We know that Kelsier has preferred to go that a lot. Maybe, crutched upon it. I'm hesitant to say that, but either way, there have some other strong ranged options. It actually will be the double or the triple melee frontline going to the side of Anti-Clan Association this time between the Sonya, Mei, and Malthael. Malthael, fantastic at dealing with the Diablo and Hogger. And with this pick, Dadsu game, please don't pick another melee bruiser. Decker King Falstad.
All right. Okay. Auto attack damage is very, very high on the side of Dadsu game. There is a blind from Mei. There's going to be sleep darts and healing reduction out from this Ana.
Baha, this is 0 range DPS for Anti-Clan.
Yeah, I said the words Ana, and then I went, what? What?
Yeah, me too.
But here's the thing. Like in all of reality, let's talk about Jay's Sonya, because this could be Malthael. Oh man, I feel like no, Jay's probably still on the Sonya in the solo lane. I don't know. We gotta see how this one works out. I don't know, Khroen. I don't know about this one. You know what? For the sake of the tournament, for the sake of all of this, I'm giving this over to Dadsu game. I think Anti-Clan Association, they're clowning around a little bit on this one.
They posed themselves as the anti-clowns, but really they were just the clowns all along. No, I mean, I'm excited for this game. I think that if Anti-Clan Association can pull off a draft, or if anyone can pull off a draft like this, it is going to be Anti-Clan Association. Even with Kelsier, like I would never expect Kelsier to play a Lucio here, but we'll see if it ends up working out as we load into what could be our final game of this Grand Finals.
Dadsu game on the right-hand side, trying to pull it back in with a more quote-unquote standard draft. Notori on the Hogger, Skog on the Falstad, Heavy Hooten on the Deckard, Pirate, Rum on the Tychus, and Caesar Salad on the Diablo.
And over on the blue side, anything but a standard draft is Anti-Clan Association, my pal Vince on the Mei, Kelsier on the Lucio, Valimar on the Ana, Got Filth and Malthael, and Jay once again on the Sonya.
Maybe we get leap here. I doubt, because Wrath Berserker, you need the damage. Yeah, I know. For like 2 seconds, I wanted to be a dreamer, and then I'm like, nah. Let's talk about reality here, Bahamut, and it's probably going to be Wrath. It's going to be slam build with Wrath, but we'll get to that point at some point in this game. Hopefully, I mean, I doubt we see this game end before 10 talent fused. with the skill level of both these teams, that's what I would expect. But Kelsier got filth.
All right, got filth. Yeah, that's a bit aggressive there, bud. You're gonna fall. Don't not get the trade kill, and that is first blood. Oh, okay. Notori with a little bit of banter in the old chat there, but yeah, got filth. Definitely going way too aggressive there. Dadsu game starting off strong yet again. Can they keep this momentum?
They need to find these windows like they did in game number 2 on Towers of Doom, but hold that advantage and not allow the enemy team to kind of turn some fights around. It's crazy because I'm trying to think back to it, and it didn't seem like Dadsu game like overplayed at some point and got shut down. It was seemingly Anti-Clan Association hit a power spike, and we're like, now we can play our composition. And it was from that point on that Anti-Clan Association held Towers of Doom. We'll see if that's the case here in Infernal Shrines. I don't know where the members of Anti-Clan Association really power spike with this composition. I guess you could say 10s because Sonya gets more damage, but you could say that for almost every level with Sonya because of the slam build.
Yeah, it has to be level 10s. It has to be Malthael going for the Tormented Souls with the Ana Nana boost, and then the Wrath Sonya. Like, that is going to be their level 10 strategy. Very well as a level 10 composition. They just have to get there without falling too far behind. So they need to not get picked off anymore. Need to not get a little, you know, over aggressive here. But Dadsu Game, on the other hand, have to press the issue. Caesar Salad needs to find some good picks, some good engages, and I don't think it's going to be in the way of him, you know, DPSing this minion wave. I think Caesar Salad, you know, needs to be kind of posturing in bushes, looking for some rotations, and have the DPS right behind him.
I like that playstyle as well because it's Diablo leading the charge, whereas in some of these situations it just kind of feels like Dadsu Game are just looking for any sort of opportunity they can find to punish into the side of Anti-Clan Association. But either way, we can theorize more and more as the game does go on. Our first shrine is going to be a Frozen Punisher in the bottom lane. Fun fact, Khroen, and I always like to bring this up every so often, on Infernal Shrines, you can use your cursor and hover over the minimap, the thing that's free. You don't have to pay for it. It's not DLC. And you can hover over the shrine, and it tells you what Punisher it is, because right now you have no idea. You don't know until it actually activates in the bottom, and the symbol activates, or it's activated through the actual objective phase, and it shows right there. So just little tips right there. Also, you can hover over camps and find out what the cooldown timers on them are. So little fact, chat. You can take those little facts into your games and have advantages and win.
You mean there's a minimap that you can like use apart from just maybe looking at it once every 10 minutes?
It's crazy because people were like, it came in with HOTS 2.0. It's been there before that, actually. Yeah, a lot of people believe it's because of HOTS 2.0. No. It's always been there.
And what's going to be here is yet again an advantage for Anti-Clan Association as they're going to get this first objective phase going their way. Malthael got filtered in the top lane, doing a good job at dissuading that Bruiser can't push. Now, Anti-Clan Association can start working on this bottom wall here. Not really much DPS, of course. There is just melee and some healers, so not having any ranged threats makes it a lot harder to push with a Punisher. My pal Vince gonna be using that Unstoppable. A nice sleep there from Valimars. They're all gonna run out to safety with the help of that Lucio speed. Not too much happened with that. It's gonna be pretty even after the objective phase.
In reality, that's what you typically get from a first Punisher phase. Just the front gate of a fort, as there's a lot of dive onto Valimar. The Blizzard is going to zone back the enemy team from stepping into this Ana that was very low, but there's a well tap, a re-engage. The members of Anti-Clan Association are trying to turn this fight around, but Dadsu Game are trying to shred through Got Filth. The grenade does not come out from Tychus. Hog Wild around. Healu darts come out from Valimar. Skoog getting a little bit low, and this will be the disengage. Next Punisher will be Arcane in the top lane. Should be about another minute 30 until we have the announcement of that.
Yeah, Got Filth there. Being supported by 2 supports means that when he goes in, he's going to be that much safer. Even just having self-sustain with those Qs as well. I'm definitely liking this Malthael pick, I think, more and more as this game progresses, especially once level 10 comes through. We'll see it in full action. Caesar Salad, you know, is doing good at looking for these engages, but it's just so hard to catch any of the members. Maybe a Valimar. And Valimar almost fell in the mid lane, right? But the only reason that he survived is because he hit the sleep onto Diablo. Otherwise, the Shadow Charge overpower would have came through, and you would have been taken out. But some great Ana plays there.
Speaking of plays, I saw Diablo setting up for the Shadow Charge, wasn't able to set anything up into my pal Vince. Souls will be finished up by Diablo, so they have that up and available if they do go down. Nintori's still pushing in through the top lane, and Malthael will come up here and kind of push things back. But this is a nice pre-push for the side of Dadsu Game. But here, this is what we've been talking about. This is going to be 10 talent tiers, and actually, it's going to be last rights for the Malthael.
Okay. I mean, Tormented Souls, I think I would still like to see here, but also Last Right's going to be doing a fantastic job to secure kills. There's no, Divine Shield or any, massive mitigation for it or anything like that. It's just Deckard Potion, so I can see the thought process there. We still can nano boost the Malthael, but a nano boosted Sonya actually does a lot of damage as well. So both potentials are there.
That's what I was actually thinking about too. When you were mentioning the nano boost onto the Malthael, I was like, oh yeah, but I wonder how it would be with the Sonya, especially with that W build. Because I believe that is also going to be spell power that is utilized for that slam, as our Frozen Punisher, Arcane Punisher will be up and available in 24 seconds through the top lane. Sonya getting a little free push up there as Gotfilth is managing Skoog in bottom. We're a little just trying to checking in all the lanes, and this won't be even for the top lane, but still opened up by Sonya. Jay jumping onto the camp with my pal Vince and friends, as Hogger on the right-hand side will grab their own.
Yep, Hogger, great job at taking these camps. I mean, Hogger is such an insane hero. It's why we see him first picked so often. Dadsu game have a bit of advantage because they have the global presence with that Falstad. Falstad able to get a lot of the waves here. Caesar Salad needs to recognize that not everyone is there and go to safety. Icewall comes through, catches 2.
Stay a while and listen will slow down the aggression. Apocalypse on top of that wakes everyone up, but there's not enough damage coming out from Pirate Realm. Gotfilth does take a wee bit themselves as Decker Kane. If you were wondering, anyone at home, why there was negative 75 next to all of the members of Anti-Clan Association, that Emerald at level 7, reducing the healing coming in. So no big damage, no follow-up to the Apocalypse. A cool wombo that we did see. Bottom lane fort does go down, but this should be second objective of the game. Second objective phase of the game over to the side of Anti-Clan Association, as we are even on talents. Khroen, is there a team comm you want to jump into right now? I think now's a good time.
Yeah, I actually am curious to jump into Dadsu game comms and see how they deal with, being behind, how their defense goes.
Let's do it.
They might die fast.
Yeah, you probably. We can get the fort, yeah. We're ahead of XP, by the way. We're like winning again. I'll try to do our camp before they camp.
You probably want to fight behind the Punisher if it's possible.
Yeah, I think we just give it completely.
You can wait a sec to see if they push it.
Yeah, just defend wall.
I'll go prep.
Can I afford to jump it? No, not here.
Hey, can we okay, but yeah, we do camp. Start moving after that, Hogger.
Yeah,
Wanna fight
done.
this.
I'm gonna put it over here so they keep hitting it.
See him ulti bot, yeah. You wanna fight here? I'm YOLO flying here.
Okay.
It might be one shot when I come.
Yeah. I have a Apoc already.
Can we look?
I can jump, maybe. I'm gonna be stunned for a little bit.
They played smart. They were out, yeah.
Okay. I think I go from the...
We mid as well.
They're
Me too.
going for both.
A lot of communication on what to do and where people are. I actually kind of like this respect play almost from Dadsu game, saying, all right, want to pull it over here. False, I'm going to fly up. Malthael's in bottom lane. Are they going to push? Let's watch. Do I take the jump? No, we're going to bait it over the keep wall. Just, I like the way that they're communicating. They're not down, but they're playing very, very safe on the side of Dadsu game in this game number 3 on Infernal Shrines.
Yeah, definitely. While that wasn't the most exciting, time to jump into comms, it definitely was very telling about how Dadsu game, how their mental game is. Like, they're still being like, okay, we're getting advantages, we are ahead, and they seem very confident in what they were doing. The calls to, we're going to give here, can I afford to jump it? Like, no, I can't. It's okay, we're going to look for a fly after, and Skoog aggressively looking for it. So I'm liking what I heard there from Dadsu game. I think this game is still very well, potential to win is there for them.
Falstad flying into mid lane out of top lane. Okay, it's just going to be a safe flight out of that. So 75-second cooldown for Skoog. Sleep Dart, gonna just put Hogger. Hogger's just going to take a nap for a few seconds, and that's really about it. No follow-up as the spear will be missed by Jay. And top lane Malthael managing that. Hortapult in from the Hogger to try and split the enemy team from their Mei. Icewall comes out onto Falstad. Wrath Berserker pop by Jay. Valimar healing up. There's going to be a Shadow Charge from Diablo. Skoog getting very low, but the Gust is good. Gotfilth dives in. Stay a while and listen comes out as well. Lacerates is up and available. I'm surprised it didn't go into Falstad. I thought he was low enough. Kelsier will go down. Another kill for the side of Dadsu game. Couple low members here. Gotfilth maybe dives backwards onto the Tychus. It doesn't look very good for the side of Anti-Clan Association. Pirate is going to go down to the damage over time, and this is going to be 1 for 4 in favor of Dadsu game. They do not want this to go in a 3-0 fashion.
Very much not. And another 4 kills, 4 kills coming through for Dadsu game. But with this time, they're going to be able to push into some keep walls right now. Hogger dealing with this mid lane. They want to still keep the XP advantage there. It's almost pretty even, I guess. What's going to be coming through is about a half a level advantage there, but they need to make that happen again, right? A fantastic job in the team fight. I think, you know, making sure to get the split after that False Head Mighty Gust, and then take out Lucio, and then say that, all right, the Nano Boost is down, the Malthael now can get taken out, and the rest of them as well there. I think that was super well played by Dadsu Game, and if they can continue to fight like that, they're going to be in the advantageous position throughout the whole rest of the game.
Next Punisher going to be a Mortar Punisher in the bottom lane, so this is, I feel like this is very, I hate the term do or die, but this is definitely one of those moments where Anti-Clan Association needs to showcase how this composition works and wins, because so far, I'll be honest, I'm not really convinced that this is the strongest thing they could have brought out in what would have been a final game. Jay pops the Wrath Berserker, getting a very low high five in from the Lucio, flight in from the Falstad. Ice Wall comes out, Gust is going to connect as well. I don't think anyone got caught by the Ice Wall, but this is looking like the objective phase will go over to the side of Anti-Clan Association. Hortipult in from Hoggard, and Tori trying to get some damage with that staggering blow. Pirate dumping damage into Jay as well. Caesar Salad pops the Apocalypse, going to connect onto 3 members. My pal Vince taking so much damage. Lucio high fives in. Jay trying to spin to win through all of this. The last rights onto Caesar Salad confirmed the death of Diablo and the souls of them. Happy getting chased on by Got Filth and Khroen. I have no idea how the composition's working, but the members of Anti-Clan Association are showing us that it does work, and they grab the Punisher, finding the double kill, only losing Malthael, and will be able to push in through bottom lane with the 3rd Punisher of the game.
I'm kind of surprised as well. You were saying, you know, about the Shrine was halfway through. It's like, all right, it looks like it's going over an ACA, but I'm sitting here looking at it, and I'm like, all right, well, I mean, Nano Boost and, Nano Boost is out. The ACA is rotating back. I think actually there's a time for Dadzu Game to go in aggressive here, but no, there really just wasn't. Got punished for trying to do so there. A great last rights, taking out the Diablo's souls, another kill onto the Falstad as well. This composition, while it is triple frontline and double support, the damage is still there from the side of Jay and from the side of Malthael. Like, look at the damage numbers. Jay not being, you know, super high up there, but Got Filth from the Malthael is.
Yeah, 22,000 from the Sonya, 34,000 from that Malthael. On the opposing side, you got Hogger with 30,000, Falstad with 27, and Tychus with just under 40,000 themselves. So absolutely, while they're not exceeding on the side of Anti-Clan Association, they're not really falling too far behind. And that damage utilized, at least in the last fight, was extremely effective damage.
Oh yeah.
Heavy going to be scouting out this camp, but there's no invade coming out from the side of Dadsu Game. Next Punisher, 4th one of the game, will be Frozen in the top lane.
It will be in the top lane right now. Anti-Clan Association wants to get level 20s, I imagine. They're going to be trying to slowly push into this middle fort here. No range means that poking it is going to be very hard, but what it also means that you alluded to just a bit ago is that the damage, when it comes out, is going to be effective damage. So while the numbers might be less, they're going to be getting the kills because of it. And it's not going to be healed up as much because Decker Kane is only 1 support, of course, and he can only throw out so many potions. Now, level 20s soon here for ACA. Dadzu Game can look for something right now, but it looks like they're not doing it. They're just playing safe. Diablo is very low souls right now, so he is relatively squishy. And yeah, the whole map dominated by ACA right now.
I'm looking at Kelsey on this Lucio, just wall riding in a circle as the 20 talent tier does come through, and this will be Anti-Clan Association stepping in for the mid lane fort. This will be all 3 forts going down about 15 minutes in favor for the side of Anti-Clan Association. So periodic catapult pressure will be confirmed in all 3 lanes. It'll be in each lane because of the fort, but you all know. Yeah. They got 3 forts, good pressure consistently out from our blue side. Falstad managing bottom lane, gonna quickly just check, does have flight up and available if needed. Shrine not even announced, and it's kind of that awkward spot where you have map advantage micro-wise, so you can't step too far out, and you're kind of just, as you see on the mini-map, a lot of blue members just circling and waiting in top lane for either the objective or for someone on the opposing side to step too far forward.
ACA is doing a great job of anchoring right now. My pal Vince, scouted when they would actually go to do that bruiser camp. Now knows that, okay, I don't want to get caught here because we're going to do our own bruisers. But it's going to be hard for Dadzu Game to step in to get a actual position on this shrine unless they cap their bruiser camp first and aggressively push out the lane, which they are doing right now. So having the advantageous position, we know that Dadsu game thrive with that in mind. The wave. It comes to, honestly, the wave clear. Who gets wave priority is able to be dictating the position of this fight.
This Shaman on the right-hand side is going to be going down. Ice Wall connects onto 2. Wrath of Berserker is going to be popped. Cleanse onto Malthael, who tries to get onto Caesar Salad here. No souls, or excuse me, 70 souls on the Diablo. Not able to have that buyback per se, or the insta-revive if they do go down. Hog are going to do their best to manage this Shaman camp. There's the Commandeer Odin with the big red button at level 20. Diablo has the Hellgate as well. Look for that play from Caesar Salad. My pal Vince looking to step in. High five from the Lucio is going to be also that upgrade at level 20, but the big red button comes out. Jay stepping into the enemy team. Nano boosted. Malthael gets hit with the wind tunnel, stuck into the wall. There's going to be a cleanse out as well from the Lucio because of that high five. A lot of damage onto Heavy. There was a lacerates go out. I think it might have been onto the Diablo. Might have been a misclick. Scoop. Wait, no. The lacerates actually goes out now. Malthael dies and buys back in. Lucio goes down as well. This is looking good for the side of Dadsu Game, turning things around as my pal Vince gets picked off as well. Malthael had bought back in, but this is still a Lucio and a May down for the next 50 to 58 seconds. Great sleep dart from Valimar to stop Skoog from chasing in further.
That means that finally it's going to be Dadsu Game that get the advantage back in their favor. Going to be able to take this objective, but they need to worry about what else to do here. Are they going to keep it at 39, get some siege camps? Are they going to cap it aggressively before the members of AC are able to spawn? It looks like they're just going to try to push down as much as they can right now, getting the wave into this fort, taking it down, maybe even securing the keep wall as well. We know that every time when we're post 20 on Infernal Shrines, if we're able to get that keep wall out front and you have a full HP Punisher coming through, that's going to be potential kill making, and that's going to be potential game ending after that. Still, 10 more seconds for May to respawn right now. ACA finally on the back foot.
Triple camp was pushed out by our blue team through mid and in bottom, so that will put out a little bit of split pressure. Does kind of put a bit of a timer onto the enemy team. Big red button, Commandeer Odin comes out. That's so much damage onto Jay, who gets shut down immediately. Stay well and listen, Ice Wall, there's a lot going out. Lacerates will go out onto Skoog, so it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. The wind tunnel comes out. Got Filth trying to make the YouTube plays right now as Heavy's getting very low on this. Decker Kane is not going to go down. Keeps getting potions to themselves. Got Filth trying to get that last little bit damage. Valimar will go down. This Heavy is just living through everything. Decker Kane is kind of is just baiting everyone to step in way too far. My pal Vince trying to get away from the Hogger. Malthael goes down. That is going to be Punisher on keep, and this is looking like Khroen. It ain't gonna be a 3-0. We're heading to that game number 4. Dadsu Game, they're not done gaming just yet.
They are not indeed. Beautiful team fighting from the side of Dadsu Game. Diablo, Caesar Salad going in to secure the final member. All of them are going to be down now as they are doing their death push here. Now I'm already thinking towards the future. What are we going to see from Game 4? But at least they get through Game 3 here, Baha.
That will be one up on the board for the side of Dadsu Game, and they're able to continue our best of 5 grand finals tonight in our HeroesCCL free agent tournament. And I agree with you, Khroen. I wonder what we see from Anti-Clan Association. Was that last game kind of just like, hey, we'll win it by fun? Because I will say this, if Heavy went down on Deckard, and so I think if Deckard went down, that team fight would have spiraled in favor for the side of Anti-Clan Association. And I was watching the minimap. The double Impaler camp through mid lane found the keep, and that could have been a quick rush through mid lane to end the game in favor of Anti-Clan. So great play from the side of Dadsu Game to be able to continue this and also shut down the composition, I guess you can call it, from the side of Anti-Clan Association.
Yeah, shut down the composition. It actually it came down to a little bit more than just the last rites even as well. I believe I was wondering, well, like, why did Jay put themselves in a position that they got taken out so fast in that fight? They got Punisher jumped and they got wall stunned by Caesar Salad on the Diablo and taken out. It's because Kelsier high-fived Jay anticipation of pulling the Immortal, or the Punisher, excuse me, but the Punisher didn't jump during that 1 second window, and it jumped exactly after, like right as it was ending. So a little bit of that, misstep, misplay, whatever you want to call it right there, unfortunate circumstance, meant that Jay got stunned and taken out, didn't have the level 20 hardened shield to survive, didn't have the healing coming through from anywhere else. So even with that being the case, it almost still went the way of Anticon Association if Deckard Cain would have fallen.
Well, we're not done just yet, ladies and gentlemen. We have more Heroes of the Storm action for all of you as we're going to prep for our 4th map. And I'm wondering what these players are going to be prioritizing going into this next game, because this will be the losing side of Anticon Association, so they can either choose map pick priority or first pick. We'll see that in just a little bit here. And I don't know. It felt a little griefy, I'll be honest. Like if I'm blunt here, Anticon Association, like I don't know why you did this draft. Like if I can be as blunt as I possibly can as a caster and remain neutral, I guess you could say, I just don't see it. I don't get the reasoning for it. If it was maybe like the draft wasn't fully communicated, or maybe it was that last second where like I don't know. It seems really, really weird to me. We'll have to see what happens here in the next game, but we'll get into all of that in just a moment. Khroen, do you think Dadsu Game can take us to that game 5 after seeing what we just saw?
I mean, after seeing what we saw, I mean, we can say what we will about the draft of ACA. No matter what, it's going to be a confidence boost over to the side of Dadsu Game, and momentum when it comes to a full best-of-5 series. You can't understate the value of that. They're going to be feeling confident going into this game, saying, all right, we dropped a game off of them. Whatever their draft was, we still outplayed them, right? We know they have the potential to be the better team, be the better players, and take them to a game 5. And sure, that's just the next step. If a game 5 happens, still got to get to, doing that one as well. So got to approach it one game at a time. So game number 4 will be here very shortly on the side of this grand finals between ACA and Dadsu Game.
We can actually go ahead and look at that map right now, as you were mentioning. We are going to be heading into Tomb of the Spider Queen. This will be the map choice of Dadsu Game, meaning Anticon Association opted for first pick priority as the losing team. And we'll get into this. We'll get into this game in just a moment. I gotta say, Tomb of the Spider Queen. Khroen, it's been the last map for 2 best of 3s. It's a possibility. Yeah, you know what? Here it is. Dadsu Game, it's on you. You got to break the streak. You got to break all of this and take us to that game number 5. I'm sure people at home are just like, yeah, best of 5. I'm sure production's like, please, Bahamut, stop asking for these things so that way we can just keep things rolling. But anyways, we are going to get into Tomb of Spider Queen in just a moment. And I think definitely if the members of Dadsu Game play as strong as they did in that last one and put together a very, very thorough, well, not thorough, but a very well-rounded composition like they just did, this is going to be another good game for them. We'll just have to see what Anticon Association wants to do.
I mean, first time they drafted an actual double backline instead of a triple, bruiser front line. They won. Coincidence? Maybe, but I think not. I mean, I think the draft was a bit better there, honestly, from the side of Dadsu Game. And I would like to see those same philosophies here moving forward into Tomb of the Spider Queen. Tomb, very much so, about those rotations, about getting ahead there. You're going to need a solid front line as well as some good range to clear the waves, unless you maybe get like a Johanna or something of the sort. But we'll have to see what picks actually come through when we load on into the draft.
And we'll get there in just a second, just waiting for the readies from both the teams. And it seems like that is going to be sent out from both sides. We got the countdown and we are ready to go for Tomb. I think this is a great map to kind of take the enemy team to. Macro rotations are huge here, and the micro within the team fights will be a very, very sought after skill set, if that makes any sense. Like being able to kind of have the advantage in the team fight, being the one to set up the team fight, whether it be a Diablo Shadow Charge or a toss from Garrosh. I think that's going to be a big factor from Anticon Association. They really like to play in that dominating way where it's like we find one kill, we keep pushing into the enemy team with these engagements. And now we get into our bans. First one coming out from the side of Anticon Association. This is 2-1 in our best of 5.
2-1 indeed, as we are finally in the draft. Probably another Uther ban, I would assume, from Anticon Association. Other one can be flexed a little bit, but I think it's very much so on the side of Dadsu Game going to be that Medivh again. But will Hogger be the first pick? That is, I think, the main question. No, it won't, because it'll be banned, actually.
They've had enough of it on the side of Anti-Clan Association. A quick ban onto Medivh. Is there a Lucio ban? Is there going to be an Uther ban? Anything onto Cassia? I wonder, but we'll get into this in just a minute, or we'll find out in just a minute. It's like ban phasing in the free agent tournament's really, really hard to kind of predict or even suggest because there's so many different hero pools. There's so many things to consider, and we're not in the comms of these teams, so we don't know what their priority is, whether it be the dive advantage, the damage advantage, or even healing. And we'll see right here, it's going to be in that Chromie. Have we had any Chromie today? Maybe like one game?
Yeah, I think we had one, but it has been, I think bans are just not picked in the majority of games here. I mean, Chromie, when we think about Tomb of the Spider Queen, super good at having wave clear, having stall for the turn-ins, and just a lot of follow-up damage. So, I mean, goes to show Chromie ban here means that she is very, very likely, very strong on this map. It's actually going to be Dadsu Game who banned the Uther. They know that Anti-Clan Association is willing to run double support, and so they get the best double supporter on out of there, but it leaves open Sonya for Jay to pick yet again.
It's 4 games in a row on Sonya, right?
Yeah.
Is that 4 games in a row we first pick a Sonya as well?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah,
oh, yeah. I think you're right there.
Because there was like a Sonya Cassia for...
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. I was like, yeah.
And I think that was the Towers of Doom game. But back over on the side of Dadsu Game, Tychus Diablo to kick things off. Hey, it was good in the last game. Why not keep running it?
I guess so. They're taking a page out of the "if it ain't broke, don't fix it" book there, and Tychus gonna do well at shredding the Sonya. Caesar Salad did look really good on the Diablo, I think, last game. And it's going to be Johanna Cassia showing up now for Anti-Clan Association, much more so their standard style. And Johanna, sure, my pal Vince isn't on the Diablo, but going to be able to excel surely on that Johanna, especially being on this Tomb of the Spider Queen map.
A lot of good setup from Johanna, a grouping of minions, exceptional wave clear setup, or even clear themselves. Ban phase, the members of Anti-Clan Association need a healer. I would expect that to be the target ban. Going to be a Stukov from Valimar, or at least, excuse me, no Stukov for Valimar. Since the Stukov's banned, I would expect another healer ban, maybe a Lucio. The members of Dadsu Game do have first pick after this ban phase. Could be the Lucio, maybe the Deckard Cain again. Was pretty good, and you have the synergy of Stay a While in Apocalypse.
Yeah, I think it is a Deckard ban, or an offlaner, I suppose. One of the two might come out here. Diva, I think, is a good one. Okay, it is Ana instead. There's a lot of options there. I don't think this is necessarily, correct or incorrect. It's just they don't want to face that, and they're gonna be able to, pick something that doesn't play well into that. It is now, with that being said, it's going to be Brightwing Sylvanas coming through from Dadsu Game. Sylvanas, a very well-rounded DPS pick, but also more importantly, it means that Dadsu Game do have double backline again, a composition that I think they're going to have more success with, as opposed to that triple front line.
I'm wondering if we actually get the Deckard for the side of the Anti-Clan Association. I'm seeing a world where Emerald is a great way to deny the phase shift. Oh, okay, all right. I will say this in the back of my mind. I was like, okay, please give us like a Malthael, or give us something else, like not a Hanzo. Not in the sense that I'm not opposed to I'm opposed to Hanzo. It's that we almost had a full Diablo composition from the side of Anti-Clan Association, and that's all I cared about. The memes are coming through. The last pick on the right hand side for Dadsu Game, need a solo laner into the Sonya. Diva, I think, actually would be great here.
Diva not going to be picked. It's going to be a Mei. Mei and Diablo paired on the same team. The offlane matchup is going to most likely be Mei versus Sonya there, but a lot of looks on your face there, Baha. Tell me what's going through your mind right here with this Mei pick.
I don't know how it does against the Sonya. That's the thing that I'm struggling against, but I see maybe the potential for Wombo, Ice Wall into Apocalypse, Wailing Arrow sort of deal. Maybe that's the direction, but I don't know. I really don't know about this Mei. That's kind of out of the nowhere for me when it comes to this draft. It was really, really well put together, and this Mei just does not feel like a strong solo laner. Who knows, though? We might all learn today that Mei is one of the best solo laners out there and counters Sonya. We'll have to see once we get into our Tomb of Spider Queen game as we're gonna load in. I lean into Anti-Clan Association. I think that they've put together a stronger draft overall.
Yeah, looking at these drafts, I do think it's probably the most like even draft that we've seen out of all 3 games right now. But I will agree with you. I think Anti-Clan Association has a bit of advantage here, but let's see how it plays out as we are finally loading into, again, what could be the final game of this grand finals, but maybe a game 5. We'll see.
For the right-hand side, Dads who are down in this series, trying to even things out through Tomb of Spider Queen, Hebi on the Brightwing, Pirate Realm on the Sylvana, Caesar Salad on the Diablo, and Tori playing Mei, and Skoog on the Tychus.
And over on the left-hand side, Anti-Clan Association, Kelsier on the Hanzo, got Filth actually on the Cassia now, interestingly enough. Valamar on the Deckard, my pal Vince on the Johanna, and Jay on the Sonya. Maybe Got Filth doesn't play Hanzo. It's like, okay, I guess I play Cassia. Kelsier, you're the range player here. You take the Hanzo?
During season 1 of CCL, maybe it was even the exhibition games. No, it might have been the Icebreaker tournament. Regardless, Got Filth actually had an insane Cassia on Towers of Doom where they like 1v4'd with blinding light. So we'll see if maybe this comfort for Got Filth is going to be a stronger pickup than the weird draft that we had in that last game. I'm sorry, I can't get over that draft. I don't see a world where I'm like, yeah, absolutely, that's what I wanted to put together. But Jay gonna get dove on by Skoog and Tori in this bottom lane. The slows are the thing that are going to make Jay's life a lot more difficult whenever this Tychus rotates in. So I guess that's the reason we're seeing the Mei for the bottom lane for consistent rotations and potential picks. We'll have to see.
Perhaps so. Skoog and Tori both being forced to tap at this point. My pal Vince not being able to get the aggressive wave clear as Johanna usually would like to. And, I mean, I'm thinking more about this Cassia pick for Got Filth. Like, sure, you're talking about comfort. It might be more comfortable for Got Filth, but Kelsier, you can't get any more comfort than Kelsier on Cassia, right?
I wonder how Kelsier's Hanzo is going to be as well, because we're right now seeing them forced back through this mid lane to be able to use the agility to disengage against Caesar Salad. Jay grabbing the camp, going to get a potion from Valamar if necessary. They've got that spin to win, that whirlwind to heal up a little bit over the camp. Really good rotation coming out from the Sonya. Meanwhile, Cassia rotates into bottom to just catch the experience that was coming through, pushed in by Nintori.
Yeah, Nintori here gonna be versus the Cassia while Sonya does get that camp out. Now Sonya rotating back towards the bottom lane. My pal Vince now doing a great job at stepping up on this Johanna. Bruiser camp did not come through from Dadzu game, so a nice advantage over the Anti-Clan Association. They can either look to get the wall damage right now or look to turn in some of the gems, perhaps even both. Have to see. Yeah, it looks like they're going to be turning in a little bit. No, okay, Deckard's postured for it, but they're just going to be using this to get Jay onto this bottom siege camp instead. Take that out and just get more of a map advantage.
The other thing, too, is to note is we have double camp in favor for the side of Anti-Clan Association. While it didn't get a ton of value through mid, and it probably won't get much in bottom lane with these Siege Giants, it is going to be experience gained through those camps. Not a ton either, only 730, but a little bit of an experience advantage is exactly where the members of Anti-Clan Association love to sit in these games. So much CC onto Jay. The phase shift comes in from Brightwing to try and get a polymorph. Got Filth comes in with a fend. Valamar coming down as well. Jay has to hearth away. And it looks like the dive did not yield a kill. We're 0-0 in kills in our game number 4 on Tomb of the Spider Queen.
Yeah, both teams kind of playing respectfully here, even with the multiple rotations onto Jay. Jay is so good at, converting what could have been, kills onto him as just, okay, you're just going to waste time. Even I have to, back off a little bit, maybe even base. You're still not ever going to take me down. And Jay doing a fantastic job of mitigating the pressure. But now Skoog gets speared by Jay, secured the kill by Han. So we have our first blood here finally. Tychus goes down.
Well played from the side of Anti-Clan Association, able to poke at this enemy team and burst down that Tychus. Turn-in availability is here. 7 talent tier has been found as well. We have a massive experience, not massive, but we have a decent experience deficit, roughly 2,000 experience deficit, and that's what's kind of pushing the members of Anti-Clan Association ahead into that 7 talent tier, and then a little extra. We still have waves to be grabbed though, so it should equalize a little bit further. Caesar Salad gonna get hit with that healing reduction off the Emerald, as we did talk about in the draft, and a little overpower from Skoog just to force back my pal Vince.
Yeah, we are 4 minutes into the game, and Kelsier on the Hanzo only has 11 stacks of the of that W quest at level 1. It's a little bit slow, not the slowest, but maybe not comfortably playing that hero a lot recently. Got Filth, does get combo, needs to get to these potions. Can he do so in time? Gets one, the second, third, fourth, and will be able to walk on out of there.
Valimar just setting up a line of potions as Nintori has to use the Cryo Freeze, and the disengage is now out from the side of Dads Who Game. I gotta say this though, Khroen. I mean, when you were comparing speed on Simple Geometry, this is on par for me. I'm doing great right now. So that's just perfect time. Now, I do agree. Like, oftentimes when we've been seeing a lot of these Simple Geometry Hanzos, they're gonna finish these out somewhere in the extreme portions, somewhere in like the 2-minute 30 mark, but on average I feel like we're somewhere in like the 7-ish minutes into the game. So 12 stacks, yeah. Oh, wait, no, hold on, we gotta pause so we can talk a little bit more about stacks and what is happening here on this map. It looks like we have a little bit of a technical I guess fix that we need to have here, just a little bit of a frozen mouse. We'll get back into game in just a minute. But stacks aside from the Hanzo, Diablo's at 90 souls, and Joanna has that subdue. I gotta say, the scaling from Anti-Clan Association is really, really nice, but 10 talents here is a little terrifying on the side of Dads Who Game because of what I was saying in draft. The Apocalypse with the Ice Wall into Apocalypse into Wailing Arrow, Polymorphs, and Tyke is shredding with damage. I'm a little afraid to see if Anti-Clan Association has the early game, and then 10 talent tier hits and Dads Who Game are just like, all right, we have every single team fight, because we can wombo, walk away, and then maybe push through Web Weavers or something. But speaking of Web Weavers, first one will come out for the side of Anti-Clan Association.
Yeah, and now it's going to be Mei getting pressured out very hard by Gotfelt and Jay. Brightwing forced to teleport as well. Not going to be denied the healing with the Sapphire, but Valimar, of course, is going to be looking for that win available. Rotating, of course, to the middle lane now. They're going to be wanting to get all the walls, get level 10s, and find some kills. It is a bit under 6 minutes when Hanzo Kelsier does finish that Simple Geometry quest. Has that extra, couple of scatter arrows to deal just a bit of extra damage. You always got to consider as well, how do you take down the Diablo composition? And it could very well be from, going Giant Slayer once we get to that level 16 mark. We'll have to see what actually comes through there. Jay just popping wrath immediately. Yeah, it is getting a little bit of cheeky damage because you can't respond to that if you're not level 10. If you try to counter that, you'll just get punished by the rest of the composition there. But Dragon's Arrow is here from Kelsier. Have to see what impact that will get over the course of this game.
The setup afterwards is pretty good because you have a Blessed Shield as well. There's a Stay a While and Listen. Ball Lightning from the Cassia. Very synergistic as well on the side of Anti-Clan Association, but those 10 talent tiers are arriving just as 11 level gets in for the side of Anti-Clan Association. Wailing Arrow Apocalypse, it's pretty much what we'd expect from those heroics. Caesar Salad should be able to get the turn in. Hanzo is going to interrupt once with the Sonic Arrow. Does have the Stormbow, does have some scatters. This Diablo's going to struggle to get the turn in. Tychus is showing in bottom lane. Icewall comes out. Caesar's Salad trying to go for the turn in once again, but the Heroic Cube will stall out. Rather Berserker popped, but it's going to not really connect, and Jay just wants to find someone to auto to keep the Wrath up. Might just actually back off and go for the turn in, because back-to-back Web Weavers are available for the side of Anti-Clan Association.
Even if they don't get it right now, if they push out this mid lane, force Dads Who Game to respond to the waves, they can get the turn in pretty much pretty easily at that point. It was an odd Ice Wall, I think, coming out from Nintori. Sure, the cooldown is short, but you didn't have member advantage. You weren't, like, stalling so that Caesar Salad could actually get the turn in there. It just kind of happened and nothing else after that. Now, Gotfelt getting chunked out a bit to under half. Some respect being had, though, as both teams just back off. Oh, but actually, Caesar Salad going in very aggressively here.
Wailing Arrow into the Dragon's Arrow. There's going to be a Cassia kill in favor for the side of Dads Who Game. Ice Wall connects onto 2. No Apocalypse underneath that. Phase shift from Brightwing will go out onto Skoog, who was chasing onto Jay in bottom lane. Valimar taking so much damage will go down on the on the Deckard Cain. But Web Weavers are arriving for the side of Anti-Clan Association. These will pretty much be mitigated, getting minimal to no value.
Mitigating the Web Weavers and getting experience back in their favor, and being able to generate a lot of gems with the waves pushing into them. You can't ask for a better run than that from Dads Who Game on this counter push, we'll say. Nintori trying to dissuade this in the bottom lane. Decker Kane now spawning, so 5 members of ACA are back alive. They are going to have 13s here soon, but they probably can't make anything happen with it. A bit underwhelming for their second web weaver phase, of course, and now look how many gems Dads Who Game have. About 100 in their pocket. They can chain some turn-ins right now if they find the opportunity to get some of them in.
Fire Stomp from Caesar Salad does have full souls, going to be that Flame to Soul or that Fire Stomp build. No available turn-in for the side of Anti-Clan Association. Just going to deposit a few gems here and there. Fine with just giving over, or excuse me, don't want to give over any of the few that they have in their pocket. But 13 talent here for the side of Anti-Clown. And I love this from the side of Datsu Game. Just going to kind of turtle up and wait for their own 13s.
Yeah, turtling up, that's fine to do. Wait for their own 13s on pressure to stall any turn-ins, of course. They can just go back up and take their bruiser camp, use that pressure to perhaps look for a turn-in. Boss, probably not on the table for either of these teams until they get more kills and are perhaps on the top side of the map. But while this is happening, Sonya is, of course, taking the sieges in the bottom side. I think it will really come into level 16 talent tiers when these team fights start being very explosive and resulting in multiple members killed. But Seer Salad, again, looking aggressive, but it's on to Johanna, so she's able to walk out of there without too much damage being done.
Doubling back to get that potion as well, just confident with the just their own life pool at that point, and got Filth. Kelsier, Valimar trying to push this wave out. Jay pops the Wrath Berserker. Hanzo gets a massive arrow. There's going to be a scroll of sealing. Jay spinning and staying alive during all of this. I can't believe it. Sonya's gonna go, excuse me, Sylvanas is gonna go down. Caesar Salad very low, does have souls on this Diablo Heavy, trying to heal up on that Brightwing, will go down as well. These are a lot of gems starting to fall, and now Diablo is going to be the collapse target of Anti-Clan Association. This was an insane turnaround. Caesar Salad with 43 gems. That is a big portion of the economy going down on the side of Datsu Game. Souls reset on Diablo. Turn availability still available for that side of Datsu Game, but it's not far off now on the side of Anti-Clan Association, who will go for the immediate boss play. Even though Brightwing's down for 2 seconds, this is a boss call from ACA.
Jay is able to take a rough situation and turn it around multiple times here in this tournament, doing it yet again there. My pal Vince is clearing the wave, runs up to the team with this boss. 5 members are available for both sides here, but boss on the side of that Wrath Sonya already has been achieved. Now they're not going to get the turn in. Instead it will go over to Datsu Game, but they're going to be able to clear it pretty much for free, get the 16s, as Datsu Game now have to take control of the boss. Also, speaking about the impact of the Dragon's Arrows, they have been absolutely money here, especially that last one. Not only saving Jay, but allowing Jay to get so much more healing, allowing Decker to get in there to heal him as well, and resulting in multiple kills off the back of that. Some great Hanzo play from Kelsier with that slow start has really ramped up and turned things on here.
I want to really quickly look at some of those damage. 33,000 on the Hanzo in comparison to the 29,000 on that Tychus. Definitely neck and neck, but we have Kelsier really able to get these Scatter Arrow Storm Bows out into the enemy team's face. And 16 talent tier in favor, as you mentioned, to the side of Anti-Clan Association, but it's not far off on the side of Datsu Game. Icing out from the Mei. It's going to be sidestepped by Jay.
Not even willing to commit anything onto Jay. It's like, okay, Jay's... Oh, what the ultimate was a Blessed Shield into a Dragon's Arrow.
Tychus with the Commandeer Odin trying to just dump damage behind them. Kelsier actually gets the scatter, and then Brightwing goes down in the split of the fight. This is the Anti-Clan Association we have been seeing in previous games, and they are showing up. They hit 16, as you said, Khroen, and the pressure is on.
Yep, level 16s, the kills start coming through here. Baha, great scatter there by Kelsier on Hanzo, securing one of those kills on the Tychus. But look at the gems of Datsu Game now. It's only 30. They lost 40 previously on the Diablo, got the turn-in, which is basically, it did nothing until he lost basically 55 there, and now another 20. That's just so many gems down the drain. All 3 forts and the well still available for Anti-Clan Association. All the forts of Datsu Game are now going to fall, and maybe even the Cube's going to get pressured as well. Ultimates are coming up here soon for Anti-Clan Association. Dragon's Arrow available here soon. Kelsier posturing a little bit backwards, maybe looking for something as soon as this wall falls.
Webweaver coming in through this mid lane. We do have Skoog taking a bit of poke damage. My pal Vince maybe stepping forward into the enemy team. Mid lane keep is going to be what Anti-Clan Association really wants to focus on, it seems. Zoning Blizzard out from the Mei. There's also that Bruiser camp noted through mid. 16s and it's even talent here for both sides, but the pressure, the waves, the aggression is all here from Anti-Clan Association, and this should be a keep going down. 14 minutes into our game. No look to end, but there's going to be a quick collapse through the enemy team's own base. Hanzo, massive arrow, goes in onto Skook, who gets the soothing miss, but the blast shield comes in as well. Skook trying to get away, pops to come into your own. The slams actually get heavy, and the Tychus. Then Tori trying to harass Jay and stop them from disengaging, but Caesar Salad Pirate Realm have maybe chased a little too far out. Jay has a lot of good damage. No Haunting Wave available for Pirate. It looks like actually able to get that double Haunting Wave away. Diablo will go down. No souls to get the revive. This should be double keep. No. Dare I say this is game for Anti-Clan Association?
It very well could be. Diablo no souls means it's going to be even easier to push on through here. Sylvanas and Nintori, the only members here still alive. Pirate Realm, can you find the damage? Ice Wall goes out. Kelsey are falling very, very low, but not falling right now. Instead, Mei will fall. They're pushing onto the core here, Baha. This could be it.
The core damage is big, and Sylvanas goes down, Mei goes down, and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The GGs are called. Anti-Clan Association takes the free agent tournament in a 3-1 fashion. GGs. That was really fun. I had a thought during that game, Khroen. I had a theory that the members of Anti-Clan Association, they kind of wanted to do what I was suggesting, is they wanted to go with this crazy composition and end the best of 5 in 3 games. And then everyone goes, did you see though? Anti-Clan Association took that entire, they took the last game in the series with a non-standard draft. Maybe that was the theory for the last game. That's what I'll give them. But right now, as I said in that game, when Anti-Clan Association hit just about the 16 talent tier mark, boy, did they explode. 50,000 heroic damage from Cassia, 43,000 from Kelsier. Into the opposing side, Skoog, Tychus, 34,000, Sylvanas, 29,000. Today has been such amazing games, and that, as we said, will be Anti-Clan Association taking the free agent tournament, our first of 2 free agent tournaments. And let's go ahead and actually recap over the bracket that we've had for this entire weekend. Khroen, these games have been insane, my friend.
They have been. Going from the start of yesterday, a lot of 2-0s, but we saw a lot of promise coming out from all of the victorious teams there, and even some from the non-victorious teams. But of course, moving on into today, we have had no series go the way of a 2-0 or a 3-0. There was a lot of back and forth action, and that's what's going to come when we have, the best of the free agents here coming and showing their stuff. But at the end of the day, Anti-Clan Association shows why they are at the top of this tournament here. The victors of this CCL Season 2 free agent tournament. It was so fun to cast this along with you, Baha, and it was so well played by all of these players.
Yeah, we can actually take a look at our winning team right here. This will be Anti-Clan Association. For all the organizations out there, mark these names down. My pal Vince, Valimar, Jay, Gottfilth, and Kelsier. I do want to also say, I did say mark these names down, but credit where credit's due. Dadsu game, they were so strong as well in this best of 5. I had such a blast casting this with you as well, Khroen. Today was insanely fun. Yesterday was a blast as well. And I just want to quickly, before we kind of wrap up the stream, I just want to remind everyone, not this weekend, but the following weekend, the 10th and 11th will be our second free agent tournament for HeroesCCL. And on April 17th, that's a Saturday, starting at our normal broadcast time, it is going to be the free agent draft day. I mark your calendars. I hope to see you all on Twitch chat those days. But Khroen, what are your final thoughts from this weekend as we are going to wrap up this tournament up?
Oh man, so much happened. What can we, on my mind, of course, is that last series, the grand finals, the players who made it there and the players who won. My pal Vince, Valimar, Jay, Gottfield, Kelsier, all of them, a fantastic job at not only just playing individually well, but playing so well as a team. We talk about Jay, how they do so well in the offlane. It's off of the back of the communication that is provided throughout the whole team. That Jay turnaround in the ice wall, they sidestepped that, got to spin through literally 5 members and turn around, only happened because it was Kelsier there saying, I have an arrow coming your way, right? It's off the back of everything that comes through together that's able to make the smallest little things into a massive, massive outplay. And the reason why I think that game went the way it did. The drafting is there, the communication is there, the pure mechanics of all of them are there. These players need to find their way onto a CCL team for season 2 orgs. Look right there and look look further, of course, too. A lot of amazing players.
Yeah.
I just want to sing the praises of that team because they're
No,
so
absolutely.
good. But yeah, Dancing Game also a great tournament run, taking a game off Anticon Association as well as their hard fought series beforehand too. Like, oh man. There's a lot of talent, and I'm excited. As you noted, we're gonna have more free agent tournaments, and of course the draft. I'm gonna be watching with some definite excitement there.
I am so excited for more HeroesCCL action, and we hope to be able to join you all for those games and those draft days. I wish you all the best, and I wish you the best in your Storm League games as well. We'll see you all very soon for more HeroesCCL action. Until then, I've been Bahamut, joined by Khroen, and we'll see you in the Nexus. Good night.